Tell you show last night. Welcome, everyone, to the Midwest Esports Conference Fall 2021 preseason. We're in the Demacia division. I'm Mazel, joined by Rebel Fox, and we got a slew of action for you today.
Yeah, what's up, good buddy? It's been a hot minute since we've had the chance to cover some Collegiate League of Legends. So I'm going to take a minute and be a little bit gushy with Mr. Mazel, but that is before we get a chance to cover one of our favorite teams, of course, Maryville taking on CGC today in an exciting semifinals matchup before we kick into Overdrive with our second semifinals. Get into finals a little bit later. It's a quick tournament. It's literally one weekend, but we've had so much action jam-packed in one day already.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday, 4 best-of-3s, action all over the place. Yes, it ended a little bit differently, but the first 3 series were great, and now we get 2 back-to-back that are going to be amazing. We get some of the best teams of yesterday against some of the underdogs, but still resurging teams today, as well as that first matchup. A little bit closer to hope for me, as I've been casting for NACE in the fall split, and CGC themselves have been showing up in NACE, and I got to say, there's some very, very good pieces to the puzzle here for themselves. Pagoda specifically, but you can also look towards Vitalize in that jungle.
Yeah, Pagoda Vitalize are, here's how I'll put it, is yesterday their performances were such an insane little part of how CGC was able to find a win up against their opponents. And if you had to take any of the teams below our top 2 seeds, Maryville and St. Thomas, they sit a little bit of a cut above. But if you take every other team in the tournament and you say whose top side could compete with Chippy's Odd Orange, Pagoda Vitalize is going to be your best bet.
It definitely is, but that is a tall task in its own right, all right? You got previous Worlds experience at Chippy's. You've got Odd Orange coming in for Maryville in his own right, performing very well, but as well as just Maryville as a whole, as a program, a stalwart competitor in the collegiate space, and CGC is definitely going to have a lot to deal with today.
That they will. Thankfully, as of yesterday, we saw game 1 wasn't exactly as clear and as cut as we really wanted them to be across the board. And the reintroduction of Ratchet to this roster really seemed to kick them into boot, not only in play on the bottom side, where you had some of that playmaking that was missing in the first game, but even better is they had 2 very adaptive styles that they came out with. Here, Maryville, they are a Titan to be dealt with. It is going to be a difficult game no matter what, but given what we saw yesterday, hopefully that isn't a game planning problem, and it's not a win condition problem, because that was not an issue yesterday for CGC once Ratchet had entered the game.
And that's where I want to go back to the matchups that you were kind of highlighting that we've been talking about this top side. Because if you're going to go up against Maryville, you've got to make sure to have something going for you in the top side of the map. You cannot let Chippy's run away with these games because he will smash you. So the fact that they do have the right weaponry and it comes down to execution does give me a little bit of a brighter edge for CGC, but it is still collectively across the board. How do those objective takes look? How does the macro look for them? Because that is one way that Maryville will stranglehold you, but that's also the way that you can get under their skin. If you can find a way to throw a wrench in the work and not let them get these objectives, make sure that their game plan they set out for themselves is a little bit stumbling, that's how you can find the better half of these games against Maryville.
The issue with Maryville is that they can attack you at all points of your map, and so it's about trying to figure out, whether it is capable for you to defend. If Pagoda is in a one-on-one against Chippies, is he capable of taking that one-on-one? That is already a tough task on its own, and now you're hoping also that the remainder of your map is going to be okay too. And one that I'm looking at specifically as a breaking point for CGC is Casey Cools in the mid lane. He did not have the greatest performances. He was against the stud yesterday, of course, and that was a tough matchup in the one-on-one. But this is where Get Back really can kind of flex. He was able to get roamed on yesterday, and Casey Cools has to look a lot more comfortable. To me, I think that's where Vitalize actually has to look on the map, because that is likely the first breaking point of anywhere else. It feels like Pagoda might have the ability to stand up to Chippies. Bot lane should be okay with Ratchet down there. It is all about if mid lane starts breaking, that Maryville can then just flood the rest of the map with its influence.
And I want to dive into that a little bit more, getting to talk to Get Back at ISU a little bit and getting to know the Maryville squad as its current iteration, right? It's so interesting to me because you have different sides to the coin here for them. Get Back a little bit more communicative, looking to get into the side lanes, try to get some influence with the team. Whereas when you're rocking with Spyrax, it's the individual plays. It's looking at the mid lane itself. But we have seen Get Back be able to pull that off as well. So the things that the flexibility that comes out from Maryville University is what scares me the most when you're going up against them.
You also have an issue now of we saw in the first round at least, Get Back was able to get out a little bit, but really the fearsome part of this map was Shady, which we always have to discuss his ability to roam
Always.
in and throughout the map. Ratchet was very good in the 2-on-2. Yesterday, they weren't really tested to have some sort of map presence. Today, Ratchet is going to have to be on top of his game because Shady will make sure that your map is in complete disarray after what we had seen from just yesterday's games altogether. You get that combined with Get Back waiting in the mid lane, and there's almost no chance CGC is going to be able to recover.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit rough, but we'll see how that all pans out. Maryville University, first seed on that blue side here. UIC on the red side as that 5th seed, making it to the semifinals. We got Shen banned away by Maryville University. Lee Sen rightly banned away from Odd Orange.
Absolutely. The performance yesterday on that was really cool. I remember specifically in the mid lane, there was this extremely impressive little like micro play combined between Odd Orange and Shady on their Thresh and Lee Sin. And it goes to speak about just how incredible they can look when they've got these champions that they're extremely impressive on. And yesterday, Odd Orange, I think, put on a clinic. For a little while there, Kind was actually stepped into the roster alongside Get Back, and they were usually running Odd Orange with Spirax. But here, this is the first iteration of the roster we've seen from Maryville, where it's Odd Orange with Get Back, which comes to mind like, okay, Odd Orange used to be this kind of early game engine. Now you got Get Back to roam too. It's a very aggressive map control style that Maryville wants to employ with these two, and that was very much on display yesterday.
There's the TF rightly banned away from the meta. The focus for Maryville University are on these comfort champions for CGC. We know comfort is king in collegiate, and that's definitely true for CGC themselves, as the Rengar banned away from Vitalize. Pagoda, a huge player of the Shen from that first ban, as well as the Yasuo joining the ban table.
Very interesting to see all of those taken off the board for these players, and especially because yesterday Vitalize did not even touch the Rengar. It wasn't anywhere on the ban list or the pick list, which is somewhat understandable. Having talked to Ratchet, I think the important part about this team is that they're attempting to generate their own style of play. And so they're starting with the basics, which is like, how do we take a composition that is very easy to run and use our play to kind of execute on it? But they don't want to be playing responsive and be like, hey, Maryville, if you make a mistake, we'll punish you for it. They don't want that. They want to be able to make their own kind of proactive plays. It's much harder to do that if you've got a champion to execute like Rengar. Even if Vitalize is an incredible player of that, there are much easier win conditions to try to fall onto in the later stages of the game than trying to hope that this assassin is going to get going. And I expect that to be the same here today for CGC.
The Ziggs banned away by CGC as their last ban in the first phase. The Graves, a terrifying pick in the meta right now, is going to be locked in, as well as the Varus for CGC.
Yeah, we saw the Graves top, jungle, and then also mid lane yesterday, which was one of my favorites. And we'll get a chance to see Lambo maybe on it a little bit later when Arkansas takes on their series. But this champion is unfortunately just insane in any role that you put him in at this moment right now. And Chippy's having his hands on that champion basically means Pagoda probably has nothing that can aggress against it unless you pull out the Jax, which is what Chippy's had yesterday. And if it goes on to Odd Orange, I mean, again, you've got to get back for some of the map pressure that we might be lacking if you've got that kind of lack of aggression out of Nathan in the jungle.
Yep, that's you know, I'm gonna say 100% of the time you can bet on some aggression from the jungle or from Nathan. Either of the Nathans, honestly. Kind Jungle being the other. It is the Leona, though, locked in with the Varus, so a little bit of that forward progression for CGC so far in their team fights, but you leave this open, it's even more terrifying. I know we're past Halloween at this point, but I'm getting scared because of Aphelios and Thresh, and first of all, Thresh for Shady, that's a huge pickup for Maryville.
Yeah, I got to talk about it yesterday. I'm going to talk about it again. When we had our first kind of invitational from Maryville in St. Louis here, the first blood of the entire tournament against Illinois Wesleyan was on Shady's Thresh. He's a very impressive player of this. He had, I think, 3 kills yesterday, 2 of them in the first couple of minutes. The only misplay he had on it was in the beginning of the game. He walked into the enemy jungle into a 5-stack brush and died first overall. And other than that, he was flawless the remainder of the game. I will say this is an interesting matchup only because now you've got Ratchet, who actually showed the ability to be a little bit more creative with how they go for engages and such. And more importantly, Turtle was on Varus all day yesterday. You can see that it's a champion that they prioritize exceptionally highly for CGC for comfort for that bot laner.
Yep, and comfort, again, not even going to say it because I already said it like 3 times today. The Fiora locked in 3rd for UIC. Hey, you got to have some confidence when you go into these kinds of matchups, and that is a confidence pick.
I will say, of all the collegiate teams, oftentimes you talk about comfort being king. When I see Fioras, I oftentimes get a little bit scared because I'm like, okay, I don't know how collegiate teams are able to operate in a situation where you have a 4-1, right? It's disastrous so many times. You see like these Fioras just enter team fights, die, and they're not ahead in the side lane. They can't put on the pressure. Yesterday, this was not the case. Pagoda basically 1v9'd a game off the back of his Fiora. He was sitting under towers with a champion in front of him, just taking full structures without dealing with them in the slightest, and was able to walk away. Not even obscenely fed, didn't get a bunch of ganks in the early game, just played the Fiora out extremely well, and CGC used that 4-1 strategy to absolute aplomb. This is a team that I have confidence in being able to run the Fiora pick.
As do I, but the Volibear as well thrown in there. I absolutely love this pick. We've been seeing it throughout Collegiate a little bit, at least through Nace, and I'm very excited to see it here for Vitalize more than likely. But the power duo as well with the Fiora is going to be huge. I do want to highlight the Trundle pick here, though. As for Odd Orange, that is going to be an integral pick for them. They have a lot of spacing in their fights, and that's going to help increase that even more so. And now you get the damage profile of the Aphelios and Syndra for Maryville.
Yeah, interesting little grab of like the blind Cinder here is the preference for the likes of Get Back in the mid lane. He lost the TF very early on in form of the drafting phase and everything else that has come about. So it's a question of how does he have an impact across the map? Believe it or not, we'd seen the Cinder a couple of times yesterday. This was actually a counter pick that was used against KC Cools in game number 1. He was the one who was playing on the likes of the Syndra, and his counterpart, and again, one of the best mid laners we saw yesterday in the Killer Guy, absolutely wrecked him on this Lux. Hopefully KC Cools got a little bit of that experience, because if it can rub off on him a little bit, it's not going to make it easy. Get Back is not going to look like he's got the map impact we hoped he would.
Indeed, and this is also that interesting point where how does Maryville utilize this Syndra? Are you going to be trying to still look towards these side lanes? Are you going to be just looking to capitalize on this mid lane? Like you were saying, maybe we see a little bit more focus from these junglers towards this mid lane matchup. But now that we see, sides aligned, it will be some very interesting matchups across the board. And specifically, I'm looking at Chippies versus Pagoda, Graves versus Fiora.
In this setup right now, as we see it, while yes, Trundle I think can have a pretty decent impact, and Volibear can have a pretty decent impact in the pure one-on-one, I don't see these two being that kind of interactive with one another. You both have dashes, you both have ways to prevent the other from full engaging with the riposte, with the smoke screen, everything coming out. I feel like without further kind of influence into that lane, it's just going to stagnate and you're going to end up in a farming state. So it's a decision of the junglers of
there's never farming in Collegiate. All right,
see,
come on.
I'm saying this, but then in the game we're going to have like 4 solo kills top lane, 2 for both of them somehow.
Did you watch the game? We were at like 80 kills yesterday. There's no holding back. I don't think so.
St. Thomas went insane yesterday. They're a team of maniacs. We'll get to that in the next series, fortunately. But yeah, my understanding, or at least how I'm viewing this, is that top lane likely without a bunch of interaction is going to stagnate. I actually expect quite a bit more on the bottom side of the map. You have a Trundle pillar that is going to destroy Lux because she doesn't have mobility. It's going to destroy Varus because he doesn't have mobility.
Also Shady on the Thresh.
And Shady on the Thresh is going to be a menace on the entire bottom side of the map. My understanding here is like maybe Maryville, instead of going to more of a top attack strategy like they could have done before, instead they're just like, all right, Chippies, win that matchup on your own. You've got the skill to do it. We're going to win the rest of the map at the same time, and we're just going to have everything. And that did happen yesterday during their series.
Yeah, it's always the fact that a blade can come out of everywhere of Maryville University, it feels like, and that's what you always have to deal with. You always have to be on your toes, and for CGC, they will have to be on their toes for the first one of this best of 3. And I do respect the composition they're able to grab, right? You've got the Fiora for Pagoda, comfort from yesterday, comfort in general, the Lux in something that you're trying to counter, right? You're trying to get that advantage in mid lane, but you also have a lot of strength in the team fights. And of course, it comes down to execution for CGC, but if they can, right, I think their team fights look pretty good. And I think they can exert control over the map, which is exactly what you need to do against Maryville.
I think they've got really good range. They've got a decent amount of siege. You think about like Lux Binding combined with the ultimate. You have like Solar Flare to set that up. You got Chains of Corruption. You have ways to actually pick a number of the champions on the side of Maryville. Exactly. You're going to keep them honest, to say the least. It's going to put the Lantern abilities of Shady on at least high notice here, because you got to make sure not to let somebody get locked down. I'm curious how many cleanses we're going to see, because again, one ability hitting could just be an execute onto either Evan RL or a Get Back. And since those two really interact with, like, they've got the Force Unleashed, and then you've got what is effectively the Moonlight Vigil. You're very ultimate reliant when you're contesting from the range that Lux and Varus come from. So it actually also is going to be about pillar placement for Odd Orange. That's another way to close that gap as best as possible if you're in the 4-on-4. So yeah, I actually see a number of ways that CGC actually feels okay inside of this game, so long as they're able to keep that distance and not just like lose very, very heavily early.
And I guess that's where I get more interested in. It's obviously so influential right now in the meta, but this jungle matchup, because it is the Trundle versus Volibear. It's not something that we see a lot of the time, but it's, confidence and a little bit of comfort for both these. So I'm very excited to see how this kind of butts heads, because I do feel like there can be a lot of skirmishing and a lot of that butting of heads.
Very heavily. If we see a bunch of interaction between Trundle and Volibear, that's going to be extremely fun to watch, just because Trundle and Volibear are the two champions you take when you want to beat someone down in a one-on-one, right? You get like AD drain from a Trundle, you get attack speed buff, you get an auto attack cancel, and all the same stuff comes out of the Volibear and a number of his abilities, and both of them also have sustain. Like it's going to be a fun wet noodle fight if neither one of them goes to something extremely crazy. Although Vitalize, actually, as we're stepping into game number 1, has gone for the Predator. He's going for the ganking strategy. He wants to get out and about on the map as fast as possible.
All right, you just gave me an idea. Why is there not a pool party? Is there a pool party Trundle skin? And why does he not have a pool noodle to smack people with? Anyways, we're on to the Rift. I just, shower thoughts as we load into
and then his pillar could be like a sand castle too.
Exactly, that's what I'm just saying. All right, there's some good things there. We'll have to revisit that. We do have just a pretty boring level 1 here. No craziness. Both teams trying to take things simple and slow.
Sometimes the least exciting starts are the most exciting starts.
I wanted to see if maybe we get a little bit of aggressive vision play there. That's the only thing in these kind of situations you can really look for. Like, get excited. Oh my God, he put a ward there. But the fact that you can not see that too much, we do get a little bit of warding on the top side.
I wonder if they're at all shy yesterday. Again, so what had happened, I'll give you this description. Shady had walked in directly through what was Pixel Brush on the bottom side into 4 members. That was what happened. He was trying to put down like a normal ward, and like if they went to 5 points,
that happened
would have been a problem.
Katsuo yesterday too.
Yeah. Oh, what a surprise! Oh, wow, Katsuo dying. Who would have possibly guessed that? I told you they're a team of maniacs. I can't wait to watch them later.
It's going to be good. That will be our second matchup. But first, we got to decide who will be the winner of this best of 3, who will move on to those finals. This is Maryville University taking a pretty of a heavy trade against UIC in the bot lane.
Yeah, your problem at level 1, of course, if you're the Aphelios, is like, Shady wants to play aggressively all the time. He's this Thresh. Like, he's going to play aggressively no matter what. And he gets an okay trade to start. But your problem is there's no abilities on your Aphelios. You don't have any wave control compared to your opponent unless you've got a support who's capable of basically 2v1ing in the very early stage of the game. And that was a very close line to try to cross right there for the likes of the Thresh from Shady. And that's why you saw that was a forced flash.
It was. And we were talking maybe there wouldn't be some aggression towards this top side, but both these guys are definitely giving each other some bruises and whelps as we go through it.
I'm watching to see junglers. Yesterday we saw a number of times that like it was just like straight up right to top side, and then it was into a gank, and then that was how we saw so many. I think 4 of our 5 games yesterday, or at least the ones that we casted, we had ganks to top lane right on the immediate clear, and there's Vitalize right the top side, exactly as we had seen. Thankfully, Chippy's with the forethought, with pressure on that wave, was able to throw a ward down, able to spot out where he's going to be, and that's information now for Odd Orange as well to be able to use. I kind of want him to swap and start attacking towards the mid lane. One pillar into this Lux is a forced flash if you've got a setup alongside Get Back.
Yeah, exactly, and the fact that I was looking to see if Vitalize might want to go for the aggression there towards the Scuttle Crab. Won't be able to make it there in time since he was clearing Krugs as well. Bot lane, we do get a little bit of damage done on a turtle there, but I was wondering how much aggression we'll see from Odd Orange here after the Scuttle Crab take, if he wants to continue, maybe look towards mid. Actually, will be spotted out by Vitalize.
Pretty important.
Yeah, gets back.
Yeah. pretty important, I think. We had push in top lane and mid lane here for Get Back and for Chippies, which is what didn't let Vitalize kind of step into the jungle. But then, like, they can't also cross because there was information now that, like, Ratchet was, like, he hovered up towards the top. So they had that ability to show up, but they had no idea where Odd Orange was. They only knew that he wasn't in that top river. It was possible he was already heading towards bottom side. And I suppose that even with the man advantage after the wave had neutralized in mid lane, that they just weren't comfortable taking that fight. You can even see them warning pinging that because they have no idea where Odd Orange is right now.
And now that we want to look towards the spot side for this dragon in 35 seconds or so, a lot of bodies down here for UIC. They want to make sure that there's some presence, some vision, and get set up to at least start stacking this dragon. That's exactly where you want to attack for Maryville. It's these neutral objectives. Make sure they don't have the command of the map. But they're there a little early, which means Maryville move in right in time.
It was a good use of shoving on bottom side here from the side of CGC, but you can see this wave got stacked insanely, which is going to allow a free back on a very high number of minions here for Evan RL. He's going to go back and he's going to buy a full pair of Berserker Greaves very quickly, as well as a control ward, compared to just the serrated Dirk that had come out from Turtle. Because again, they were the ones forcing to make sure that they had pressure just to get the Scuttle Crab. They had to put so much resource into Vitalize, getting that one jungle camp off the board, that it did cost a little bit. It gave quite a bit of an opening here for Evan RL on this Aphelios.
It does, and that's the team fight potential that you're going to need when you're going and do this, especially for the later game. Get back. Oh, the schmooze, man. All right, finally KC Cools going to be able to land a couple of abilities. Gets about 2/3 of his health chunked.
Just a little bit of flexing right there from the likes of Get Back and forcing back KC Cools again. Somebody that I'm trying to pay attention to because, again, yesterday the performances weren't necessarily there. He had one game on Orianna that went pretty well, mostly off the back that he was collecting a bunch of kills, but they are not letting him have fun today.
KC Cools. There's the Flay, the Death Sentence, not even utilized. Doesn't even need it. First blood goes to Get Back.
Yeah, just walks underneath the tower. Very nice pillar position because that means that...
Oh, this is a good play for Maryville. They realize what's going down. They know that UIC need to find a response. And Get Back saves Evan RL from doom.
Make sure that there's no dive. Really nice coverage from Maryville. This happened yesterday as well, where they're controlling all portions of the map. There's nowhere for your opponent to really strike anywhere that you've got set up. So really, it is very nice. Again, the dive well executed with the combination of the pillar and also the use of the thresh just to be able to have that CC. And then they read, okay, Vitalize is on the bottom side of the map. They were able to catch on that UIC was starting to do that at the end of their game yesterday, utilizing Ratchet alongside this very, very solid jungler. And it's opening up some more defense for the likes of Evan RL. They are pushed up here a little bit. Ratchet is around as well as this Volibear if the wave ends up getting
circled
shoved.
all the way back around.
They really
see if he makes the call. Evan RL is up right now. This is the time to go. There's the Dark Passage, and the escape is there. Almost lands the Death Sentence to turn it around.
Yeah, extremely patient right there from Shady. In the perfect position as well, making sure that there's no entrance from that Tri-Brush. And Chippy's now... Oh, I was hoping he was going to be able to catch Pagoda right there because there is no defense against that play. Chippy's is full health. He had just gotten off of an item. His teleport had just come off a cooldown. He could have walked directly at Pagoda and just run him down with auto attacks because there is no defense from Vitalize. But fortunately, he's able to get out just in the nick of time.
And we are about 2.5 minutes over dragon spawning. We did have a little bit of action down that way with the first blood going over in the mid lane, but UIC not able to capitalize on their momentum down towards bot lane. Now Maryville not really going for those objectives. They want to continue to farm this up and force UIC into those fights a little bit later on. I want to point out Pagoda now is going into the enemy jungle here. Will spot out, or not actually spot. Yeah, he did. He pinged it. So Pagoda did spot out Odd Orange. A little bit of communication there for Vitalize.
Could be a solo setup for a Rift Herald here. They've got this mid lane push with the Syndra, which again, for KC Cools, that was not what happened.
Oh no, he knew he was there. Oh no, Pagoda. Is he going to get caught in the alcove gameplay? We'll see. It looks like he's going for it. Riposte will not connect. Flash comes out immediately. Pillar still available right in front, but he just dashes through.
And during that time period, Shady went down on the bottom side. They were able to find a play onto him somehow. I don't know exactly how that worked, but Evan RL now has to pull off on the bottom side as well. So nice responses from CGC. Pagoda does have to burn the flash, which is kind of unfortunate, but I mean, you play defensive on top side. You give nothing over to Chippies and Odd Orange. They're going to get Rift Herald, hopefully with the kill and the plate, and hopefully also the dragon. They're going to be able to be okay with what had just happened. This is the play that occurred on bottom side.
Oh, there's the CC chain. Yeah, there's just nothing you can do after the Aftershock procs.
Yeah, that's just nice execution right there. Ratchet, again, yesterday when Ratchet was not in, it wasn't necessarily bad play from their support. It's just that when Ratchet's in, things like that tend to occur more. It's like he understands how to make plays happen in the bottom side in this 2v2 type situation, comparative to who was in before him. And so that's why you saw the swap yesterday. Not to mention, again, some of the play calling is a lot more impressive.
Oh, man. Vitalize. You just wanted to back. Not going to be able to do so.
Caught him on a residual timer right after the dragon had come through. And again, I think all things considered, CGC is okay with what had just happened. They trade the Rift Herald, they trade 1-for-1, and they get the dragon on the bottom side as well as plates onto their Varus. I think you're okay with that trade. If they had kept that one kill from Vitalize from going over, all of a sudden things look a lot better for them. Your other really big concern now is that Getback and Evan RL picked up those 2 kills. They're looking great in terms of the gold kind of department, which is not where you want to be when you're fighting against a team that has only really like the 2 major damage sources in the Graves. Top lane also isn't going horribly for Pagoda. It's not going like electrically. You're not like massively ahead in terms of farm or kills, but you're doing very well. So their win conditions are set up decently. You've got an okay Varus and you've got an okay Fiora on opposite sides of the map to work with.
And you also have the Dustblade completed now for Turtle, so nice little spike there for himself in the lane. They want to opt in to put more resources in that Varus here and leave Pagoda a little bit on this timer of the teleports to get really involved and stay in the side lane.
Yesterday, we actually didn't see like any resources go into Turtle. I think it was game 3 that we finally saw a Rift Herald get dropped bot lane, but that was about it for jungle interaction. So it's a little shocking that already in this game we've seen it was a 2v2 kill. It wasn't even interaction from the jungler, but Vitalize has kind of roamed around there a little bit more.
Get back. He gets connected on, has the flash, still stunned. They're going under tower. Stormbringer's available, but he was stunned up from the scat of the week. USC won't be able to pull off the dive.
Extremely well executed from Getback. That is a 3-person unit with multiple forms of CC and somehow able to flash and get that scout of the week, like you said, to get away from that scenario. Vitalize.
They wanted it.
He sensed danger.
Stormbringer was ready. Like, he wanted to go under tower there.
Oh,
they found the play. Oh, the death sentence right onto Turtle. He's got the dust blade, but is it going to be enough? Evan RL is here. Gravitum available. They get 1 kill. Oh, that was nicely done by Shady to get away from the damage that Turtle was about to put onto him. Rift Herald utilized bot lane. Here's some more resources for the bottom lane, but this time it's Maryville University. They're going to take advantage.
And exactly as expected, the top lane has basically come to only neutral state. We've seen basically nothing happen up there. Get back. I mean, they try to find the aggression, but the roaming
They got the full flank over here to Vitalize. He uses a Stormbringer, but it's not going to be enough.
No, it is not. And that's another play where
Pillar. KC cools. He has the flash.
Yeah, Pillar is fantastic. Against control mages, low mobility, it's always going to work. The best part about this whole play, again, is like
tower.
Maryville's just controlling everything. There's no defense anywhere. UIC, they say, okay, bottom lane is already scrapped. They try to make a play mid, but the coverage is already there from Shady and from Oddworn, so they're able to work quite a bit in that way in order to just continue flexing their muscle across the map.
The fact that it was literally like just 2K. It was like, okay, it's not that bad. All of a sudden, it's 5,000-6,000 gold in the lead for Maryville because they're able to get this across the map. It's insane. The amount. I would like to get a gold toggle here whenever we get a chance to just look at how much gold Evan RL just got. I mean, the dude is insane. He just got 2 towers, the extra side lane tower gold in the tier 2. And now we see even more chaos here towards the top side as Evan RL has shown up. He has red-white, and they are taking Shady down here, but they can't get him. They don't have the range, and Ratchet's the only one left. Chippies comes in, gets the kill, and Maryville are on a roll right now.
It's incredible the way that Maryville has been able to take what are decent plays from CGC, right? These are plays that work in most games against other teams of very basic skill, but there's a reason Maryville perpetually is a number 1 to number 4 team inside of Collegiate every single year, and it's because they don't fall victim to very high percentage plays like this because they read them just as easily.
Exactly that, and now TP utilized from KC Cool. Turtle died to Chippies! And that's a bit unfortunate. It was an assist, actually, for Shady. I want to know how that happened. Get back looking at the mid tower as well. Just continue stacking up these plates for Maryville.
Phase.
No, Gale Force isn't enough. Oh, man, that's so tragic for Evan RL, man.
It's very close to going down. Thankfully,
Casey Cools
okay.
is dead. Yeah, you don't get a chance, Rebel. Don't talk anymore. There's no more talking. There's no more space for color time. All right, it's play-by-play time.
That's correct.
Odd Orange gets the killing spree.
It's now Maryville who's just like they've completely slowly they've closed off all these avenues of aggression from CGC, right? Where it's like CGC's okay, we can make a play on the opposite side of the map, and it doesn't always work out,
Like
and then they do it
points.
again, and then they do it again, and slowly it's now even transitioned to Maryville makes a play, CGC wants to make a play on the opposite side, Maryville counters that play, and then they try again, and they counter that play, and all of a sudden CGC now does not even have a play. Let alone they are not actually getting anything because Maryville's just pulling everything off the map at once. And now that this gold has spiked, I mean, Evan is not going to be stoppable. There's no way to stop, I guess, Chippy's even in the side lane. He's found a couple of kills himself now. There's no one on the map that can attack.
That's all but 2 plates for Maryville University across the map. They're TPing to try to save Evan RL. He's got the grand challenge used on him. And here goes Pagoda! He can't get it! No! Power Unleash utilized by Get Back here. Does he have the damage fall? They're going to walk away because Pagoda is very scary on this Fiora. But they get Evan RL out. They get the Dragon. And now the Ocean Soul comes out on the Rift. Ooh, Get Back still might die. Okay, Blast Cone over the wall. And nicely moved out of the way there.
He had very little time to see that. There were a couple of instances of very incredible play, both from Evan RL, who was able to use that flash with the Moonlight Vigil, grab him to stop the Fiora, and then that little sidestep. It shows just like the level of ability from side of Maryville. They're pulling
and they're coming straight here.
They are.
They are all pinging.
They're not giving up. Why would you give up a Rift Herald? There's no way they can stop you here. They're just going to inflict their willpower upon others. It is only 2 members. They don't know how many are actually on this until they see Varus right now, so maximum it's going to be 4. I don't know if they can actually stop this.
He's got this. Oh. It's going to be taken by Vitalize. He's going to use the Stormbringer to get away.
The funniest part of that situation was like the smite got used early, but it wasn't even the smite getting used early. It was the smite getting used early, and then the second of time where you have to see the number 70 above the health bar where you're like, darn, I missed it. And then
look at this, though. Afterwards. Immediately realizing that Vitalize had gone to the red buff, they are crashing at least onto UIC. Flash does come away from Ratchet, and they have lost this red side of their map.
But they have. They've got bottom side completely taken all the way up, so they're not really that concerned with Turtle pulling gold. And since he's down there, they've got 5 members to inflict their willpower on top lane. Chippies just gets to push the wave and bully out Pagoda. And that means 4 members with the push of Evan RL in top lane are just going to be able to pull down the tower. In fact, Lux is very dead.
Casey Cools is just going to die under tower. The might of Maryville is up here, and Evan RL gets his own killing spree now. Almost dies to the tower. A couple extra shots there, but they'll take that tier 2.
It's something I've taken notice of, actually. Is Maryville, they're going to get a bunch more interaction here over the next couple of seconds.
All right, let's see. We got the solo bolo here. Pagoda's wanting to go for it. Grand challenge. So Chippy's just stood in the wall to deny the grand challenge. That's amazing.
Yeah. So as mechanical outplays go, I'm going to put that lower on my list than what we saw earlier, but I'll give him props nonetheless for it. But I want to just know, over the last couple of days, we've seen this new iteration of Maryville's roster where we have Odd Orange in, and then we actually have Evan RL in without Spyrax. And the differences have been, obviously, that Odd Orange, I think, takes a lot more of a front foot than what we saw Kind. Not to say Kind doesn't find aggression, but more so that it seems like there's less resource necessary. That Odd Orange almost is like a team-centric ganker, whereas Kind is ganking usually because he's trying to inflict his own willpower upon the map. And he's trying to get himself ahead, something along those lines. The other thing is... Oh, okay.
Oh, no.
CC'd to death. Unfortunate. But the other part of this is bot lane, which we don't usually get to see. When Azog was in over the summer, we didn't see a bunch of very bot lane focused play. But here today, I mean, you can see that Evan RL is having a massive impact on the map.
Wait, if it's not got hit by that?
Yeah.
That's kind of funny. Yeah, I agree. And I think that it's, rightly deserved. We have seen Evan RL in these positions and be able to carry games, especially when you get on an Aphelios on a team fight carry like this.
Pretend that the flash didn't happen.
Yeah, no, we're not going to talk about it. Why did you have to point it out?
I'm sorry, I didn't point. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Evan RL was ready to fight. Now he's no longer ready to fight. He has been able to side lane just completely freely for the last couple of minutes. It's kind of insane that he's literally just standing in side lane.
Turret plates. He got 9 turret plates in a tier 2 tower.
He's going insane. He also went Bloodthirster second item, which is not always the most common item for an Aphelios to build second. But it speaks to a confidence level that Evan RL has got. He was gone over the summer. He stepped back in. Again, Azog's been playing for the team for a little while, but it seems like, again, the comfort between he and Shady looks very, very
Yeah.
akin to what it was back when he was inside the championship, which I always did appreciate about him and Evan.
Oh, Chippies, he denies it again! Oh my god, Pagoda just can't catch a break here. Collateral damage was utilized, but it didn't get him over the wall, so he had to flash.
And again, as far as mechanics go, that's bottom on the list, especially after the failed ultimate. But Chippies has also just been a brick wall completely, because like Pagoda yesterday, even when not in an advantageous situation, was still destroying towers, just ripping through the map. But Chippies is just not letting it happen at all. He's up 60
because he's
CS.
fighting him constantly. Every time he sees him, he's putting in a shot, 2 shots. He's just walking away. It's just constant pressure on Pagoda.
And that's how I think the entire map has been for the side of CGC. It's just like there's constant pressure everywhere on the map, and you don't feel comfortable to do anything. And at this point, they're so slow to be able to accomplish anything. Like, Rift Herald top is probably going to be the first amount of gold that's actually gone in their favor outside of just farming minions. Ratchet!
Oh, Ratchet! Gets pillared, stops the Hex Flash. He's just stuck here. No help coming out. Now Death Sentence lands on a Vitality. You might as well say it's a death sentence for UIC as they're just trying to pull something out of this fight. Double TPs from Maryville will counter Pagoda as he just has to run away.
Yeah, TP was a little sus from Pagoda right there, but that's okay because we're not too worried. He was able to get out. He's hopefully able to cut the wave as well right now, especially with Varus and Lux. They should be able to hold this position right here, at least not lose too much, unless they
get back's going to flash power unleashed, and he goes on a killing spree. Casey Cools gets a bite taken out, and Evan RL gets the kill. Now Pagoda, the only member besides Ratchet left on the board.
Yeah, that was really nice step up from Maryville, because without that step up and being able to kill the Lux and the Varus in their own base right there, they do not actually get anything.
He's just going for it. Oh, the repose! Oh my gosh, Shady! Alright, Shady dies for it, but USC might get baited. Ratchet's just going to get another death screen. That is very unfortunate. Spending a lot of time on that gray screen, but Evan RL will gladly pick up the kills.
They have transitioned from basically at the beginning of the game trying to find responses and on occasion finding okay plays to now all of a sudden there's just nothing for them to do. And now even when they try to find a response play, it's just the wrong decision altogether. They are turtling for the sake of turtling. The game is almost certainly just decided at this point. The only thing that you have is that you can laugh at Shady because he's died twice and no one else on his team has died. Maybe you can kind of hold that in your back pocket, especially for...
Grandpa Shady over here. His hand's getting too old. Can't handle it. No, he's just fine. He is just fine.
He's doing great.
He's setting up the team for success. See, that's what you realize with the experience that comes along with Shady, is that you lift your teammates up.
You do. I mean, look at it. He's got the most kill participation on his team. You have 11 out of 16 for Odorange, who is doing amazing, don't get me wrong. But then a 13 out of 16 here for the likes of Shady. It just shows that he is everywhere as much as possible. Were it not for just a couple of plays where, like, you had individual instances of greatness that are causing these kind of solo moments where you're getting kills for your team, it is possible he would be at 100% just because he is trying to infringe. He is the playmaker for this team most often. He and Odorange combining in a game like this to be able to attack all 3 lanes, it just feels fantastic. Maryville feels like an unstoppable juggernaut.
They do indeed. Odorange still looking for it. Always the aggressive hand with this one as Ratchet gets hit by another pillar. Honestly, that's got to bring nightmares for Ratchet. He's died like 3 times in a row because of a pillar placement. Pagoda gets the solo dragon, second dragon of the game for UIC, as we are 22 minutes into the game.
Props to Pagoda. It's really difficult to stand against Chippy in the way that he has. I mean, we've seen junglers at levels of like semi-professional, we've seen academy like top laners, we've seen like a bunch of different top laners that have not had performances even this astute against him. So Pagoda to come out in like a game like this where you're facing down a monster in Chippies and the entire team of Maryville, and to have like an okay performance. He's down 50 CS, but his map is falling apart. Like this Fiora is a confidence pick, and it didn't work out how they wanted it to, but it hasn't played particularly poorly. I'll give him props for that one at least.
If he can pull them back, it's looking mighty difficult here. It's more looking like going into game number 2 and seeing what they can get from this first game. As Pagoda, you caster cursed him. Yep. He's gonna die to Shady, and you caster cursed Shady too. We know we called him out. Now he's getting kills. Predator was gonna be popped by Vitalize, not utilized though.
Man,
Flash gives out from Shady. Oh goodness, it is a calamity here. We do have the minions coming into the tower, looking for their second inhib of the game for Maryville University, and they will do just that.
We're just waiting for an end here. Casey cools.
Oh, he gets hit by the end of the scat of the week. He's just dead to chippies. And so is Ratchet. That's Evan RL and Godlike. They are just moving in here. Almost Turtle picking back up a couple kills on this lethality. Varus not too shabby, but won't be able to. Oh no, has his arrow canceled by the pillar. They're backing. They're attacking the Nexus. This is the final touches for game number 1. And Maryville University will be one step away from going to the grand finals.
For CGC, I mean, kind of the pinnacle of their whole composition was don't fall behind super early in the game. That went okay until it didn't. And the other part was don't let them get on top of your team. And how many times did we see it was a pillar, but it wasn't even just a pillar. Sometimes it was like a Gale Force flash like you saw at the end of the game from Evan RL, or it was a flash and an E coming out from the likes of the Syndra. They found ways to just force onto these backline, and there was no response to it. Once that happened, the fight was basically over. They were either flashing and getting way out of distance to be able to put in damage, and their frontliners were jumping in without any support, or they were just all dying in the process anyway. It's a difficult kind of thing to have to deal with. And that was something that they, like I said, yesterday was one of their strengths. I hope they can go back to it in game number 2, because understanding that that was something they needed to prevent in some way could have been fixed in draft or in play or something like that. But that was clearly on display as being a weakness in this game.
It was, but I do think there are some strengths that you can pull out, some light moments, right? That especially Pagoda in the top side, find another matchup like that he can, try and stay consistent. But specifically for me, it's the jungle matchup. You've got to find something to put a stop to Odd Orange. He will literally just rampage over you in game number 2. So I'm very excited to see what that answer is for CGC. We'll be right back after a short little break, so don't touch that browser. Welcome back, everyone, to the Midwest Esports Conference Fall 2021 preseason. The Demacia division is continuing here as we're in our first best of 3 of the evening. I'm Mazel, joined by the one, the only, the craziest of foxes. I got Rebel Fox.
Happy to hear that. I changed. I see. I was the most rebellious fox.
I was just going with
the craziest fox. No, I changed my. I changed my tag the craziest fox.
There you go.
That's a good idea.
it's perfectly on brand. But anyways, we got a second game to get into. It is Maryville University taking on the University of Illinois at Chicago, with Maryville University coming out and doing what Maryville University do in game number 1 and taking full control of the game and not letting go for a single moment.
It was from the very beginning of the game. It actually seemed like CGC had a minute amount of control, which is more than a lot of teams could say against Maryville. But again, once things started to break apart, that's the moment where like you can't slow down. It is the epitome of the avalanche, where it's like if you a little bit begin to fall, it will just trounce. It's gonna destroy everything. So you need to prevent that from happening. Ideally, I think this time for CGC, what they need honestly is just an attack plan to begin the game. If it fails, you'll lose, because if you stay and you stall and you wait for things to happen, it's going to lose anyway. So try to find an attack plan. That way you can at least generate some early game lead, because otherwise you can't just say like, oh, we tried. Like, no, you didn't. Like, you got to try. And that's what this one's
for
about.
me, a key has to be, yes, Pagoda looked good against Chippies on the Fiora versus Graves, but he wasn't able to do anything.
Yeah.
And so you need a matchup that Pagoda can do something for the team. This is a key piece to the win condition for CGC, and being stuck in a top lane with Chippies the whole game is not going to be where you need to be for that.
It's a trade-off of, okay, if you trust Pagoda to be able to take a one-on-one against Chippies and not lose dramatically, which happened in this game, that's great. Then you got to attack the rest of the map, and that was kind of their game plan in game 1, and it didn't work because the rest of your map couldn't win. So now it's, do you have the ability to say, okay, we can neutralize mid and bot, now we need to attack top lane to get Pagoda going? That is the question mark for this game. Do they go back to letting Pagoda sit there, or do they attack Pagoda and say, we're going to have a weapon to use in this game?
Yep. And especially for me, I highlighted it when we were, getting ready for the break of game number 1, but Vitalize on the Volibear looked decent. There were some good looks at the beginning, especially those early ganks and the attempt on the get back early on at that level 6 mark. But unfortunately, it didn't work out. So I would like to see something that has a little bit more stability in the jungle. It could provide more of a stable platform for the rest of CGC to thrive off of.
I agree with that. Either something that ganks. I think you need something ganking, and you need something that ganks, I think, a lot faster than what the Volibear was able to provide, because it took a minute for the Volibear to really get its bearings and start actually having an impact on the map. Part of that was that early jungle clearing was actually a little bit rough, just because they had no tracking on where Odd Orange was whatsoever. And I think that made Vitalize's job on the first clear and even into the second clear much harder to try to find something to aggress with, especially after he got caught out in that top tribe rush against Chippies. So this game, I think, pushing for better information from level 1 and onward is going to be much more helpful for Vitalize. Put your resources into Pagoda Vitalize. That is where your map is going to be able to win.
Exactly. We do see CGC on the blue side changing up from game number 1, Maryville on the red side this time around. It will still be the TF band targeted at Get Back.
As necessary. Again, this is the champion that I think he's played more often for Maryville than any other champion. He gets out and he gets aggressive on the map as much as possible. It's kind of the staple champion for him at this specific junction, is just making sure that Twisted Fate attacks the remainder of the map. So not shocking that they're taking that one away. It didn't help them very much last game, but at least it did keep him kind of solidified in mid. You didn't see the Syndra get out about too much in the previous game, which was nice.
That is one of the good things. I do still like Maryville putting on the focus in these comfort champions for UIC or CGC itself. Shen banned away like it was in game number 1.
That was. And now
there's the Graves. You got to, man. I mean, it was just so, like, there was just, you could never get it down, but you could, like, it was never successful. It was never like, oh my God, the Graves is killing everybody. But it never was like, okay, this is the weak point where we can fight. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, if Pagoda can't play it in the top lane, then you just have to ban that because Chippies or Odd Orange would be happy to have their hands on that champion. Even Get Back, I'm sure, would just be happy to have that champion in his hands because of how strong that it is in a ridiculous fashion. But hopefully that also implies, like, if Pagoda wanted the champion or can play the champion, but they decided to ban it, hopefully that implies that they're going for something more aggressive on top side to try to take advantage of the matchup rather than just stalling. Because if you just take Graves as Pagoda and he can play it, he probably doesn't have to worry. That's what happened with Chippies. It's the exact same thing in the reverse fashion of, okay, you can't aggress. Yeah. Except that Chippies has a Jax in his back pocket, which will dumpster the Graves, which is what happened yesterday, unfortunately.
It is indeed. Rengar getting banned away like in game number 1 by Maryville. Still targeting those those comfort champions. Trundle banned away by against Odd Orange by USC, so I can get behind that a little bit. And Yasuo joined the ban table yet again for Maryville, so not changing things up, but this time it does change up because UIC did not ban the Lee Sin, and they pick it up as their first pick.
Yeah, making sure that's not going to go to the hands of Odd Orange is a big one, and also having a lot more aggression in the early game. I mean, this is something that's hard to just deny outright from ganking to start things off. With Volibear, you just kind of have to run at people, and yes, you have the Q to be able to stun them up, you got Predator to be able to go, at level 6 you have the ultimate to be able to dive tower, yes, but Lee Sin is a champion that from level 2, level 3, you can have aggression across the map. Of course, Odd Orange, very well versed in the matchup here, is willing to take the Zins out. This is funny because he actually played exactly the opposite matchup yesterday with the Lee Sin into Zins out, and he ran that matchup. So we'll get a chance to see him on the reverse now.
Yeah, for sure. This lock-in would also be huge for Get Back, being able to get into the side lanes, get some of that mobility going for themselves. The LeBlanc is locked in for Maryville.
Nothing shocking. That's actually been pretty high on the priority list for every mid laner that I've seen so far. Is like, if it's not banned out in the first phase, most of the time it's getting taken by red side in this first rotation. You can see that every mid laner is like, okay, this champion is just too good not to have on your team. Even if it hasn't worked out, they're just not willing to give that one up. And this has also been the response whenever it's gotten through. Yesterday happened that I believe it was actually this exact matchup where Casey Cools was playing against the LeBlanc and took the Lissandra into that matchup just yesterday.
Is that typical counter, I guess, or maybe a little bit not typical counter, will be locked in, as the Thresh also taken away by UIC against Shady, who had an incredible performance in game number 1. I do like that. I wonder what they're going to pair it up with. I mean, most of the time, obviously, Ratchet very, very highly played Thresh games, at least a lot of games, rather, and they do need to find a duo synergy that's going to work out for them in the bot lane.
Man, I'm going to take this back to olden days because we're going to see the ADC pick, and I know you love the Jhin. There is like a counter pick to the Thresh that works at least inside of solo queue that I know about, and Shady played it, if you remember his days back on Phoenix 1, where he played Brand. I would love to see it because I still have never seen him play it before, and I really want to see it on a stage, and this would be a moment
I saw
where,
this man play Xerath.
I saw him play Xerath too, and he won't play Brand for me. I don't understand what the point is. But between that and Jhin, you can have a very mean laning phase. And especially when you got like Lissandra, who uses her body to be a lot more of the engage with the W and the ultimate coming about to keep yourself alive. Then you've got Lee Sin coming in as well. You've got ways to use that ultimate very mean fashion. And it's a massive punishment to the Thresh if you're able to kind of take advantage of it in the laning phase. I know we're never going to get it. I just wanted to spit out all about that to buy time so we can look at these picks because the ADCs are getting absolutely ripped away from Turtle right now.
Yeah, they are. The Aphelios, that Thresh combo taken away. The Varus also from game number 1. Leona banned away from Maryville University, so taking away some of that initiation potential for Shady. We'll see if they're
hovering through Arcane Champions. Did you see that?
I know, right? It looks like it at least. I would expect more Shady bans coming out, and there's the Nautilus.
Yeah, just having a bit of fun after the premiere yesterday. But yeah, it makes sense not to have the hook champions whatsoever.
I hear you just got yelled at by production for spoilers, just saying. Oh, thank you. I'm going to say you yelled at him anyway. So, Rebel, you're in trouble now.
That's fine.
And now we do need to see what Maryville University's lock-in is going to be here. It is the Morgana. So, no Brand, but you do get a little bit of AP.
This is like, if you recall back when Jhin first came out, this was the combo that everyone was complaining about. Because it's like, okay, if you land CC, they're not getting back. There's too much damage here. You drop a W underneath the target, and if you hit W or Q, it's coming through. This I actually like. Turtle has played only Varus the entire tournament, and all of a sudden, out of what seems like nowhere, Samira gets popped as a way to deny these projectiles from just like locking down somebody. Now you've got, Thresh Lantern, and you've got the W from the Samira to be able to deny some of these projectiles coming through and locking down a target from range the way that Jhin and Morgana are intended to do.
It's It's also very, very heavy comfort for Turtle, his most played champion of 2021 at least. So very excited to see this bot lane for UIC try to come to life and bring them into a 3-game series, as the Gnar was also locked in as the final pick for them. On the other side, Gauntlet thrown down non-respectfully by Maryville University as they're going to take in the Aurelia for Chippies, and that is absolutely terrifying.
That was an immediate lock-in, too. I love that coming out from Chippy. He sees the Gnar for even a second. That's blood in the water that's pouring out, and the shark that is Chippies is just like, Aurelia, counterpick right now.
I'm really worried.
I'm also very worried because, like, last game, the theory was like, okay, you have Fiora, and that lane isn't particularly bad into Graves, but it's not going to win against the Graves. You now have a losing lane for Pagoda into Chippies that he's going to have to try to sandbag. In fact, across the board, it feels like, Casey Cools is in a matchup that isn't necessarily outright winning against LeBlanc. We've seen LeBlancs win this a number of times as of late after, like, Aftershock had changed from such a long time ago. Bot lane almost feels like the only place that there is a legitimate chance of you going crazy. That ultimate is hard to stop from the likes of the Jhin and the Morgana, neither one of them particularly mobile to get out of it. There's a chance to snowball bot lane, and this would be the first time we see CGC go in and attack for Turtle. And I think that is honestly their best option here. They're throwing a big curveball at Maryville here.
Yeah, they got a little bit of resources down there. It was just an appetizer, just a taste. Game 2 is all Turtle, baby. It's the Turtle show. I will say one of the key points that I really like here for UIC is definitely Vitalize on the Lee Sin. Yes, it was banned away in game 1. That wasn't even a possibility, but this is more of what I wanted for Vitalize. Something that's mobile, something that can be stable in its own right, can find its own strengths, but as well as be there for the rest of the team. And the fact that they grabbed the Gnar indicates to me that they are definitely looking towards those team fights. They're definitely looking towards those objectives a little bit more so than they did last game.
And what a team fight setup they've got also, because it's difficult. You're throwing a lot of champions that like use their bodies for engage with, like Lissandra, and Gnar does that. Lee Sin kind of does that as well. Even Samira does that when she goes in for damage. But if it gets going, it is really tough to stop. One solid Gnar ultimate can mean the complete different. That combos with Lissandra W, Lissandra ultimate, the entirety of the ultimate coming through from Samir. There is so much AoE damage that can come through with one solid Gnar ultimate that Maryville is going to have to try to play at least a tiptoe around that a little bit, especially with the Jhin. You've got one Black Shield from your Morgana. That means somebody gets defended. LeBlanc is mobile enough to not have to worry about it, but the rest of these champions are going to have to watch out for the big engagements that can come through from CG. Hopefully getting into the later stages with some semblance of being able to put this wombo combo together.
I'm looking at Maryville and I'm saying early game is where they're going to be looking for fighting. They are looking for skirmishing. They're looking for blood. They're looking for snowballs, especially. And as we crest into those team fights, that's going to tell a lot of how Maryville can approach the team composition of UIC. But that's another question, right? It's about how these early lanes go and how much influence we see of the junglers. Early on, there was an attempt by Vitalize to get a pretty decent early gank towards topside last game. It didn't come to fruition. Then it turned into just a bit of farming until we got that first skirmishing in that mid lane matchup. But it was pretty calm and quiet.
It really was. Yeah, the very early stages of the game was really kind of relaxed on both sides until things started to interact a little bit more when you got multiple champions in multiple places. I think a fair amount that came from Shady's interaction on the map. So something we're paying attention to again is how much Morgana gets out and about, how much Ratchet gets out and about, whether that's the case. I don't expect for UIC to go back to that. I really just want to see Vitalize go to bot lane. I also want to see Casey Cools get broken out of mid and also just laid on the bottom side pressure. There's almost no saving Pagoda in this game. If Odd-Orange decides it, the Chippies will be up 2-3 kills to begin. We are not having any of that on the side of Maryville. They will attack elsewhere. They will make sure this Aurelia is going crazy.
Vitalize finding out Shady early on here.
Intriguing.
Just gets so much damage done to him.
I don't even get the ward either.
Have to back.
Yeah. I mean, the problem is Vitalize right there. He normally wouldn't have to back if he started W, but because he started Q, he is forced to back. That's the worst part about that situation is like Vitalize. I suppose you don't necessarily have to. You have the sustain after you get your first camp done, but here Vitalize is just going to get pulled off the map. And that actually prompts Chippies to walk in with Odd-Orange to go for a ward. And now
he's already starting the aggression early on, man. That's, it's just mental advantages being dealt by Maryville University. They also went for that warding, so they will know that Vitalize is starting towards the top side.
Mm-hmm. And it's very nice information to be gathered from off the back of literally just Lee Sin starting Q at level 1. You forced back 2 members on the side of UIC because you also traded out your ward on Ratchet for the red buff. And because of that, they have no way to prevent 2 of your strongest earlier members in the likes of the Xin Zhao and the Aurelia from just walking into the jungle, especially as the Gnar, which is really squishy. The hook from Ratchet.
That's a Predator. Hold on.
Wow, okay.
Evan RL is rocking the Predator Jhin right now. What?
Interesting.
What is this Dark Tech? I'm excited. I'm grabbing my popcorn. I'm ready to watch. Meanwhile, you said Chippy's chose violence. Well, he did.
Yeah, he chooses violence as often as he can. As you can see, Pagoda has already been feeling the effects of that one inside the laning phase. I have 2 thoughts on, like, the Jhin Predator, right? Either A, it's due to the fact that, like, he has a bunch of immediate upfront damage. If he stores a 4th shot, then Predators, you're not getting away from him. He is going to kill you with that 4th shot if you are low. The other option, potentially, is he meant to click Dark Harvest, and it accidentally did not click Dark Harvest. I don't think that's the case. I would have to assume that this was intentional to some extent, but it is possible that this was meant to be Dark Harvest.
It's close enough to Halo Blades that makes me happy, all right? Just one day we'll get back to that. Jhin will be able to rock that keystone. It'll be fine. It'll be good. It'll be wonderful. And, 4 times the charm. We'll see if Evan RL can utilize that Predator, but meanwhile, we got to keep our eyes on top side because Maryville are making the play, and they didn't even need to. Oh, there goes the Mega Gnar, and first blood actually goes to Get Back. Chippy's not gonna die, and there's a double kill for Get Back in the mid lane. It was actually looking a little rough in the mid lane. It was looking like Get Back was getting a bit hurt. Oh! That's what it is. It was there the whole time. Rebel, it was there. Evan RL dies for it. Shady's gonna get the kill back. You were right. The big brain, Rebel. It was all along. It was to store the 4th shot, use the Predator, and flash to get the kill.
It's compounded even worse because you go boots start on Jhin for mind control tech, and so the last thing you would expect is Turtle is like, oh, he's gonna press Predator, get like 50 extra damage on a 4th shot, and just crit me from half health and kill me. But that is exactly what Evan did, which is
Evan
hilarious.
RL, I appreciate you, and I want to let you know I'm gonna be running Predator from now on in every single one of my Jhin games. KC Cools dies in mid lane to the trio of Maryville University.
And this is, I think, disastrous from the side of UIC. They're losing the map already. The one benefit...
Oh, no, Evan RL. Okay, this is the one thing you can't do as a Jhin, and that's face anybody but an ADC.
True. Okay. I was waiting for a hook to come through from Ratchet, see if they can find some aggression. So what I was going to say a second ago is that the one benefit of this early game is that Chippies did not kill Gnar.
Well,
no longer am I allowed to say that because he just killed Gnar. So I guess your one benefit is Vitalize is going well, but this is going to have to do some heavy lifting here.
What is Shady? Dude, there's some like, dark brain tech going on at Maryville right now. There's some seriously interesting stuff. Predator got popped by Evan RL as they want to go for this fight. Onto Turtle, who now realizes that Shady is behind him, but they've already found Evan RL. And again, what is happening here? Flash comes out for Vitalize. It is absolute chaos. Maryville get duped.
Poor Evan. They're thinking that they're going to big brain on bottom side by popping Predator and just like running Turtle back, but they had to support in the push right next to the tower. And they didn't realize that until it was far too late. They can't get back fast enough. Level 6, I'm certain that maybe that's where like Shady could actually pop off and go crazy. But like right there, that instance, that's just like pure aggression. I like that they are finding it on bottom side at least.
At least, right?
At least.
But, you know, things... That's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. And Maryville just having some good times so far on the Rift. I do really like that Vitalize is consistently staying aggressive. Get Back finds the kill and a killing spree onto KC Cools. Thought maybe they could find a response, but they won't be able to. Vitalize gets rooted up immediately, and Odd Orange goes right back in for the fight. See if Turtle can get the kill. Ratchet's the one that gets the kill here, but Get Back is right back here and gets another helping of a kill for Shady. Oh, nice flash out of the Deadly Flourish. Is Ratchet going to be able to make it out? Dark Binding does go wide.
You're just too fast. Every time he comes sprinting in, it is hilarious. But oh no!
That was so close.
That was the hardest S key I've ever
dead.
seen click
Pagoda's
in my life.
dead. Chippies dies too, though. He's just going to commit. He wants the tower plate gold. Oh, man.
This game is ridiculous. There's so much happening. Pretty much every... Oh, Shady, you can't do it to him. Leave him be. Poor guy just wants to go back to the lane. The biggest parts about Maryville at this moment are just that, like, mid lane matchup is supposed to be good for Lissandra, but you saw on display why it is that it's not always the case. When you land chains from a distance and you can't get your Aftershock proc off, Lissandra takes so much damage. And even worse is, like, if you have bone plating and you get that Aftershock proc off, the chain is enough damage over time that will fall away, and then you can full burst after. This is what's given LeBlanc quite a bit more counterplay in the matchup against this Lissandra counter pick, and you can see it's working out great.
It is, and Casey Cools is just not having a good time so far. Also, Auto Orange stole away that Scuttle Crab from Vitalize, so unfortunate. No Dragon focus whatsoever, but at this point, Maryville don't really need to, and that hasn't been the focus last game either. It's been about the lanes. It's been about pushing in as hard as you can against UIC.
Maryville does not take objectives. In their first game yesterday, I know you might not have been around for it very easily. It was... I think it was 21-minute game, something like that. 0 dragons taken, not even one off the board from either team. It was the longest time I'd ever seen somebody just not take a dragon. Maryville had full control of the map, just didn't even bother because they didn't mean to. So, pretty awesome stuff.
Ooh, nice move. Chippy's gonna try to to pull this back. I don't know if he can. This is a little bit iffy here, but Chippy's in this 1v2. He's looking pretty confident, getting the combos utilized on him. Gets stunned down, and Chippy's dies. Get back here in time. Does land the chain. Decides to continue it up. Get back. Wants to get the damage onto Vitalize, but maybe they're saving it for Odd Orange. It's going to be Get Back who goes unstoppable. They still want it. Wow, goodness. Casey Cools is here. Crescent Guard utilized. Odd Orange is going to die. Wind becomes lightning. Does he make it out? He does not. Get Back still here. Flashes, misses. He will die. No, the chain connects. The healing, the flash, the tower shot. Oh my god, and now Chippies is back!
Oh my
the carousel keeps turning, and chaos ensues. Maryville University are just not stopping.
The topside fight goes completely insane up there. You gotta love the interactions, and Get Back getting out of that situation was just insane. And the entire time that this is happening on topside, where you're playing into this winning matchup, bot lane also found a kill where Evan RL was able to get a kill up against Turtle. Like, the entire map has fallen to pieces. UIC, I love that they went for a bottom side strategy. I love that they're like, okay, we have to attack into the Severe. We gotta try to get Turtle ahead, and we can play this team fighting strategy out. And Vitalize has found a little bit, much more than they found in the previous game, but it is just not enough against this juggernaut of a team.
Fourth shot not going to connect for Evan RL.
Look at him. Look Ratchet. He's so fast.
Yeah, he's so fast.
My only upsetting bit of this is that he didn't go Mobies. He went Swifties, and I kind of wanted him to go Mobies so he had like 120 movement speed instead of the 80. And could you imagine just how fast he would be? He'd be like mid lane in like a second. He pops Predator from bot and he's in mid lane by the time it expires.
That's maybe next game if UIC are able to turn it around here.
That's not a very good looking prospect at this point in the game, unfortunately.
Vitalize going down towards bot lane though as Ratchet looks for the engage, can't find it because the black shield was there from Shady.
And this is, again, a part of the game where, like, it's now 10 minutes, and Maryville has already been able to shift from aggression coming out from the side of UIC to them not being able to find anything whatsoever.
Chippy's still going in on top side. Oh my god, Pagoda has no hope. Chippies gets the kill. He, as you said, kind of laid it out at the beginning of the draft. Definitely chose violence, is working it out here, working through his problems, at least. That top lane is going to be way worse for wear for Pagoda.
Steel caps are done at least. You got that. I guess Bramble Vest could be completed at just 1,100 gold, so there's that on the way as well. But control this map. There's no dragon control at all for UIC because you can see this bottom lane has not gotten anywhere near where they need to be. That is so a horrifying
he's just popping Predator like at any moment.
You just flash.
There you go. Oh, Turtle with the moves. Gets the blade wheel right out, and Ratchet survives.
All right.
Oh, I thought he was about to die right there. First tower goes down to Chippies on the top side.
We're getting very close, but again, Vitalize just found nothing. Oh, he is running.
Oh, no. He is caught in the transition and will die. Let's Get Back goes godlike now. He's trying to find the kill, separating them out. Here's the curtain call. Ratchet. 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 He's going to get out. Turtle takes the blows.
But again, as all of these things are happening, top lane tower goes down, Rift Herald goes down. Now it's popped on bottom side to be able to pull this tower. It is map falling to pieces here from the side of UIC. They are down almost 10,000 gold here at only the 11-minute mark into the game, all off the back of Maryville finding play after play after play. Biggest thing is Get Back actually absorbed a fair amount of resource in every lane that he went to. He found a couple of kills in that first dive, and he has just continued to expound upon that time and time again. And you can see, like, 15 kills, 5 on top, or like 3 on top. There's like 4 between the 2 bot laners, and there's 7 in the mid lane because Get Back is just always involved in plays where they're around the map as much as possible.
I'm disappointed. This mid lane still has 4 turret plates on it, all right? Last game we had, what was it? 13 turret plates taken across the board for Maryville. I expect more from them, all right? I expect more. No, I expect them to try to whittle down that tower. They still have 1 minute and 45 seconds or so till those go down. But for UIC, it's more so utilizing these combos together. We've seen what strengths they can show, at least towards the bot side, when they get the Lee Sin with the Thresh, with the Samira, all this kind of layered together. But will they ever make it to that point is the biggest question.
I highly doubt it, unfortunately. And it is unfortunate, because it would be nice to see UIC get at least one solid team composition together to be able to play for this, like, really big team fight. Because the AoE, when put together, actually looks really nice. We're waiting on the Gordrinker to come in from the likes of the Samira, because, I mean, why not put the Gordrinker into more AoE healing and everything else about the sword? But, I mean, everything else, you put that together with Gnar, you put that together with Lissandra, you put that together with everybody, and it looks really nice. But even at this point, with all 5 members being able to get their combo off correctly, the question is just, like, do they even have the gold necessary for that to do enough damage to matter against Maryville?
Tier 2 tower on the bot lane. Oh no, Orange finds Turtle. It's still a 3v2 in favor of Maryville. Curtain Call comes out now. You do have Vitalize right behind them as he's trying to get the damage down. Does find one. They get obliterated on the other side of the fight. Now Evan RL looking for it. Does have a lot of damage. There you go, Chippies, making sure that it all goes Maryville's way. And the whole squad is here except for Shady and Orange. And they will take down the mid tower. I said they needed more plates. Well, here you go.
Yep, they're going to be able to break their record. They've got 10 seconds. Can they
do
it?
They got it. Come on,
I think they should. Okay,
it
looks like they're going to. All right, there it is. Would you look at that? You cast a curse again. You said they didn't get enough plates. There it is. They're getting enough plates.
All day cast a curse.
It's all we've been able to do today. Eddie, we're waiting for people to just start asking us to say things so that we can get them to play.
Oh, no, Turtle. Turtle, you're dead. Oh, to the Jid. The deadly flourish is going to make sure that happens. Ooh, Shady is caught here, but Get Back goes right back in. He's CC'd up, though. No Frozen Tomb available, but Get Back gets the kill onto Ratchet. Now, Shady making it out alive, but Evan RL doesn't. Oh, he leaves his ADC, just like every support. Dark Binding does not connect here. Orange Wind becomes lightning. Vitalize is dead. Casey Cools tries to get it, dies as well. Oh, my gosh. It's a tragedy here for UIC as now Pagoda was baited in to try to come help his teammates and probably just going to die under tower to Chippies.
It is just, we're stormtroopering in and out. Nobody has left from the side of Maryville, but one by one, we see people march to their death on the side of UIC.
10-0 for Get Back, by the way.
Absolutely insane on the LeBlanc pick. Game 1 wasn't as loud. It, didn't have this insane, he had good plays on the Cinder, don't get me wrong, but wasn't popping off on the stat sheet at minimum. But this game is just going crazy. This LeBlanc feels so strong comparative to what it was in just the previous game. And now 15 minutes, 13,000 gold lead. It's just not going to be a very good outcome here from the side of UIC. I'm hoping they get one chance to show off their team fight, but even that is probably not going to win them the game. It's just going to be a nice little show of, oh, we know how to execute this. It's just that we kind of got bullied before we had a chance.
Chippies finds Casey Cools, uses the Vanguard's Edge early, but still finds the kill after the Frozen Tomb. Vitalizes here, but he might just, I was going to say, Chippies could just take this. He's got 3 levels on Vitalize.
And his cooldown, I mean, he didn't have ultimate, but he had a reset on the Q as well. So, there was not even a chance right there, I think, of Vitalize having too much in that play. It's a matter of, Vitalize is 5, 6, and 2. He's had an okay game. The farming for both junglers has been abysmal because they've just been ganking over and over and over and over and over again. But he has had an all-right game. It's just that nobody else is able to fight. He wasn't able to turn around the fate of his team.
They're going back in here. TP's utilized by UIC. Is this the fight that they can turn it around? They have not found a single one. They will find Auto Orange because of the overextension, but Get Back is who you have to really worry about. And Chippies slams the door on UIC on the backside.
All right.
Oh, misses the chains. Deadly Flourish is not going to connect either. So no CC landing for Maryville, but Chippies has backed them into a corner here. And it's a very scary Aurelia. Actually, looks like they're not going to take the aggressive stance and lets them out.
Every time I see the Predator proc, it's hilarious that Evan RL is just running as fast as possible. But there are so many threats on this team. I don't even know that, like, a proper team fight's probably not going to get you anywhere anyway. Oh, man.
Oh, wait, Get Back. He's in some trouble here. Oh! He just broke their ankles! Oh, my God. And now he's going to go back and get the kill. Okay, the flash comes out from Pagoda. I was about to say, Get Back. You're doing some dirty stuff here, man. And they're from Australia. But my goodness, this is rough. As that was a really good play from Maryville itself. A little bit overextension, but still keeping UIC busy this entire time, where they can't get back into the game. They can't get ahead. They can't get anything.
I feel like we just haven't had a stop. We've been in like one consistent fight for the last like 10 minutes of the game. It just hasn't been a back off. It's
Evan RL. Oh no, Vitalize, he didn't finish it. Oh, he didn't get the game. He got the shutdown though. He's gonna kill. Oh, Pagoda steals it away.
No way. I thought Vitalize died to Chippies right there, but it was the opposite. It was the Uno reverse card. Pulled 1,000 gold shutdown. Again, this doesn't make that big of a difference. They're down 14,000 gold, but man, you have to have some appreciation for the way that UIC is at least trying to fight in this one.
They're just flashing over the wall at this point. Get Back is back and Vitalize realizes what is done.
This is the same fight.
Literally the same fight.
And this is the same fight from the mid laner. This is
Get Back gets the kill there. Auto Orange dies, but Get Back, he tries to flash for it, can't find it. The shield bow's enough.
Can we get a break? Can somebody back? Are we able? Can we get a 5-person back?
Because Get Back has
TP,
here? So why would we ever do that?
True. I think finally we're getting a break. I think this fight finally breaks, unless Ratchet decides to throw GOG into the mix. We are finally getting our first 5-person back for the last, like, 10 minutes in the game, which is incredible. That they've been just trying as much as possible on the side of UIC and pulling off a couple of decent plays, but again, this kind of gold advantage is not easy to overcome, especially no dragon stacking just means at any point it's going to get turned.
The 20 stacks on the match eyes for Shady, by the way. No big deal. He's outdoing his mid laner right now. Just saying. I'm just saying. Like, get on Shady's level, Get Back, all right?
Hasn't even bought like a mythic item. He just went right for the Zonias and then immediately into the match eyes.
Which, like, I guess, like, confidence. I feel like you don't do that much damage, and he might get all those pages ripped out. No, oh my God, he's still alive. He did utilize the ulti there, but Auto Orange still in the thick of things, in some trouble. Crescent Guard has to come out now. Vanguard's Edge is there, and Chippies is here to wipe the floor with him. Get Back is back alive, and now there's only a couple members left. There's the last couple shots on Pagoda. It goes to Shady, who picks up a couple more pages in that BM book, and here comes the Rift Herald.
Very nice. This might actually be
dancing Rift Herald.
Rift Herald. Maybe. The death timers are kind of short still, so they're going to have at least one more chance, but that just kind of depends whether that's going to be the case. Yeah, they do so much. Yeah, the way they're posturing, it looks like they're not going to try to end right here. They're just going to try to they're going to try to get a charge maybe against the inner tower or something like that. They're pulling mid inhibitor. They'll probably pull top inhibitor off the back of this as well, but yeah, they're not going to be able to get too much more, it looks like, unless they win this fight.
I mean, they're just going to win the fight outright. Evan RL gets the kill on a Ratchet. And they can keep pushing here. Minions are starting to pour in. Going to be a little while till they can get there. Blade Whirl already utilized. And it looks like Auto Orange is backing, so the play from Maryville is to leave.
I mean, yeah, that's a very rare play in this game specifically, but here we are, where we're getting another retreat, another fullback for Maryville, as they really just have to double back and come back to fight in the base, because like the one Nexus tower is almost down. If they have even a single wave of minions, that's almost certainly enough to bring down the second tower, and one fight going in your way is going to be enough for Maryville to just close things out at this point at 21 minutes with a 15,000, actually 18,000, my apologies, gold lead. 35 kills at 21 minutes. How many minutes was the game where you said you had 80 kills yesterday with St. Thomas?
I want to say it was like 30 something.
Was that the one where they lane swapped the Heimerdinger top?
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah, it was. That was
Yes, it was.
obscene. I don't know that we get anything like that tomorrow.
I still think it was the Robbie Bob being the adult with a bunch of children show yesterday. It was great. It's literally him on his actual pick on the Zed, and then everybody else is doing whatever they want.
They first picked it too, right? That was pretty entertaining.
Yeah,
that was always good. But yeah, that was a fun one. This one a lot more. Like I said, I don't think this one has been ridiculous in the way that like there's no draft or there's anything like that. It's just been Maryville has been fighting and winning time and
Pagoda
time
dies. Yeah, I mean, Meganar ulti comes out, but there's the Deadly Flourish, and Get Back is going to be out of there. They can get Vitalize on the side of it. Baron's still getting lower and lower here. Auto Orange now tanking it up.
Chippies
Not in the pit here. Chippies and Evan RL are the ones that are doing it. Turtle gets hit by the trap. Just gets a quarter of his health. The Turtle's just dead.
No.
Oh, Dark Passage comes out. Vitalize still in some trouble there. Fourth shot not going to connect. Vanguard's Edge does, though, and Ratchet dies. Auto Orange gets the kill. Here comes the Get Back. Look on the side. They are waiting here for it, and now he doesn't even get to be there because double kill comes from Auto Orange. Ace comes out as Vitalize dies to the ADC, just how things should be. And Maryville University will move on to the grand finals.
I was curious if that denial of kills at the very end for Get Back was actually going to mean that the dark stacks for the Magi's were going to be higher on Shady, but unfortunately they're both at 25 to end the game, so it's nothing too crazy right there. That's a dominating performance for the fourth game in a row here for our number one seed and one of our top two projected schools. We talked about this from yesterday, where this felt like a two-horse race, where it was Maryville and St. Thomas being two of our best teams in the country, let alone just in the tournament. And the competition around them is just about, okay, how well can you match up against one of the best in the nation? The fact that CGC yesterday overcame a really tough game one against Drury to get to this point in first is enough to be commendable. And then today, it was a rough game. It was a rough set of games. They fought as hard as they could. There's not much you can do against a perennial top two.
To be honest, I'm just so proud to see CGC in things like this. You've heard me harp on it a little bit. Cubby got to listen to me harp on it yesterday a little bit. But the fact that, we get to see these kinds of teams making efforts against these top teams. Like, you're not going to get this practice anywhere else. And the fact that we're seeing them branch out from the likes of NACE and being involved in more collegiate tournaments, things along those lines, like, the goal is there. The path is there, and they're on the right track. So even if they take a hard loss here, it's the memories, it's the experience that you're going to get from facing these top collegiate teams, and to take that back to your own club, to take that back for your own improvement, your own growth. So huge shout outs for CGC for putting in the effort here and for putting up, a decent game number one against Maryville University. But it was an absolute fun one.
It was. I want to take at least a harp on a point that I had yesterday when I talked to the CGC squad, which was I talked to Ratchet, who had taken up more of a coaching, more of an analyst role, and he talked about how he's trying to get his team into a place where they had their own definitive play style, where they were making their own plays. Trying to make playoffs this year is always the goal, and trying to get into that area first. That's like the next step. And talking to him, like, you could tell there was passion there, but it just felt so defeating to hear him say, okay, I got to focus on school, but I didn't want to leave the team behind. To see him step back in because they wanted to be competitive, because they wanted to put out their best foot forward. I wonder if this sparked something in playing against Maryville, playing against these other teams, getting him back into the swing of, I want to play a competitive League of Legends, bringing him back out in a tournament like this. You got to find some pride in that he went from, okay, I want to focus on school, I'll help out in any way I can, to put me in, I can't stand by and watch as this happens, because he wanted to make sure his team was competitive. So big props to Ratchet being able to step into a roster like that and come back in fiery force, taking those steps in yesterday's games and today's.
Always love hearing those kinds of stories, but unfortunately, it does sound like we're not going to have an interview after this first series of the day, but it will be Maryville moving on to the grand finals and CGC bowing out of the tournament. We are going to be back after a short little break. We will have University of St. Thomas taking on the University of Arkansas. Welcome back, everyone. We are here with the Midwest Esports Conference Fall 2021 preseason, and we're in the Demacia division. I'm excited. We got a second series of the day to decide our finals matchup. Who's going to be facing Maryville University to claim it all this weekend? I'm Mazel, joined by Rebel Fox yet again. I'm excited, buddy. How about you?
I'm always excited. This is perhaps the greatest team that I get to cast because I'll say it. I've said it to you twice already. I haven't said it on broadcast, but this is a team of maniacs in St. Thomas. I've seen them go absolutely crazy with not just picks, but also just play style in general. And it's always entertaining to see because they've got specialty picks that they like to grab. They've got their own little meta that they've got going on, and their play style just always warrants a bunch of interaction with the other team, no matter what.
It absolutely does. So it will be University of St. Thomas going up against the University of Arkansas for our second matchup. Again, two-face Maryville University in the finals. University of St. Thomas had some incredible performances, although wacky yesterday across the board. Going into game two was a little bit wonky, but as I was saying, it was Robbie Bob who was, adulting yesterday and able to control all the kids running around like crazy, and they came away with two stomping victories.
Somehow it seems like when NovaBot is around, their substitute player is just around in the bottom side of the map, that things just get a little bit crazier for this team no matter the situation. So we'll see if they rein that back in. Of course, Arkansas is no stranger to teams that play like maniacs, as yesterday we had what was literally just a randomizer of runes and keystones and everything to come about from their opponent in Mizzou yesterday, who was the projected 3 seed in the tournament, coming out and doing things like that. They got beat out by Arkansas in that best of 3 that ended up going to the entire series. So maybe they get a little bit of an advantage if this maniac squad decides to go for something crazy because they're used to it by now.
Yeah, you play with fire, you're going to get burned, but Arkansas does prevail, and I'm very excited to see what they can bring to the matchup today against University of St. Thomas. Maybe throw a little bit of that craziness into their own right, but again, I think it's always going to be true when you're looking at teams like this and you're looking at a little bit of a David versus Goliath matchup is comfort for Arkansas. Where will they be able to grab that in the draft? And especially how will they be able to attempt that and find what really works for them going into a composition like that, into a team like that, rather.
Yeah, and since St. Thomas, I mean, at Harrisburg, they obviously took the championship away from everybody. So they became what is projected to be one of, if not the #1 team in Collegiate League of Legends. And even without their bot laner, who's currently preparing and getting ready for Scouting Grounds, that's going to be coming up in just a couple of days here, Arkansas, they have to try to understand where it is that this team can be attacked. And what we saw just a couple days ago in the quarterfinals of UPL for St. Thomas was if you shut down Kitsuo, the map begins to close down here for this team. Yeah. So that's something that you have to pay attention to. And especially after yesterday's games, XOD, the jungler, and Lambo, that mid-jungle combination has to be that forward-placing piece here for the likes of Arkansas. If they can get those two online and shut down Kitsuo's very wild amount of aggression in the early stages of the game, keep him on a more of a leash than he would want to be, all of a sudden St. Thomas feels fallible.
It does. And yesterday, I will just say Katsuo was feeling himself for sure. Playing very aggressive. Every time he saw anybody, he was literally just attacking them and running at them. And it came with a lot of deaths in that region. So I would like to see if they can capitalize on that today, or how Katsuo's feeling, if he's still feeling himself a little bit more. But I'm very excited for that matchup in specific, because that is where we will see the most, at least, gives to the side of Arkansas. But you also have to have the rest of your team backing you up, and it's going to rely a lot on these individual lanes to make sure that chaos is weathered, at least, Rebel.
I made mention to Jolly on day number 1 how upset I am that Vi got nerfed because Kitsuo, when he has a champion like Jarvan or like Lee Sin, and he just like face checks everything, anybody he runs into, he fights. Imagine how that pre-nerf Vi would have operated, where he literally
Yeah.
just sits in the enemy jungle, and if he sees you, you will die because he will Q on top of you. And without those nerfs, I would have loved to see it. But I mean, again, the Jarvan does that same thing. Everything comes about in the same way. And Kitsuo is kind of the lifeblood here for the menace type aggression that we're going to see from St. Thomas altogether. Yesterday, if I recall, also had a solid game 1, although I believe he swapped to support in game number 2. So
he was playing Blitzcrank game number 2. His rocket grabs were on point. I'm just saying. I mean,
yeah, it's a testament, I think. I feel as though, again, University of Arkansas, for them trying to set up what it is going to be in denying that pressure, playing extremely safe League of Legends and setting up your proper vision control is going to be necessary. Yesterday, they had okay kind of control around the bottom side of the map, and I'm curious if they try to exchange that today against a very good opponent into what is dragon control to leverage something, so that if the early game doesn't go completely awry for themselves, they have the ability to, okay, we can give up dragons, or we can try to fight around these dragons in a neutral objective. And that's something I'm keeping my eye on. And that's also kind of lends into, I look at Trees, Sir Tuttle, some of the best names we have for bot laners inside of this tournament, and whether or not they can stand up against this substitute bot laner.
But for me, the spotlight, the glass, the looking glass, whatever you want, is on this mid lane, because Robbie Bob had such incredible performances yesterday, and Lazy Lambo is gonna have to live up to that. You cannot let really any piece for University of St. Thomas get unlocked, but especially Robbie Bob.
He is a beast, and like you said, he feels like the adult of the group, where everybody else just kind of
at least yesterday. Maybe he'll go into descending ranks later on today, but we'll see.
Maybe they'll be able to drag him down into the likes of the craziness that did happen yesterday. But I like your points out here. Again, Lambo's one of my favorite players on this Arkansas roster, and I hope that the champion pools between these two get to really show today. You can already see UST is respecting the Vygar. I know the Predator tech has come about, and that makes it extremely mean to have Vygar, because he starts roaming around the map as fast as possible. And Robbie Bob played Zed yesterday on a first pick. It was B1 Zed. If that doesn't talk to you about just how deep this champion pool can be for this guy, these two should come up with some interesting responses inside of the mid lane. I'm really hoping we don't just get your standard like Syndra into Orianna or something along those lines. It's just not boring. A fun.
Why would we ever want that?
We don't want boring mid laners here.
No, never. Lee Sin rightly banned away yesterday. Against UST. Kitsuo is a menace on that pick, as well as it's just really strong in the meta right now as well. So good stuff from Arkansas on the red side there. On the blue side, though, it is the Anivia ban, so more focus towards that mid lane. And Rebel, you don't get your wish today.
That is a shame. The two that are remaining that I would like to see most in the mid lane are the Annie, which actually did get played yesterday by Lambo. He does not play it exclusively as a counter pick to something like what would be like Yone or anything like that, which is where most Annies we tend to see come out. He just plays the champion normally, which is awesome, because we don't get to see much Annie. And the other one is Seraphine, which is a champion that not a lot of people have kept in the pool, unless she is just disgustingly broken. Most people have just abandoned her mid and bot and support. But here, Lazy Lambo has kept that champion around. We'll see if that ends up popping up as well.
Arkansas do their research as well, getting Porsche's GP off the board. Same bans that were utilized all of yesterday against UST as well. Annie banned away. Hey, at least UST is doing research, all right?
That's true. I mean, they're banning out this unique champion pool of Lambo. And again, not to say XOD had a very good performance yesterday, but when I look at this team, Lambo's the one that usually excites me. So it's not shocking at all that they're taking away all these champions that are unique to him that they might not have experience against. And now Robbie Bob gets a chance to flex a little bit of what he likes to do inside of this mid lane as well.
The Camille banned away against Porsche as well, as the first pick waiting for UST. It's going to be an interesting one. Yesterday we got the Zed first pick in the second game. See what they want to do for this first game, if we're going to get any wonkiness, any craziness from UST, but also the tried and true picks that we know these players for, right? Like, we've seen them dominate across the board on specific picks, and Graves being one of those. As Kitsuo, that was the pick I was talking about game number 1. He was just literally every single moment he saw anybody, he was fighting. He was in the enemy jungle the entire game almost. So here
Funny enough, that was also the pick that he looked kind of disastrous on in UPL just a couple days ago, because he wasn't fighting all the time. So maybe he learned from that experience and he said, it doesn't matter if I'm playing a farming champion. I'll simply farm. the enemy jungler. That's all I will do.
So first pick setting up UST, but it is the Lilia. So some old tech, at least, in the Graves Lilia combo that we used to see earlier in the year, but this time coming out for Arkansas. Arkansas? All right, Arkansas. Yep, just sticking with it.
You know what's funny? I actually almost went to the University of Arkansas for undergraduate.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I almost went there. They were. It was like a 13, 14-hour drive away from my house, and I almost went there because I was a really big fan of their football team at the time. So I was excited to start into a business program there, but decided to stay in Ohio. So,
well, hey, maybe they'll be better off without Rebel there. They'll get the win here. They'll take over UST hopefully.
Are you insinuating that my presence 6 years ago would have changed the outcome of this League of Legends game here
exactly
today?
That. It is the Braum locked in for the University of Arkansas, though, as I do like that for them, at least setting up in the bot lane, getting some strength towards that fashion and some engage there. But this is scary. This is going to be the Karthus locked in for UST.
Okay, what is it about this pick that people have just fallen in love with at this tournament? Have you seen every game? It has been banned from like 90% of the games out of the jungle position. I don't know that... Okay, if Kitsuo plays this as aggressive as every other champion, this is about to be the most menacing performance I've ever seen on a Karthus jungle. But like so many people have this in like the back of their pool where it's like, okay, it exists, but they don't play it a bunch. And we get the Yuumi added on top of it, freshly nerfed, but man, it is insane. I can't even imagine a Karthus Yuumi combination is about to be ridiculous.
But that, as well as the Graves Yuumi, that is what's terrifying to me. Graves is already so scary at so many moments in the game. And yes, Yuumi getting nerfed sucks, but on a Graves it doesn't really matter because you have so many resistances that you can stack up in the fights, and especially in elongated fights, which that sustain is going to be nice for. The Jinx, though, for Arkansas, matched up with the Braum, is going to be a deadly duo.
It's a nice combination of bot lane because it gives you a good amount of defense for the Jinx on the bottom side of the map for Tree and Sir Tuttle down there, but it also allows you to put some aggression in with those concussive blows even without your jungler. If you miss position even a little bit and that kind of Winter's Bite catches you off guard, there is a good amount of ability to capitalize, especially since now it's going to be Yuumi with only one person on the bottom side of the map, whoever that might be. It's definitely easier to try to focus down those concussive blow stacks, although it is really difficult to put CC onto Yuumi since you don't have any instant access to that. You've got the traps from your Jinx, and then you've got concussive blows. That's not immediate. You almost have to ult for the Yuumi, but even that has a wind-up time, so it's so hard to keep that cat from just abusing you in this laning phase.
So the Ezreal band away makes me think that maybe UST want to go for the MF. That combo still could be pretty dirty with the MF Yuumi. It is the Akshan band away by UST, though.
It is making sure that there's no creativity coming out of what would be the solo lanes from University of Arkansas. I'm also curious about the prospect. This is like UST has played Slew. Slew has a bot laner that likes to play Karthus in the bot lane, and this is Nova, who he's played bot lane before, but it's not also the only position he's ever played before. Exactly. And I'm curious if there's any flexibility with the Karthus to just go bot lane, because I mean, again, Braum Jinx can punish it, but you know how hard it is to try to punish that Karthus with a Yuumi on top of it in the bottom lane. It could be a fun little counter pick, especially since, again, Kitsuo, he's a Jarvan player, he's a Lee Sin player, he's an aggressive jungler. Karthus doesn't always at all fit into that kind of mold, so it's a little curious to see that come through.
The Aurelia ban is nice from Arkansas, though. I can appreciate that, especially from the carry performance that can come through for Porsche, as well as Robbie Bob in the mid lane for the Aurelia. The Lucian ban is a nice one, timed out for UST. Against these individual lanes that are going to be picked up for Arkansas, and the counter pick availability there.
I'm waiting on beta.
Unless it's Lilia top, which
that again, there's too much creativity here, and there's no way of knowing exactly where these champions from UST are going to go. So it doesn't shock me if they want to go for something blind like this. It is really upsetting to me that so many champions got removed from Lambo that he has to go back to Victor as being like the default, because it's like there, but it's not quite as far out there as I would want it to be, as much as an Anivia or a Vygar or something like that. So, but it is a safe champion. It is a little more scaling, which is my one concern for Arkansas, given the ability of UST to just attack in the early phase of the game. Feels like Arkansas could be under some kind of restrictions in their early game damage if they aren't careful with how they actually play things out. Robbie Bob just goes right back to his pride
Robbie
and joy.
Bob, the Bobbernest of Roberts, is coming in with the Zed here in the mid lane. More than likely, I mean, hey, it could still be Flex, but this is Robbie Bob's champion. We'll see if he can do that against Lambo on the Victor. The final pick here for UST is going to be essential in telling us where they're going to be putting these pieces, at least, and also for University of Arkansas and what they want to get for their counter pick. The Yone comes out. Wow, they just have an absolute damage composition here for UST.
All right, let me hit you with this, right? This is a Yone mid lane, right? This is a Karthus bot, and this is Zed jungle.
I mean, it could be. Could be. We'll see. We'll get those updates. Yeah, we'll get those updates. We'll keep that in mind. Make sure that we tell Rebel he's wrong if he's wrong.
That's fair. Right. That's fair.
Now, the counter pick is just the insta-lock Tahm Kench.
It is a solid kind of just sandbagging top lane to make sure that like there's no shenanigans going on. You're playing it into Graves, which is like neither one of these lanes is probably going to end up in a perfect position whatsoever. You're not going to be able to aggress against it.
Oh my god. All right. Throw the big brains in the chat. Let's get it out. The man does some analysis. I mean, he's pretty smart sometimes.
It's a matter of like again, the thing that tipped me off here is like Kitsuo's not playing Karthus. Like that's never gonna happen. And Robbie Bob's got a deep champion pool. I've never seen him play Karthus. I'm sure it's in there somewhere. But as soon as they reveal Victor on like R4, you get a counter pick, and it's like, okay, you can take Zed into it. As soon as I see Zed, we would think, okay, Robbie Bob's got to be playing it, and then Yone gets picked. It's like Yone is not going into bot. It's not going into top almost certainly because they've got the Graves going there. It's got to go into the Victor side, and Kitsuo gets something aggressive to go ham on, especially against Delilia. You're going to get that one-on-one in such ridiculous fashion.
I got too excited for the Robbie Bob Zed. I called it too early. I'm sorry. It's okay. Smooth brain over here in the play role. But I do want to highlight this top lane a little bit more because Graves, I was highlighting the strengths. Porsche on the Graves is very scary in its own right, but you were talking about like sandbagging the lane as the Tahm Kench and trying to utilize the strength later on. The thing is, you've got full frontal aggression by UST. You've got to make it through that craziness, the maniac storm that's coming through town, and I don't know if University of Arkansas can do just that.
I think it's going to be difficult to say the least, especially because like Graves has good lane push. There's no way for Tahm Kench to deny just like pushing power from Graves with the range advantage that he's got with his Q and things of that sort. And so Tahm Kench isn't even a perfect pick into Graves. It's just not likely to get aggressed against unless you find some like crazy engage. And Tahm Kench is difficult to kill, but not impossible to kill for a composition that holds a Yone and holds a Karthus on top of it. I don't even know what to say about this. I see.
I love it. All right, we got 5 head for Rebel on the screen because he's just so big brain. Now, we talked about the top lane matchup, but I also want to go back down to something we highlighted a little bit earlier on. It's the spot lane matchup. What can we find, at least for the Jinx Braum, where you would have a lot of strength in, single target against a Karthus Yuumi? I feel like there can be some volatility there.
There's a lot of problems with what could happen bot lane. First off, I mean, Texas is running in a role. He's played a bunch of different ones competitively for a long time, but there's a reason he's a substitute to the roster, and he's stepping in primarily for AD because, of course, Array is elsewhere. And you've got good wave clear on the Karthus. Mana problems are going to be problematic. And having a Yuumi is like, okay, you've got good poke. But there is definitely a bit of like, okay, one wrong move on these two is going to make things difficult. And it feels like there's not going to be a bunch of pushing power. So again, Arkansas, we talked about yesterday having some of the ability to control bot lane and warp it into what would be kind of neutral objective control around the dragon and things like that. This feels like a game where that plays into their strategy and into their composition excruciatingly well. You're not going to have the best and easiest time on this Karthus and Yuumi in the bot lane. You're kind of waiting for a better opportunity once the levels start to come through from those two. And that's going to open up first, second dragon for Jinx and the Braum to be able to move first, unless, of course, there's an unreal amount of fighting that somehow breaks things loose on bottom side.
I told you how many kills we had yesterday, right? I'm just saying. Just throwing that out there. Anyways, got to talk about our highlight matchup here going into this one, especially. And it is Exod versus Kitsuo, and the fact that now it gets kind of turned on its head because the Zed was not what this Lilia was picked for. I'm sure of it, and it's going to be a bit of a rough matchup in those skirmishes.
That it will. Zed has decent targets. I mean, if he's able to get on Lilia or Jinx, those two are not going to
Mm,
have the easiest of time just denying the Zed from assassinating them, which is always nice. The one problem, of course, is the Tahm Kench, but that's what your Yone, that's
yeah.
what your Graves, that's what your kind of Karthus is for. And so Kitsuo gets to play in the face of the enemy jungler because it's not the easiest thing in the world for this Lilia to just chase him down because he's got the mobility with that shadow as well. And again, in team fights, being able to find the right target super important. It feels like Kitsuo has
Yeah.
gone to a very different style of aggression, but we are still expecting him to fight on. It is on site with Kitsuo on most champions, and Zed is certainly an on site champion for Kitsuo as well.
Well, here we go. Our second best of 3 of the day. We're kicking it off here. University of St. Thomas taking on the University of Arkansas.
What a world we live in where we can run Karthus Yuumi bot lane with double area, Mr. Mazel. I know you're a bot
Double
laner. Doesn't that give
airy.
you joy?
Oh, goodness. Does it?
I'm asking, does it give you joy to see the
Not
double
really.
airy bot lane with a Karthus?
More so,
and
I'm
Yuumi?
looking over at, I look at Trees and Sir Tuttle and like, you guys got this. You guys, make sure you guys don't let this happen. Like, come on. For all the ADCs out there, I look at Trees. For all of us, you can do it.
We believe in the standard bot laner. Please do something.
Please.
to assist.
Please.
I liked this little movement actually from Arkansas. So they leave residual ward on top side to see if they could actually catch them going in for something deep. So it would have led to UST actually leaving a shallow ward. They did not leave one. And then their counter invade on the other side actually led to a red buff ward to see when it is that Kitsuo is going to arrive there as well. Another really important thing, like Arkansas actually did some solid game planning here just to make sure they weren't going to get caught out. I am curious because they're down 2 wards now. Of course, Lilia is going to sweep pretty much no matter what, so that's not too much of an issue. But that does mean that, of course, that Sir Tuttle not having backed for that red ward, that they're going to be down at least one potential ward. And with Kitsuo starting on the top side, that does open up for some aggression trying to unlock this Karthus Yuumi on the bottom side.
Is that what you want to say? Are you
man.
sticking with that one? Do you feel confident, Rebel?
I can't even
'Cause
get through it, man. Like,
it doesn't sound like you
Karthus
feel very
Yuumi.
confident with that one there. I'm calling you out.
Karthus Yuumi, like, what am I supposed to... Yeah, the problem with ganking this lane is until level 6, you have almost no CC, and with a Zed, there's still no CC.
Robbie
No way.
Bob at the level 1. Robbie Bob almost gets the kill on the lazy Lambo there, but does sound like we have some technical difficulties, unfortunately, going into game number 1 of this best of 3.
We barely started, and we're already seeing...
Robbie Bob was about to get a kill.
We're
He
down
almost
to
got
like
one.
0 health in the mid lane. This is just... It's insane to see just how quickly that these teams start to work, especially St. Thomas. Like, they're crazy. They like to fight as fast as possible. And when you take a composition like this, you take a matchup like the Yone in the mid lane, you're not afraid with some aggression in the earlier stages.
You are not, and we see it across the board. Although, still looking at where Kitsuo is going to be pathing on early on that Zed towards that bot lane, maybe. I still want to see also what kind of aggression we get from Exod and what we look at in that early pathing, especially. Didn't get too much of a chance to look into that, at least where he could be going with it. But I still want to see if there's any wraparounds, any unique pathing. I was surprised they didn't start on the chickens, where usually you think the AoE, the start for Lilia can be a little bit quicker, but the blue buff is it.
Yeah, finding I think optimal targets to hit in the early game for Lilia is bot lane is a big one because you've got no mobility in that bottom lane combined, as well as barely any CC. The only thing you've got is Wall of Pain. So if you can find a solid counter gank, that's where Lilia is really going to shine. And mid lane's the other really big one. Is like if you can find a sleep onto Yone as much as possible, there's going to be a solid amount of pressure that can be put there, and it's going to unlock your Victor a lot faster, which I think is going to be helpful as well. Because this Victor, with not a ton of CC and with relatively low range on a number of champions, that gravity well is going to be excruciatingly good into making sure that Yone and like Graves, who has to stay up close, and Karthus even, who has to stay a little bit closer, aren't just going to be able to run all over your team.
Indeed, and that's exactly what you don't want to happen. And again, gonna go back and repeat. Hopefully this Karthus gets shut down. Just saying for all of the ADCs out there, and my belief in I look at trees, but it's still, when you get to those team fights, when you get to that setup for this team, it's going to be so much more scary. And my big thing is, how much control do we see differing from Series 1 of the day into Series 2 on objective control, and especially dragons? Because that's something we saw pretty much non-existent in Series 1 of the day.
Not in the slightest, which is a part of that was a byproduct of like Maryville did not have to, and there was no way to try to force that for the side of CGC. And so in this one, like, you've got some solid bot lane here for Arkansas. Your problem also for I guess what would be St. Thomas is, again, you have a substitute and you're playing a very difficult bot lane to try to manage, right? You've got like Karthus Yuumi is not going to be simple for anyone to play. This must be more comfortable than trying to play in a standard like 2v2 lane. I've seen that before where like Nova, when he steps in, doesn't always have the greatest of performances on standard ADCs. And so maybe this is the thought process here, right? Is you get him on something less comfortable that opens up the bottom side of the map unless you get a bunch of gold and a bunch of wave clear in the pocket of the Karthus. So I think absorbing the first couple of ganks to the bottom side, making sure you're not losing too much, this composition really starts to lose steam for UST. They're banking very heavily on a lot of their players' individual skill, which they're in no short supply of. Don't get me wrong.
I was gonna say, yeah, it's a little bit of a double-edged sword, but it's a sword that is leaning heavily to one side. It's definitely the positive one for that one. But we will be making our way through these technical difficulties as soon as possible, hopefully soon or enough. I do believe we're going to go ahead and send it to a little break. So we'll be right back with our game as soon as we can. Welcome back, everyone. We are back into it here, and we get the continuation, or I guess the finality of that 1v1 in the mid lane between Lambo and Robbie Bob.
No flash, unfortunate. I was expecting the level 2 and maybe the all-in to come in here.
Oh, Kitsuo's right here. I don't know if he's going to be able to make it in time, though. Yeah. All right. No early action so far for Kitsuo inside this bottom lane, but it is opposite side pathing for both these junglers.
That it is. We see Kitsuo heading down. He had already cleared the top side into bottom lane where we expect, and the exact opposite coming out from Exod. So maybe interaction with the top side, hoping that the Graves can be shut out a little bit in the game. Man, look at this from Lambo, though. This is a hard laning phase when you get to the right amount of damage on your Yone. But the Victor, it's looking good. This Aerie is causing some real punishment into Robbie Bob, preventing this all-in from happening.
Absolutely. He knows when to go in, but here goes Robbie Bob. Just get a little bit of damage back into Lazy Lambo.
I forgot I'm not supposed to talk about that stuff, otherwise I cast or curse it, so I'll just stop talking about Lazy Lambo.
The power is strong with this one. Oh, the flashes come out for both of them. Robbie Bob doesn't die, but Kitsuo gets first blood.
The double flash. Well played from the combination of St. Thomas. They've got their 2 assassins ready and raring to go against Lazy Lambo, shutting out the Victor and getting your Yone going as fast as possible. Kill even goes on to Kitsuo, which is really useful.
Porsche getting aggressed on here as the Abyssal Dive was utilized by Knight of Dark, but here is Kitsuo here on the 2v2. So I get some damage down on a Knight of Dark here, but Exod is there. Robbie Bob TP'd on the other side. We didn't even see that one. As there is a 3v2 in the top side that's not going to end up in anything for either side.
Nope, just the defense, making sure that kind of collapse from Knight with Exod right there onto the Graves is going to get thwarted a little bit. So summoner spells across the board just burnt from the mid and the top, as well as Porsche's flash during that process. But the defense, of course, it's not going to be that bad. Lambo!
Lambo getting a lot of damage done to him by Kitsuo. It's just passing by. Would say ships in the night, but that ship just like ran into the other ship and then just kept going. So I don't know.
It is the best part about the Zed jungle is just these hit and run strategies. You don't even necessarily need to just like outright kill somebody. If you throw your W and you hit a full combo and chunk someone for half their health, they're in dire straits in that laning phase right there, and you can just keep going through. You don't even have to stop. You can just continue your jungle pathing from that point.
Kitsuo, he loses the scuttle fight against Exod.
That he did. The Yuumi was able to continue on right there as well. The value of that Yuumi compared with the Zed. There's so many good people for this Yuumi to just attach to in this game. It's going to be hard to try to pick out the right target.
Robbie Bob is having a little bit of difficulty in the mid lane. Misses the combination, but still gets a decent amount of damage on the Lambo.
Yeah, it doesn't have TP either, so just going to have to leave the laning phase. His bottom lane, here we go.
He gets connected on by the Swirl Seed. Now they're in some trouble as Watch Out Eve does a ton of damage. Exhaust comes out at the end of it. Flash has to be utilized. He gets out.
Very well played right there. UST's bottom lane, they're finding themselves at the the forefront of aggression, which makes sense. You gotta shut out the Karthus in the Yuumi lane in the earlier stages. So I like already that Exod. He found a top lane gank, a mid lane gank, and a bottom lane gank all off the back, trying to match the aggression that came out from Kitsuo.
Nova, he's going for the back line. Sir Tuttle went too aggressive. Saw that Trevor Roy was out and caught out a little bit. Nova doesn't have a lot of mana, so can't really follow that one up. Kitsuo's back in mid, and Robbie Bob, even though he doesn't have a lot of health, here comes the TP now from Night of Dark in response to the aggression in mid lane by UST. Oh, Texas might find it. Doesn't have the mana to really follow it up.
I feel like we've been playing on like no backtimers and no resources, and
these
people they're still just fighting each other at all moments.
Gas, no breaks.
That's true.
That's the theme.
It is absolutely correct. That is everything that's been happening. I'm waiting for the first backs to come through, especially Robbie Bob, who's been on like 0 health or sub 50% health this whole laning phase against the Lazy Lambo, and somehow has yet to break.
Robbie Bob, he gets the kill. The tower shot gets the response.
He's insane, man. He's just going for one-on-ones the entire time.
He has been sub 200 health for like the entire last 4 minutes of the game, and it's only 6 minutes and 40 seconds in.
He's been running on fumes for such a long time, and it's cool to see him finally clutch a kill right there. The tower shot going over to Lazy Lambo, getting him that return kill is kind of tragic. And again, trading gold with a Victor isn't necessarily a good thing because the Victor gets to continue to play into the game, but one way or another, Robbie Bob's got to feel confident given the way that this lane is gone with such little resource in his back pocket. Just wait till he gets that sustain up and going. He's going to have plenty of health to actually work with, and all of a sudden, Lazy Lambo's not going to be feeling it as well in the laning phase.
Will and not. Kitsuo will be spotted out by University of Arkansas towards that top side of the map, meaning that Exod is the only jungler down towards this bot side. They have priority in bottom lane as well, so maybe they go for an early Infernal Dragon, but Kitsuo's looking back mid here. Try and punish Lazy Lambo even more and get Robbie Bob ahead. Lazy Lambo playing off of the tower is going to get a ton of damage done to him by the combo.
And again, guerrilla warfare Kitsuo. He isn't full engaging, but he's instead just kind of poking his nose
here.
in.
He walks into the Swirl Seed, and here comes the Lilting Lullaby. Goes for the ulti on the other side of the sleep. Almost, they're actually not going to activate the concussive blows there, and they can't get the Sun lockdown.
Actually, really impressive little set of plays right there from Kitsuo. He uses the ultimate to deny as much of the sleep time as possible, and that's going to be able to open up quite a bit. Now, a bit of aggression was actually nice because it shoves them off potentially to go for Dragon now that they've got bottom side pressure with their bot lane.
They do. Lazy Lambo getting aggressive on a mid lane as well. I don't know if you saw that too, Rebel, but that was very interesting. There is the Rift Herald on the board still as well as the Dragon now, but we might just get another series where those objectives are not the priority. It's the skirmishing. It's the presence on the map that reigns.
Definitely, it's possible. And at this moment, for USC not having found that many kills to begin with, I think makes a fair amount of sense.
Chaos Storm.
Are we going to see a moment where these two are not just fighting in mid lane all the time?
Nope.
This is insane. Oh,
the Swirl Seed. He walked into it. He flashed into it. He goes for the flash play. Exod does not get away. He gets executed.
That's fine.
Okay,
see,
shabby.
this is really cool. So on top side, you have this kind of negated lane. And right now Tom Kench is down, which is really bad for Arkansas, because like that just means the Graves is picking up free gold, just scaling infinitely however they actually want. And on bottom side, again, it's just trading gold back and forth between a Jinx Braum and a Karthus Yumi. You haven't been able to operate on anything. So it is really just this mid-jungle combination that we see on both sides fighting it out. And they're even in kills. The gold spread is 400 gold. Good props to Arkansas. This is a tough team to be able to take this fight against. Again, the problem is your side lanes are falling to pieces right
Collateral
now.
damage is available. Won't pull the trigger, can't get the damage done, but still pushing under tower is Porsche.
It is. And this is where the game, I think, is...
Exod up here.
Yeah. But he needs to do something to affect. Again, this is where the game is going to be lost by Arkansas. It's just that their side lanes are not
Abyssal dive. They find it here as Porsche eventually will die, won't find a kill back, and Exod gets the kill on that top side.
Props to Exod being able to find a fair amount of this like very high aggression. The Zed is something that works out very well for damage. It's mostly focused on mid lane, but Exod has found a number of these little ganks to just drive off members on the side of UST. Big props to him doing quite a bit of work inside of this game. Seven yesterday too, where our junglers, they aren't sitting around. Usually in games, you know that's the case, where junglers sometimes will just sit there and farm as the other one is getting super active. We did not get that during this tournament. Both teams' junglers are always all over the place.
Kitsuo stealing away the red from Exod there. As Robbie Bob looking for it back on a Lazy Lambo, but he goes back into the Chaos Storm. Here comes the Requiem. Goes golden. Will die to Kitsuo after this here. Eventually, one auto, and there you go. Kitsuo claims his second life of the game.
It is, like, Lazy Lambo has just... All right, now the question has to be begged, Mazel. You saw the Zed from Robbie Bob yesterday. You've seen Kitsuo so far. Who's got the better Zed? I gotta know. Come on.
I mean, it's Robbie Bob, but this is pretty good. Kitsuo is looking pretty scary here right now.
We're loving the Zed play out from this UST squad, and things are suddenly starting to shake. I think Lambo finally has kind of caught up to all the aggression that's been put against him, and all of a sudden, like, we just need Robbie Bob to pull one kill, one bit of gold, and if he gets onto that first item, all of a sudden Lazy Lambo is going to be in a horrible position in this laning phase. And now that Kitsuo is going, top lane is still in a fine position, bottom lane has yet to be aggressing against. UST's composition is okay taking this one into later stages. So despite Exod doing some really good work and Lazy Lambo absorbing so much pressure,
yeah,
it's not going to matter.
Every time they are just constantly going in. Kitsuo has to go back, but the explosion is not going to be enough from the ulti.
Somebody pick this man up. This is ridiculous. He has absorbed every ounce. He's gone down 3 times to what is probably at this point somewhere in the realm of 5 to 6 ganks. Like, this is unnecessary amounts of pressure that are being applied to poor Lambo. And he is doing okay in this laning phase despite that fact.
He is. Robbie Bob, the lilting lullaby on to Trevor Roy doesn't matter because he's, right next to his pal.
Attached, sleeping, intargetable. That's not okay. You know how that goes. Oh, we're getting more kind of interaction between these top lane. Oh, he went for the full ultimate. Is he just? I think he's. Does he get a full kill here?
Oh my god, he does so much damage.
Oh my goodness.
Missing out on the Abyssal Dive though means Porsche gets out.
Yeah, props to that. Knight, despite being down 30 CS, is fighting back valiantly. And even worse, like, actually a fair amount of that wave was lost. Even just the ultimate alone being used right there from Knight to deny part of that wave is okay. It's not, you're not shutting out Porsche, because Porsche is still doing fine farming in this laning phase. But now he has committed himself to a place of death.
Porsche is not going to die! Kitsuo's now on a rampage.
This is tough. This is tough to watch. We're so close to seeing members of Arkansas break loose and not have problems. But again, it is the unceasing amount of aggression that is being applied by Kitsuo across the map that just continues to fold certain specific positions on the map for Arkansas.
Absolutely. And the aggression does not stop in the mid lane.
No.
Lazy Lambo goes and utilizes the Chaos Storm there. Might try to go for the under tower. No, not going to actually commit to that one. Now TP is going to be here from Night of Dark. Rift Herald was used, and they'll have to turn around and try to capitalize on it. Oh, Nova almost dies, and then goes and uses the Requiem.
Oh,
as Exod was almost dead.
Yeah, this has been insane. I love that Arkansas is finding ways to try to punch back. This is probably the closest game that I could have expected between one of our kind of like under top 2 seeds against a top 2 seed team. They are at least keeping this UST squad honest inside of this series. I'm loving that one of these two teams between Maryville and St. Thomas are getting a little bit tested in these prior games before finals.
Yeah, they are. Now talking about a test. Lazy Lambo under tower. Can he do it? Robbie Bob gets the kill, gets out. And this is looking real rough for Arkansas.
This is mean. Oh, okay. Every single time. That rocket has been so close to picking up like
every
3 kills during the course of this game. This game could look so different if just a couple of these landed from I Look at Trees, who's been almost perfect on target. And once again, Lazy Lambo, this poor guy, is just getting absolutely destroyed in this mid lane matchup against the Yone. It's not even the Yone, it's just the Kitsuo set that's doing all the work.
And now the unfortunate bottom lane for I Look at Trees. Getting a little rougher as this Zed continues to spike 4-0. And going for the dragon here. So at least we're getting more objective focus from UST than we were in Series 1 from Maryville.
That we are. I think they understand, again, that Arkansas is not folding as easily as they would want them to. And so now they're going to get a chance to pressure with the dragon. See, in the previous game, I mean, Maryville at this point was usually up about 10,000 gold, like minimum. And so it's like, okay, you can leverage that. This game, it's 3,000. 3,000 is a significant lead, but it's not enough of a lead to just be like completely ignoring everything and just going for fights again and again. And so St. Thomas respects that. They go for these dragons. They're taking them, and they're going to be able to force Arkansas into bad situations from this point forward.
Talking about bad situations, Lazy Lambo. Pretty much the brunt of the effort here for UST onto him, unfortunately. And it's just now bottom lane looking at Texas for Exod. He does get the lilting lullaby here, but cleansed immediately. That's a nice time cleanse as well. Top lane, Kitsuo going in, ulting as well onto Night of Dark, who will just get out. Oh my goodness, that is so unfortunate. The mobility, just the amount of fluid momentum that they can have as Fate Sealed comes out as well. First tower also falls, and this gold lead is just exponentially rising.
Yeah, at this point, the snowball has begun. And again, like we saw in the Maryville series, this avalanche is going to take into full effect as much as possible. And right there, I don't know about the individual kind of instant. I wasn't sure what the timer on the W was from Zed, but eating him actually reset tower aggro that might have cost the life of Kitsuo in that process. So I don't know that Knight necessarily needed to pop that immediately, at least wait for another tower shot and try to get that kill. But it would have been tough to say, because again, I wasn't tracking that cooldown easily, so I couldn't see it on my screen. But the fact that they're operating on defensive play bot lane, and then they get something top, and then they force something individually in the mid lane. Again, this is reliance on individual skill, and UST certainly, even in this matchup that's been difficult against Arkansas, more competitive than I think we would have thought coming in. I mean, they're still looking so dominant.
They are indeed, and I cannot believe that this Karthus UV bot lane is working out here. Honestly, it just speaks to the level of skill that there is on this UST roster. They're able to, utilize compositions like this. We saw a lot of wonkiness yesterday, but they win the games. Unlike Mizzou, where they go troll and they lose, it is UST who is able to find these kinds of cool compositions and make them work to their advantage. Meanwhile, talking about it, Caster cursing him is Lazy Lambo dies. Kitsuo dies for it, so at least you get the trade back. Requiem doesn't get anything off the back.
We do not. It's still more tower pressure, still being applied pretty much everywhere as we go. And now also the Yuumi alongside the Yone is another combination. You hit your ultimates properly, and this is going to go crazy.
Ooh, I Look at Trees is dead. Anybody with this Yuumi is honestly terrifying. Every single piece.
It was such an elegant little plan from the side of St. Thomas, where it's like, okay, they take this bottom lane and they say, okay, we are skilled enough with Nova and with Trevor Roy on the bottom side that we don't have to worry about the aggression coming down here. And that was true. Exod tried a couple of times, wasn't able to capitalize on anything. Top lane went in the same way, where it's like, okay, we have the Graves, and yes, they've got the Tahm Kench, which isn't always going to be super fun, but should be enough to actually just like not worry about the laning phase. The aggression probably doesn't capitalize on much. Tahm Kench isn't going to do much. And so then they're just like, all right, we got 2 pieces left. We got jungle and mid. Let's just fight all the time in mid lane. And that's what they did. And it won. It won them the game. Kitsuo has picked up enough kills that now it doesn't matter whether he goes mid. He can go anywhere and kill somebody. And Yone,
Yeah.
even to this point, 4 kills on the back of this Robbie Bob. Yone is feeling fantastic to work with.
Exactly.
And it's unrespondable combined between this mid jungle here of UST.
And, you know, this also, looking at the next couple games, does make you think for University of Arkansas how they approach the next game, what they choose to ban out, because there's a lot of flexibility now for UST. And I'm not saying this game is over. There's still some comeback potential for University of Arkansas, but it's getting fewer and far between in the avenues forward in that for that fashion. And now that the Rift Herald's going down, you know, complete control of the map has been there for UST for quite some time.
And again, barring, I think yesterday, your 80 kill game ended up having a relatively close gold score between the two teams at 20 minutes
Yeah,
or something
it was
like that, because it was
absolute
back
chaos.
and forth all the time. But aside from that one game where USC was swapping players and swapping champions just as much as humanly possible, this is probably the closest game that we have seen between one of our top 2 seeds and one of the other teams at the 20-minute mark, sitting at only about 6,000 gold, 7,000 gold, somewhere in that little mark right there. To the point where even UST, again, we talk about they're taking dragons. Like, they're actually feeling like they need to take neutral objectives to force Arkansas into positions where they're going to need to make a move. Now, at this point, this gold lead, you probably don't need to. You're probably okay just like bullying your way through the remainder of the map until the game wins. But props to UST, again, giving some respect over to Arkansas, who had themselves a more solid early game than we would have wanted.
They're going for the Fate Sealed as well as the full-on engage for UST.
Yep.
Nova on the side. Oh, Exxon! He has to go golden, gets the lilting lullaby. Nova dies, but here comes the Requiem. I look at trees, you're going to die. And you see the turnaround here on the bot side. Porsche has found the damage. The flash in. Kitsuo for a double. Make it a triple.
Extremely well played from Kitsuo. Only the one member remaining. The Dragons on the board.
Give him a quadra. Give him a quadra. Quadra kill for Kitsuo. And that's a stamp. Go ahead and mail it.
Gotta say, like, it's a death from Texas. He got the first kill of that. The setup was there, though, that Kitsuo has just been kind of the target of affection for UST this whole game. We knew coming in that he was this, like, aggressor in crazy fashion. And Zed is one of these champions that just has to interact with lanes in order to be, like, really, really effective as a champion. And you saw time and time and time and time and time again, Kitsuo jumps into a lane, kills somebody, immediately gone, and does it again and again and again. And over the course of the game, now 9 kills. Multiple items completed. He's got his team on 3 dragons. They're coasting towards a win against Arkansas up 9,000 gold.
And unfortunately for Lazy Lambo, a lot of those turnarounds were in mid lane. He just kept coming back no matter what. I feel so bad for Lambo because, like, first of all, he had to deal with Robbie Bob in the lane, who was just smacking over and over again. They're just hitting each other. And then also Kitsuo on top of that. And unfortunately for University of Arkansas, they couldn't really find any answers to that or any way out of that situation. Now Nova is unlocked onto the map and being a menace of his own right.
Oh,
Kitsuo pops the U moves and is just going in. As there you go, a lot of damage done. Final chapter was there to back him up, and Porsche is the front line now. He will be the only front line, really, for this entire team, but he doesn't really care about that. Knight of Dark trying to get to the blast cone, gets over the wall, but Porsche, one shotgun shell will not be enough and can't get the kill.
But now just sitting in the opposing jungle, taking their camps, pushing up waves, freely fighting pretty much everywhere they need. It just doesn't matter for UST anymore. This dragon or this Baron has already spawned. They're going to go grab that immediately. To say like what has happened in this game, it's been really good planning again from the side of UST. I'll give a little bit of props to Lambo because again, what is it? 7 deaths on what was 157 ganks is like it's like 2% success rate. Like, come on, like give him props.
Is that
like, 2%
accurate
success
number?
rate on ganks.
Hey, your
in a normal
analysis
game
today is on point. I'm loving it.
I mean, he's getting ganked from 2 or 3 champions every minute on the minute. It's insane how much Lazy Lamb, like, for any other person, that would have probably led to the same problem unless they, like, get kills in the early game. It actually bodes, I think, really importantly to what they do with him in the next game when they have the opportunity to pick him something into what is likely going to be another repeat of the amount of aggression you've seen with Kitsuo and Robbie Bob. That is to assume that they're going to win this. UST's up way too much gold at this point. We're waiting for Arkansas basically to go to full collapse unless they just give up way too much gold. But at this point, I feel like they could just walk into the base and not worry about it.
And here comes some more base defense for University of Arkansas as UST are barreling towards their structures. There goes top tower, as well as the inhib more than likely afterwards. Bottom lane is pushing, but slowly. Lilting Lullaby used by Exxon. They got to watch out for their backline as Robbie Bob is on the flank as well as Porsche. Here comes Requiem, perfectly timed, and there comes the kills. Killing spree for Nova in the end, and Robbie Bob overextending here a little bit. Shield bow popped. I look at Tree. He's dead. Robbie Bob and the rest of UST are just going to home run this game number 1. And take down University of Arkansas, unless they actually have a defense here. Porsche might not be able to. Here comes Nova with a little bit more help to try and get these last structures down. Flash is coming out, and this signals the end. Night of Dark, the only one alive for University of Arkansas as the final tower falls, and game number 1 goes to UST.
What a performance from UST. Our prediction of being maniacs and playing something super aggressive with Kitsuo came completely true. Lambo got oppressed in that one. I like that they attacked him because, again, this is one of the members that I feel like Arkansas could really bank on to help carry out this series. Exxon actually had a really solid game as well. We talked about that mid-jungle doing being powerful, but shutting out the mid lane that hard and shutting out the Victor that hard that quickly, and neither of your side lanes having any kind of rebound is a little bit tough as well.
It really is, and it was a rough game for game number 1 for University of Arkansas, rather. But the bounce back is key, and especially learning from that game number 1 and trying to find ways that you can capitalize on maybe a little bit of that aggression for UST. That's what we saw in their series in day number 1 against UST, where their opponents were able to capitalize on that a tiny bit. So we'll see if they can do that. We are going to send it away to a short little break as we get ready for game number 2. Don't go anywhere. Welcome, everyone, back to the Midwest Esports Conference Fall 2021 preseason. We're in the Demacia division. We're trying to decide who's about to go on and face Maryville University in the finals. I'm Mazel, joined by Rebel Fox, and we have a series that is close to the brink here. University of St. Thomas going against University of Arkansas, and they've got to find a comeback for the University of Arkansas to get back into the series somehow.
I can appreciate that Arkansas came out swinging, trying to match what UST was going to do, and they absorbed so much pressure before it started to kind of overflood the map. There's a reason our top two seeds are predicted to be our finalists for a very good reason. They're exceptionally good. Yeah. Arkansas put up more of a fight than we'd seen from anybody. I'm hoping this next game somehow they can reprieve some of that pressure that Lambo is feeling, because, man, you cannot have another double assassin jungle mid put pressure onto a victor.
Zedban, maybe a Zedban? I don't know. That might be important against University
I think
of St.
it might. I think
but that's
you're
the
right.
scary thing. But that's the scary thing, Rebel. You got to listen here, because the first three bans pretty much have to be set in stone against the University of St. Thomas. You've got to get Porsche's GP out of there. You've got to get the Lee Sin away from Kitsuo. And you've got to get, at least at this point, the Yumi gone, because it's ridiculous what you can accomplish as the University of St. Thomas with this pick.
I don't know. After watching that, the Zed almost has to be there, because like now it's a flex pick between mid and jungle, and they're both insanely good at it. They're willing to take it first overall. Like, you cannot let that pick through and have that kind of versatility. At that point, I would even be willing to give up Porsche's Gangplank or a Camille or something like that, just as a trade-off of not having that pressure on you.
All right, you hear first from Rebel Fox that let Porsche have his champions. We'll see if he can pop off. But no, for the University of Arkansas, it's definitely a tough task. You've got to try to recoup some mental after that first game, right? There were so many fights. It was so chaotic. And the fact that you were able to kind of take some of those early fights, but then losing as a whole because of the objective pressure on the map from UST, I just feel like you need to find something you feel more comfortable on in the early game. Find something that you can try and find that snowball, because to me, that's really one of the only ways you're going to be able to find an advantage against UST.
Yeah, I mean, in that game, their draft setup was basically they had two neutralizing at best side lanes and then losing mid lane for the beginning of the entire map. And I got counterpicked and got completely aggressed against. Their draft has to give them something to attack with, right? Otherwise, you have nowhere to go on the map. Because we saw, Exod, he tried going to bot lane, but it's really difficult to try to aggress into those two a couple of times. It didn't work. Top lane, when you have to worry about the Graves when you're running Tahm Kench, there was some aggression to be found, but then it's like, okay, you're getting your Tahm Kench ahead. That's not going to win you the game for the most part. Find somebody that you can rely on. And then if they go back to doubling down on the mid lane pressure, at least you have somewhere else to go.
Exactly. But we do have a little change up here in the game too. University of Arkansas will be on the blue side this time around, UST on that red side. As we go into our first bans, gotta see where Arkansas's head's at, and it is the Lee Sin coming off the table. As I said, just toot my little horn here. It means nothing because it was set in stone already, as I said. I'm gonna toot my own horn.
It's Kitsuo. Like, you can't give up Kitsuo's Lee Sin.
You have to.
Yeah, I mean, if you think that the Zed snowballed out of control, I mean, that happens so much faster with the Lee Sin coming into the composition. So yeah, you're not giving that one up anytime soon. It's a question now of like, okay, are they going to triple ban mid lane again for Lambo? That feels so bad for Lambo that like he got removed from his comfort mid laners, and then they're also bearing down on him in the mid lane.
But at the same time, kind of feels good, like you get a little positivity out of it, like, oh, the
positivity, like,
I don't get to play the game, but you guys are worried about me.
I'm sure Lambo's definitely thinking, wow, it's really nice to be focused in the game.
It's really nice not to be able to play the game whatsoever. Hey, look at this, Rebel. Look who was right.
Nice.
Oh my God.
That's interesting.
Me and University of Arkansas, we just got the mind meld going.
I suppose, yeah. I mean, Trevor Roy made that champion go crazy, and especially with like how hard it was to try to find aggression in the bottom lane with the Karthus. I suppose they're just like, yeah, we can't let him have that one back. But now you're opening up like Thresh, which is not good. Like, you don't want that, because then all of a sudden all you got to do is take like Ziggs for Nova in the bot lane, let him roam to his heart's content. And again, if you think the pressure from just a Zed was a lot, imagine the pressure from a Zed and a Thresh coming out and attacking your map. It's not going to be pretty for the side of Arkansas.
It isn't. Camille the Hover here by University of Arkansas, looking like a ban towards that first game especially, but leaving the GP up for Porsche as well. The thing is, they do have first pick, so they can pick one of these high-profile picks that we've been talking about, that we've been alluding to. And the Vygar ban away by UST is back in the normal of game number one, where they are 100% focusing Lambo. We'll see what their third ban is going to be.
See if they go back to that third mage, which is what had happened in the previous game for the likes of Lambo, just getting him off of any possible comfort pick that he could ever have. The Annie was the grab last time, and there is once again. So now it's a question of, okay, Zed is available. Do you take that one? Xin Zhao is available. Are you taking that one? Gangplank is available. Almost
everything is available.
Yeah, there's so much that's available here. I feel like Gangplank Thresh would be an insanely good first red side rotation from UST. I wonder if Arkansas can have a game plan for it, because otherwise, I mean, you are running straight head on into a brick wall of a composition.
I like this, though. I do like the Graves. I just think Graves is ridiculously strong in any position at this point, but like especially when you can find it in the top lane or even in the jungle. For Exod, I think that could be a crucial pick to at least find something.
So this also is the team that ran Graves mid lane. So the flexibility is triple fold on Arkansas compared to any other team. Exod can run it, Knight can run it, and Lambo can run it in the mid lane. So now that has to be in the back of the mind from the side of UST.
Oof.
Oh, okay.
The Rise.
All right. Interesting that they go to the Rise immediately. It is insanely powerful. This champion has not dropped too much, even after some of the nerfs that come through. And you've seen players like Robbie Bob be able to just command a map with it unshockingly. And especially if it is the mid lane matchup against the likes of the Graves, this is something that can try to match some of the wave control that he's going to have in the early parts of the game.
And they're just going to get the full aggression now in the bot lane, at least the half of it. Leona locked in for UST. A lot of pick potential there, a lot of lockdown potential for them already.
Interesting now that we see also Trevor Roy, instead of going for the Thresh, which, again, we've seen him do incredible things on even inside of like Proving Grounds, goes to the Leona. Another really aggressive pick, allows them from a distance to find some aggression, and the counteraction from Arkansas, potentially the Thresh, to try to deny some of that. So now it becomes a roaming game, I think, for Sir Tuttle versus Trevor Roy here between the Thresh and the Leona. And it's comfortable, I think, for UST if they can generate that. If they get Ziggs or something defensive here that Texas or that Nova obviously doesn't really have to worry about on the bottom side, and allows Trevor Roy and this Leona out and about, that's not good. We don't like that. This is not Spark Joy. Lennon, please tell them to stop.
Why? What? Nope, it's locked in.
You were supposed to be on the wavelength with them. Why? No.
You know, there's some interference. Like there must be like some solar wind, or like I'm not getting it anymore. I feel off. It is the Ezreal locked in there with the Thresh though for University of Arkansas.
The understanding of safety is fine, right? Because it's like, okay, in theory, it's like, okay, we have Thresh, we have Ezreal, we can try to match roaming with Thresh, we have defense out the wazoo here for the Ezreal, he's never going to get aggressed against, but now you give Kitsuo a Kindred, and you give a roaming champion with power like this Leona to a lane that does not get that aggressive. You can follow up with the Thresh hook with Ezreal, but it's so hard to try to make that into a kill lane against something safe. It is impossible now to slow down the roaming of Trevor Roy. He can take over this map, and hopefully he can turn some aggression from Kitsuo into kill after kill after kill.
Kitsuo is going to be rocking the Kindred. Could not be a better pair there, and it plays exactly into his play style as well. And a little bit worried and wanting to see kind of the adaptation in the second phase for University of Arkansas. They're going to have to deal with a counter pick for UST on the red side. How do they feel confident in their last two picks as they are 100% focusing that bot lane ADC pool?
I do like, at least, I think Arkansas has to ban Ziggs as well. They just have to get rid of as much stuff. They did as well, yeah. They just need to make sure that Texas is not on something that he's going to be able to sit there with, right? If you've got Ezreal Thresh in bottom lane, you need to find a way to try to put aggression or lower range into the hands of Nova, so you can't just sit there and can't just allow Trevor Roy to go take over the map with like 5% kill participation or a proximity to himself in the bottom side. So hopefully Arkansas can catch on to that. They can take off the Misfortune. They can take off the other. Are they really going to ban out the Gangplank this late? Like, I don't mind it, I guess, but man, you could just take Ziggs here, and then you get a counter pick in top lane even without the Gangplank. You are okay with that, I think, if you're the side of UST.
Very interesting. Also, I'm very interested that UST focused these jungles, obviously thinking, you know, it's going to be Lambo or Knight piloting the Graves there. But the Xin Zhao Kha'Zix band away from University of Arkansas. Do want to see what this first pick in the second phase is going to be for UST and how they want to capitalize on the first parts of this draft for themselves, especially.
See, now we're encroaching upon very interesting territory of what happens with this now.
that a Graves into the Viego, or is that the Viego picked for the Graves? Maybe in the top side. Oh,
Yeah.
we got the Shotgo locked in.
Yeah, it's not locked yet.
No, it is. Oh, I thought it was locked. My bad.
Not
I thought
quite.
I saw the
Yeah,
blue.
not quite.
I saw the blue. Okay.
I've been
You
hyped
know,
for it as well.
Mizzell,
Okay,
Mizzell getting a little hyphy. I would have
That's
liked
okay.
to see
That's
that. It
okay.
is the Tom Kench coming back from game number 1. Not too shabby there though. As all right, well we got the foreshadowing for our producer, but it's the Evelynn that comes in for the University of Arkansas.
This is Exod's most played champion, probably the best champion he's got in his pool. They pulled it out in game number 3 yesterday of their series, and it helped them get that win. This is a champion that, like, it's going to have some aggression, but honestly, they need to get it into later stages. And you can see they've taken to that strategy with their lanes. They've got safe bot, they've got a safe top lane, and now also they've got this Graves mid that Lambo plays just to try to slow down the pacing and let this Evelynn start to take things over. Is it a strategy that's going to work? I mean, you're now playing into Yasuo, you're playing into Kindred, you're playing into Viego, you're playing into Ryze, and against a team that plays like maniacs the way that UST does, it's going to be tough to slow down the game, but they're going to do everything in their power to make sure that Exod is going to have the ability to try to compete in this game.
Ryze for Nova in the bottom lane. Oh my goodness. This team and the wonkiness, I love it. With the Leon, like they have a ton of lockdown. If they ever are able to catch I Look at Trees, like he is dead. But I'm most excited about this mid lane. We saw them just blow after blow in game number 1 at each other's throats the entire early game, and now it's the Graves versus the Yasuo.
And this is fun because this is like, it's been a low-key kind of response for some people into the Graves, where like you've got some of these range top laners. A year ago, this was also the response to Gnar. Now it's the Graves top that's so safe. It's like, okay, what can we take into it? Well, Yasuo can block, can farm inside the wave. And especially in a short lane like this, there are easier ways to try to use that E to be able to dash through minions, get on top of him, or get away from that situation just to make sure you're not going to have too much problem. Also, more surface area coverage from that wind wall when you don't have the long lane to worry about means there's much less space for the Graves to actually get on top of you and put down damage. So I really like the Yasuo specifically in the mid lane matchup against Lambo here. I will say, pressing their issue, I think, is a little bit harder for UST, but that's kind of the job of Trevor Roy in this one.
It absolutely is. Hey, and it's rightly so as their primary engage tool, but more so, I've got to zone in and look at this jungle matchup. The Kindred versus Evelynn. This is not a matchup we see regularly whatsoever. Kindred even kind of falling out of prevalence here recently, but still very strong jungler in their own right. Evelynn itself, snowball heavy, very strong if you can get ahead, very momentum changing if you can control the map with that invisibility. But head to head, that's a bit of a volatile matchup in itself.
It really is. In the first 6 levels, this Kindred can absolutely run the game over top of this Evelynn. Once that level 6 hits, the invisibility starts coming in, lanes have to be a lot more careful, especially like after we saw Knight have some really good one-on-one type situation against the likes of Porsche. Once we saw the bottom lane had some ability as well, like on occasion to try to contest in that 2v2, this opens up Exod to try some things when you get to that level 6 point.
Yeah.
But it's a question of getting to that point is just such a steep hill, because you've got Kitsuo who's going to play very aggressive and on the front foot and go after your camps to start the game. And how are you supposed to try to capitalize if you've got Cleanse and Flash on Texas? Really, is an Ezreal Thresh ever going to find aggression into him when he controls that wave? I do not think that's possible.
Well, we're going to find out here. Backs up against the wall for the University of Arkansas, as the University of St. Thomas one away from a rematch against Maryville University going into the finals of this weekend of the Demacia division. And it's up to University of Arkansas to really make something happen here.
To me, this is the composition they would do it on, though. Like, we are in our final stand for somebody to take a game off of one of our top 2 seeds, which was the question mark of could somebody else even have competition into St. Thomas and into Maryville. And so far, we really have not seen that in the slightest. This composition slows the game down. You have comfort for top lane. We saw that, Knight was able to accomplish some stuff. Bottom lane is going to be hard to aggress into. And you've got insane comfort for Exod, who's one of the better players. And you've got this unique pocket pick type Graves mid that they're operating with. This is about as clean a draft as Arkansas could get with. Now it's about, can you slow down what UST wants to do? Can you prevent them from having this hyper aggressive early game and ruining your plans before they even get off the ground? Because if you can, all of a sudden Arkansas has got their comfort, they've got their picks, they can make things work.
Exactly. And towards this bottom lane will be very heavily contested, you would think, or maybe not even so. But with the way that Nova and Trevor Roy have been playing, there's always a need for aggression down here.
The question mark to me also is this level 2 all-in potential from the combination of the Ryze and Leona is like, if you go EW, you immediately get a root. That sets up E and Q from Leona. You have so much CC time, as well as an auto-cancel in there from the Leona, that you could chop down the health bar of the Ezreal, even through the cleanse, which could be problematic. And they already have that kind of pushing power on bot. So my eyes are glued down there for a moment, potentially to see if an all-in at 2 comes through from this combination of bot laners.
Will be no real unique pathing coming out for either of these junglers, right? You had a full blue side clear from Exod, rightly so, trying to get the level 6. Meanwhile, mid lane, the burn is not enough to get him the flash for Robbie Ball! Lazy Lambo with the solo bolo!
Oh my goodness. The thought process there. I don't know whether like Robbie Bob was either A, just aiming in the wrong direction, maybe his mouse was in the wrong place, or he thought potentially that Lambo was going to flash to try to get out of the way of the tornado and attempted to predict it. But the fact that he flashes in, uses that tornado, means there is nothing left in the back pocket of Robbie Bob. So just the flash auto from Lambo gets him a kill. Revenge from the previous game.
I screamed like a little child right there. That was amazing. Lazy Lambo picking it up from game number 1. He said, you put me down, I'll get right back up and throw it at you.
Yeah, and again, I can respect really heavily. If Robbie was actually trying to predict the flash, that might have been the perfect opportunity. Kitsuo!
Oh, Kitsuo flashing away into the wind wall. Nicely done by Robbie Bob, but as well as by Kitsuo. Bottom lane, Nova has to flash.
This is what I wanted to see from Arkansas, man. They are already at the aggression, like the boots down, man. Biggest thing of all, despite the gank on the bottom side, which didn't go perfectly, but it did burn the flash of Texas immediately, who, by the way, didn't click cleanse, instead went for the teleports to try to greed. More action.
Oh, they're flashing. No, Lambo. He does get a decent amount of damage back. Sir Tuttle is on the other side, but the TP had come in from Knight. On behind him, though, is Nova. Abyssal dive over to the side, but Trevor Roy is tanking up the front line. They get one, and it's going to be UST that wipe the floor here. Kitsuo trying to get away. The auto attack cancel. He still gets it. And that's a huge turnaround for UST.
Oh my goodness. I was going to talk about it. I was going to like, okay, Lambo is now not getting pushed around anymore in this laning phase. He's opened up the possibility of just not getting fully by this two-man combination of Kitsuo and Robbie Bob, only for UST to bring 3 to his lane at 3.5 minutes in. You have to feel so bad for the amount of pressure that Lambo has absorbed over the course of this entire series. And that unfortunately also got baited. Arkansas is not getting pushed around, so they bring everybody as well, but they lose that early 4-on-4. It seemed like multiple members kind of got just far enough out of position for the rest of the team to support them, and that led to 4 members in total going down over the course of that play. UST, their immediate play in the game was rough, and they're about to get
You thought safety was the name of the game because of the flash. Maybe it will be.
Good job, Trees.
Gets out of there alive.
He does. Well played. Good job, Ezreal. You're doing your job as the safe ADC. You're not going to get caught too far up. Had to burn the flash in the process, but you're comfortable with that. You're okay with that process developing the way that it had. You do have the problem now of, like, again, Trevor Roy has already showed he has the propensity to roam around. Kitsuo has a kill by his back pocket. Yasuo has equalized that early play. It's tough. Arkansas's whole early game advantage has now just been neutralized completely.
Let's see, aggression still the name of the game for UST here, as it's kind of leveled off for University of Arkansas. Kitsuo gets in there, gets some damage done, steals the camp. Maybe, though, Trevor Roy overextending. It's a 3v2, and they're still taking it. Exod is the focus for Kitsuo. They want to put down this Evelynn, and they do just that. Nova has just come under the tower. How? How, Rebel? How does this happen?
I am appalled by what I just saw. That was a 2-on-3. Nova was nowhere near supporting that play. Robbie Bob was nowhere near supporting that play. It was just a 2v3. And Kitsuo just said, hey, Exo, you're dead. And walked directly through 2 members of Arkansas to kill him without any response. The Ezreal is not powerful this early in the game, and the Thresh is not going to accomplish that much without hitting all of his abilities. So this early game, they are trying to abuse, and it's working out gorgeously as St. Thomas pulls 3 more off the board.
It's looking a little rough for Robbie Bob in the mid lane, though. As will he get out of there alive? Nope. Exod is not the one that gets the kill. It's Lazy Lambo that gets it. And Exod knows what could be waiting for him here and realizes that it might not be enough even if he does know it, because Kitsuo's on the flank, gets Death Sentence, pops the Lambs or Spike here. Lazy Lambo just tries to get out of here, but they want to turn back the fight now. No, they just leave Exod out alive.
Yeah, just the 1-for-1, all things said and done. They find the play onto Robbie Bob, but fortunately there are reinforcements from the top side River, as again, somehow Trevor Roy finds his way into a fight. This was the fear that we had walking into this game. How much is Trevor Roy going to be able to impact the map?
No! He gets the play, but it's not enough.
Oh, he's going to die.
Trevor Roy, no, he goes golden. Sir Tuttle, you got to do it. You got to kill the support. No, he's not going to be able to do anything.
Oh, wait.
Porsche, he's going to die.
Porsche.
Oh! Exod gets the kill in the end.
Oh, but still, Trevor Roy, man, he's just sitting everywhere else on the map. He doesn't care about bottom lane. And here it is also Sir Tuttle who's trying to find some aggression elsewhere on the map. But still, 10 kills so far at 7.5 minutes into the game. All of them have been participated in by the likes of this Leona pick that has gone so crazy, except for this one now, yeah.
Except for this one.
Except for this one.
Yeah, unfortunately, Night of Dark is just going to die to Kitsuo, who's now on a rampage and has just been literally popping off. The lead is pretty heavy now. Arkansas are pretty far down. Kitsuo is out for blood, and he is not stopping until he gets through Maryville University at this point. In Odd Orange, you had a good performance of your own, but this is going to be a one to be reckoned with. Kitsuo is looking mighty fine here in series number 2 of our day.
It is a matter of all the time inside of Collegiate League of Legends. Kitsuo is just like an unstoppable force, right? And it requires an immovable object in order to really kind of shut him down. And unfortunately, that just is not the case for Arkansas today.
Trevor, he's in the wind wall. He's just playing, and he's still alive.
Oh, he's alive!
No, oh, the double cross of the collateral damage and the true shot barrage takes his life. Now Robbie Bob is going to get charmed and taken down by Exod, and this is the comeback for University of Arkansas.
There we go, Arkansas. We're getting some momentum going. Again, this team takes a hot minute to really get ramped up because you've got the Ezreal, you've got the Graves, you've got the Evelynn, and they've found a bunch of difficult kind of situations to be in for the side of from St. Thomas, just putting on pressure again and again and again. But they're at least striking back a little bit. They're down 3,500 gold to 10 minutes, which is tough, but not completely insurmountable. You can appreciate that. Again, Arkansas, they're not just folding right now to the letter. And Texas, he's making me look like a genius.
He's just outplaying them down here. He might still die for it. And now Trevor Roy is here. Try to get some cleanse out of I Look at Trees. Kitsuo's right there yet again to get the kills. Kills the ADC of University of Arkansas. And now Exod is a little bit late to the party. The charm comes through, though. Trevor has to get away.
You see the positioning of Trevor Roy. He is not trying to pick one target and bring that person down. He is running with the furthest possible target because he wants more than just the one kill. He is not allowing this to come through. And he's also not staying in bot lane any more than he needs to. Nova has found himself effectively in a solo lane, almost on level with Robbie Bob and Porsche and Kitsuo at this point at nearly level 8. And it is still in a level of experience for the likes of Trevor Roy. Look at him. He's level 6. He has been in bot lane far less than Sir Tuttle, and he still has the experience advantage just off the back of the number of kills he's participated in.
It's actually crazy. And the Leona pick, we said it was aggression out of UST. We didn't know how right it was because they have just been constant with Trevor Roy on these roams, on these timers, because that's the beauty of it. You don't have a traditional ADC down there. It can't get iffy because you have a Ryze, a perfect side laner who is now at a point where you can just leave him there.
And it's become a difficult situation now for the Ezreal, because it's like, okay, if I sit here and I farm against the Rise, if I get too antsy, he just roots me, and I either have to burn cleanse or flash, or I just die during that process. And then if you're just farming alongside him, this is not another ADC that is harder to try to put damage in, right? It's not like something low range. It's not something that's like gonna get outscaled by you as the Ezreal in the later stage. It's a Rise. A Rise will still take care of business when it comes to the late game hyperscaling. There's so little for you to accomplish.
Now, he got the wolves. Oh no! Wait, they just walked straight into it.
Oh no!
Oh, the level advantage. He is level 9. He is literally 4 levels up over Sir Tuttle. Exod dies to the burn. A double kill goes to Kitsuo. I gotta see how many marks this Kindred has for Kitsuo, because he has been just racking them up.
5.
And I believe he's already at 5.
5 at 11 minutes into the game is absurd. That is so many. 2 more, and he's already on the 2nd upgrade, and we are like 12 minutes into the game. This is so difficult to deal with. And even worse is like he's spiking ahead in gold, both in farm and in kills, pretty much across the board, which is amazing to watch happen. Arkansas, we talked about they can't fall behind early. If this composition gets too late, they have a chance, but otherwise they cannot. They have fallen way too far behind to slow down Kitsuo's just onslaught at this point.
And their side lanes are so strong that you can just keep the 1-3-1 going and utilize Kitsuo's strength in that trio and do whatever you want. Now we got a dragon up on the board. This will be 2nd dragon for UST if they want to get it. But Kitsuo is fine just keeping the aggression up. He's fine keeping these plays going for UST. As Exod gonna try to get mid lane against Robbie Bob. He's too fluid. He's too mobile. Here comes the charm. Is this going to be enough? And Robbie Bob has to flash. Collateral damage going to be Windwalled.
Extremely nice. This game, there has been a lot less attention put onto Robbie Bob. Oh, actually, bottom lane, there's going to be play.
They're going to keep going here. I look at Trees trying to stay alive. Won't do just that. And the last tower shot, but it's a shield. And the Lambs are spy. What a good guy, Kitsuo.
Yeah, very nice stuff from the combination of those champions. Now they're going to be able to use this. Don't even have to pop a Rift
tower, too.
Yeah. Actually, he's sticking around.
Exod is here. I don't know. He has the Rift Herald, but it's probably going to be utilized for that tier 2 or maybe the mid lane. As he gets charmed here. He's going to take damage and might just die. There you go. 1,000 gold into the pocket of Exod.
Oh, Kitsuo. My man, you flew too close to the sun. He's trying to get that tower spiked down as fast as possible so maybe he could take that fight. And even worse, earlier, the communication wasn't there because, of course, you had Trevor Roy with the Locket, and the ultimate from Kindred were popped on the same thing, keeping him alive. And if that weren't burnt, he could have popped it right there, burnt down the tower, and tried to take the duel up against Exod. But unfortunately, Exod got the better of him on that trade, him forcing trying to take that last tower play. Not going to get it, going to get killed and give that massive shutdown over to the Evelynn instead.
And that's a lot of gold to give to Evelynn. Still very far down in gold, rather. You know, two items completed for Kitsuo on that back. Maybe it was just that was it. You know, try to get the quick back timer. Dragon will be secured by University of Arkansas, so not backing away from this aggression that we've seen. It is 17-7, but University of Arkansas still know where they can be strong, where they can make plays.
One really big thing is that a lot of this gold advantage is in this Kindred. You know, you've got 10 kills in that regard. But look at Robbie Bob. Robbie Bob is super far ahead, if any, at all, over top of Lambo, outside of just ambient gold that he's collected. Bottom lane is ahead, but it's not so far ahead that it's ridiculous. A lot of this lead just really is inside of the Kindred, and a fair amount of it actually is inside of the Leona as well, which is workable.
He does so much damage, and there you go. Cancels the Abyssal Dive.
And now, that's a kill. They got top tower. Now they're going to trade it into mid tower. You can see two of them running right down here. Lambo is in a horrible place right now, even if he gets
Robbie Bob might die for it. No, flash failed by Lazy Lambo, and that means Robbie Bob gets the kill.
And we have now approached the territory of the map where the avalanche begins to happen. You got top tower, mid tower is going to get aggressed against. They're going to walk into bot lane. That tower is like one auto attack away from going down. And now all of a sudden, jungle camps just don't exist for Arkansas anymore. This Evelynn, who desperately needed to try to get ahead inside of this game, is just not going to be anywhere near powerful enough once this stuff starts getting denied from her. And I mean, these two also have just overstayed their welcome. TP's coming in, and Kitsuo is going to try to find them.
He flashes too. Oh no, it's not going to be enough. Sir Tuttle, one more auto attack going to go down. Lamb's Respite available. Not Kitsuo. Available, rather. Sorry, Kitsuo doesn't die, and he still makes it out alive. What?
I literally had to be like tens of health left on him because that ultimate almost brought him down. But
I looked at, there you go. There's Exod getting back into it every time, finding the scraps here after the ends of the fights. Kitsuo still very strong at this moment. The charm not going to connect either, as Lazy Lambo might have just walked into his own death. One more auto. There you go. Kitsuo gets more gold.
Kitsuo, you're insane.
I mean, rightfully so, though. I mean, he's 13-2. Look at the gold discrepancy.
Listen, he's strong, but he's not walk behind the second tier tower and the 3 members.
He's not on the graves like he was yesterday, man.
No.
This is what he was doing, except he would commit to that on the graves.
Like I said, he's a maniac sometimes, but he's calmed down at least a little bit from yesterday, knowing that he doesn't want to give another 10,000 gold shutdown over to this Evelynn, thankfully. Who, you go for the Magi's. I can respect that coming out from Exod. He is pretty much the only one that can find any aggression into a member of the side of UST. And so if you collect enough kills slowly over time, maybe you've got enough that you can hit multiple members with a big ultimate and try to chunk them down enough for a team fight to maybe go your way. That is a miracle play and a half, hoping to be fished for by Arkansas, because right now, being down this much gold, you have no real setup to win in any of your lanes whatsoever. They're going to try to force onto Robbie Bob, who's the weakest member, and even this is not set in stone.
Abyssal Dive comes in, Night of Dark, and playing their hands here, but mid lane is the push for UST, and Robbie Bob just gets away from that top lane push. They're taking mid! Double kill under tower for Kitsuo. Wow. Robbie Bob makes it out
Still not going.
perfectly peachy, perfectly dandy in the top side. Lazy Lambo might want it onto Porsche, but can't get the distance to Viego a little bit too quick.
And Robbie Bob just gets to go back to free pushing in the top side. Lambo continues to chase back Viego. The solo laners aren't the strong point for UST here. A lot of it is actually in just the jungle and the support position. So there is that. And you can see Arkansas are trying to find that as the weakness here from UST. If they continue to find the Viego in a side lane, they continue to find the Yasuo in a side lane, it's going to be easier for them to try to pull gold off the map, even if it's not working to the level that they want it to right now.
24-8, 18 minutes in. 12,000 plus gold lead for UST here. It's right where they want to be, right in the driver's seat, but it's a lot of Kitsuo's doing in that fashion of it. We'll see with this next dragon coming up in about a minute, with the Rift Herald being taken by Kitsuo right now, how much pressure UST want to push on the University of Arkansas.
Yep. Surely is going to be a welcome addition here to try to break some of this inner ring of towers to the best of their ability. And you love that coming out from the side of UST, because once this base starts to break, it's going to be all too easy in 2.5 minutes to go snag Baron. You've got a Yasuo, a Viego, and a Kindred who are all insanely fed, and a Ryze. It's got to be one of the fastest Baron taking teams I've ever seen assembled in a game of League of Legends before.
It's looking pretty quick. Speaking of quick,
Cool.
The CC chains are there, and Exod dies. Now Solar Flare double connects because he was casting the box. And now the resets are coming through for Porsche. They are just beating down University of Arkansas here. And I look at Trees has to use the Arcane Shift to get away. Kitsuo's in the back here. He still has Rift Herald. Rift Herald popped. Lambo dies to Nova. And I look at Trees gets caught on the back. That is absolute devastation for University of Arkansas.
And this is, actually, we're getting one more. Can Robbie Bob clean up the kill? It is a
Is
very, very
Is this
bulky...
the delayed ace?
Oh,
the delayed ace, Robbie Bob? He gets the kill. That's an ace. All right, Sir Tuttle came back after dying. That's an official ace there for unofficial ace for UST. As they also get a charge from the Rift Herald onto the Inhib Tower.
Yes, the game has now, I think, officially broken into a place where Arkansas can no longer come back, basically, regardless of situation. Exod going to do his best to try to find a kill on a Porsche, but even that's not going to be enough. Again, this Baron is the real threat coming up here in only 10 seconds, and there's almost no way, even with this pick, that they're going to be able to find it in time. Wait, Lambo?
Lambo came behind him with the TP. And Exod gets the kill, so all the shutdowns going over to him. But now here's the TP. This is the response, the clap back, if you will, from UST as Kitsuo goes godlike, still alive. Pasta Rams respite just to make matters worse. A triple kill comes out from the jungler of UST as Robbie Bob still holding his own in the top side by himself, but the base will crumble for the University of Arkansas.
Yeah, and if they don't have the ability to close right now, again, Baron, they could
That's
walk
it. That's the
immediately.
realm
nice
warp in.
realm warp too. I didn't
Get them. Oh my God! Best laid plans of mice and men, right there. If you wouldn't mind, before the game ends, I would like to see how many stacks Kitsuo did get to, as they're going to be TPing in here and see just how dominating this Kindred was. It is 12 stacks totally, so very, very good stuff from UST. And they have themselves a date with destiny in the grand finals here of the Demacia Division. The preseason warm-up, the University of St. Thomas will make their way to face the University of Maryville.
This was our expectation coming in. We almost were 100% sure that this was going to be our finals matchup. And, Arkansas, they put up some early game fight. I have to give them appreciation for that. That game, though, I mean, you could talk about Kitsuo's dominance. He went crazy once he got that gold advantage. But, man, Trevor Roy went insane in that game as well. Those Novas, everything about that Leona was just completely commanding so much of the pacing of the game. So props to that entire team of St. Thomas. Arkansas, I would love to see what this team looks like when Lambo isn't just being absolutely abused to start things off. But again, they showed some okay looks within the confines of that series. It's just these two that we have in the number 1 and 2 seed are way too good to compete with. It is a very tough prospect for any collegiate team.
Yeah, it absolutely is. But again, I'm going to reiterate what we said about the first series as well. Is you get the opportunity to get this experience. You get this moment to see, test yourself against a program like University of St. Thomas. It's a huge opportunity. It's a huge moment. So I still love to see it, and I expect to see University of Arkansas involved in more things like this, because that is the true growth of a program. That is what you're trying to build in these collegiate systems.
Absolutely. It was actually really interesting because we have a couple of traditional MEC teams that were in this tournament, and none of them were able to get through because they were beaten by like Arkansas, who comes from the Southern Division. You had University of Illinois at Chicago, who didn't come out of the MEC either. That you have such these different teams that now have pushed the MEC to a different place. You're not playing each other. You're playing people outside your division, and there's room to catch up now. And Arkansas, I think, showed that yesterday, and you're seeing the gap between these teams and then St. Thomas and Maryville and all of these teams at the top. Like you said, this practice invaluable for those squads. And now we get our rehash, our final rematch between Maryville and St. Thomas. It's everything we've been wanting.
It's everything.
The entirety of this tournament.
I literally have goosebumps thinking about it right now. This is going to be such a hype matchup. Both these teams, yes, it's preseason. Yes, it's just a sneak peek, but they want it. They want blood, and it's going to be a fun one. We are going to go ahead and send it away. Get ready for that final series of the day. On the other side of it, the beautiful Jolly and Cubby are going to be taking over. I cannot wait to have them cast this final series. It's going to be a fun one, and we will see you on the other side.
show last night.
Everyone, we are back at it again. It is me, Jolly. I'm going to be your play-by-play, joined, of course, by the most handsome Cubby right over here on this side, whatever side that is for you. We got more of this Midwest Esports Conference going down, and not just more, but the finals. It is unfortunately only going to be a best of 3, so we're only going to see potentially at most 3 games, but we have exactly who we expected and really anticipated to be in this position here starting today. Of course, Maryville University, who is the higher seed, so has some side selection there, and then University of St. Thomas, who we just saw do an incredible job, as well as win a 2-0 yesterday. So, Cubby, how are you doing, and are you as excited as I am?
Doing great. These teams have not dropped games on their way here, and one of them is going to have to drop in this first game of the finals. Yep. So I feel like this is rather expected for the community, considering that these 2 teams were here. But, hey, I think it's going to be interesting. I know that Maryville wants some revenge for losing to St. Thomas. Still, it's still kind of something that's a little bit of a chip on their shoulders from the LAN at Harrisburg. I know that they have gotten them back as we move forward, but still, Maryville is someone that they will hold a grudge throughout the collegiate season, and usually that plays into their favor.
It definitely does. Maryville has been doing really well, and in that particular matchup, actually, wasn't even the grand finals that St. Thomas took Maryville out. It was the semifinals, and it ended up being St. Louis. So 2 kind of out of the blue teams that we really weren't anticipating to get through here. But honestly, University of St. Thomas has continued to improve over time as we have seen them. And we've got a fun roster here today, of course, with Nova, with the coach being playing in as the ADC on this one. I've got favorites on both teams, so I can't even make a prediction on this one. I can't lie. I love so many of these players. I've gotten to meet so many of them and hang out. That it's going to be really hard for me to watch one of the teams lose. But obviously, one of them has to lose.
It's kind of part of the finals. And, when it comes to surprises, Nova stepping in for Array, who is participating at Scouting Grounds today. It is their first intro day. So congrats to him on earning that achievement and feat. He'll be featured for all 10 LCS orgs throughout this week.
Yep.
But Nova stepping in has been interesting because Nova, he is a former, GM, high elo player as a challenger, and he has been nothing but surprising in the bot lane. I think he's played Karthus, he's played Ryze, he's played Teemo, and given the other champions that he's picked and the Teemo buffs, we're not sure if that was kind of troll or a serious pick for Nova, who has played Teemo a lot in his past as well on the ladder. So I think it's going to be interesting. And hey, Maryville, they are still going with a different looks throughout the different lands that they've been playing in. And for this weekend tournament, it's Get Back and Evan RL playing in mid and marksman specifically, 2 players that weren't starting with the roster at the start of the year.
And really showing up. I mean, I gotta say, I covered with Rebel Fox those earlier games, because I know I covered with you the final games of yesterday, or the final matchup yesterday. But oh my goodness, I gotta say, it has been standout in that bottom lane particularly. So certainly an area that MU is going to want to try to focus on. Odd Orange, of course, being one of the most aggressive junglers that we have really in the entire seed for Collegiate League of Legends. And then Chippies, you can't skip out when you're talking about the Australians and Get Back and Chippies on MU, man, on the other side, gosh, Kitsuo, Robbie Bob has made some explosive plays. Of course, we've got Roy as well, was king, if I'm not mistaken. So some long-standing players here for University of St. Thomas that have recently found a lot of success, and they are going to want to tear this one ahead. It was, of course, again, Red Side being picked by Maryville as they are the first seed coming into this tournament.
Yeah, and as we dive into the picks and bans, of course, both teams being very hyped up throughout the tournament. Like I said, neither have dropped a game. And two of the top teams we have in the collegiate space at the moment. So it should be fun watching them go toe-to-toe in our grand final for this week. Of course, next week, you can tune in again. We're running the back. We've got another 8 teams playing.
Yep.
Some familiar faces from this week as well.
16.
16.
16 double.
Right.
And it's what's that? That's a separate bracket. It's called the Piltover bracket. We're in the Demacia bracket right now.
This is true. But you know, round of 8 teams. I got confused. 16 teams next week. And yeah, it should be fun to see yet another tournament as we're getting a feel for each other here in the preseason, getting these players some more experience, preparing them for the spring, where of course that top 32 League of Legends Collegiate Championship is the golden nugget that all of these teams are looking for. Unless you're a team like Maryville or University of St. Thomas, there are definitely 2 teams that are looking to have more success than just qualify for that tournament. They want to go far in that tournament, given the fact that their rosters are rather elite in the collegiate space. And I know that we are playing with a coach as a sub, but still a good chance for both schools to play that or prove that they are elite in the early season of play.
Oh, for sure. I mean, doesn't matter if it's preseason, early season, mid-season. Both of these teams are going to be playing at 110%. There is, no chance for really allowing any leeway in this one. And this is going to be a really big showing of both of these teams of what they can do right off the bat, because it has been a little bit of time since we at least have seen these two go up against each other toe to toe in a best of 3 like this. And so they're going to come out the gates running. And we can see that really with the bans that are being taken away. Incredibly strong picks right now. The LeBlanc, the Twisted Fate, and the Aurelia from taken away from Maryville by University of St. Thomas. And then on the other side, of course, that Lee Sin, actually a little bit surprising. One of Odd Orange's favorites, doesn't want to give that one over to Kitsuo, and the Zed and Yumi as well.
Yeah, University of St. Thomas focusing down the 2 Australians for Maryville and their solo lanes as Chippies and Get Back. Chippies notably is actually looking for offers at the moment. So we'll see if this might be one of his last tournaments with Maryville. Has been a very sound top laner. I know that Maryville might be the only team in the country where we say that taking second might have been a disappointment for them last year in Steelall, but still, he's been an integral part of their success throughout the last year. And we're going to have to see what's next for him, if that's at Maryville or elsewhere. Diving back into this one, we have that first pick, Graves, that University of St. Thomas has shown is a triple flex for them. And Chippy's already grabbing that Camille that's very powerful on this patch.
Yeah, you were just talking about Chippies. You want to see Chippies pop off. This is the champion that Chippies always pops off on. And, it's very smart, obviously, to take away the LeBlanc, the Twisted Fate, especially having, some of that global included with his ultimate. But they don't care, because that's one of the picks or bans that most teams, they put in their first 3. They absolutely do not allow Chippies to get this Camille. So we're going to see if University of St. Thomas really has an answer to that. And the lock-in is going to immediately be the Gangplank.
And that's the Porsche special. He's been drawing bans for this Gangplank throughout the tournament, but he feels comfortable in this matchup. And hey, Maryville also feels comfortable enough to, Porsche's Gangplank's pretty known. So they feel comfortable enough to give Chippies Camille into this Gangplank, play out this matchup, hopefully play that to success, as looks like University of St. Thomas going to take their choice of support, going to be Leona. So emphasis on roaming in the early game and impacting other lanes could be very integral in helping out with that top lane matchup for Porsche.
And definitely a good one with Jin as well. So one that not only is a solid roamer, a really good support right now, but another thing to just take away from Maryville's potential lineup here. So we're going to have to see what the final pick is for Maryville. They're going to hover over the Xin Zhao and lock that one in. Majority responses here, but the ADC already locked in for Maryville. So likely going to see probably two heavy ADC bans going into this one.
Yeah, likely for St. Thomas, that Graves is going to be jungle. Robbie Bob has shown that they can play it mid, but University of St. Thomas, they are missing magic damage. So really like this Karthus ban. Not only is that something that can be played in the jungle, but Nova's actually shown it in the bot lane already in this tournament. So expect Maryville to take away another magic damage champion as we move into the next phase of the draft. Whereas St. Thomas, they can ban out 2 supports they don't want to deal with, as they do have Leona for themselves. So Sett is one where you might be scratching your head and be like, that's not usually a support we see a lot of at the moment, but it is an old counter to Leona, and Shady still plays it very well. So they're going to take that one away.
Shady, though, you know, you got to consider the hook champions. Shady is a hook master. I mean, absolutely insane in terms of what he can do, whether it's the Nautilus, whether it's the Thresh. We've seen, you know, with the Leona, who's not really a hook, the Zenith Blade, but a similar style of initiation, really. And so Maryville probably, I mean, they're going to be able to lean that way, and you can see that's exactly what University of St. Thomas is thinking, hovering on banning out that Thresh. I'm assuming, of course, just like yesterday, though, Shady is going to say, okay, that's fine. I've got another hook. There is the Nautilus available, but shorter range makes things a little bit more of a challenge going into somebody like Leona. So we'll have to see. And hey, it's almost like I watched this game.
Shady still likes playing this matchup in the Nautilus. It's something that he feels comfortable that he's able to buffer that Zenith Blade from Leona and actually take winning trades. But he has other matchups. If he wants to take something like Braum or Rakan,
I was actually
Camille and Xin Zhao getting the party started. And
all right.
Rakan is going to be the call. So a lot of people think that this is a self counter, but hey, at Worlds, we've seen Rakan actually winning the Leona matchup, playing that very well. And Shady, a renowned Rakan player himself in the collegiate space, in the amateur space, will be taking that again in this game and has 2 Vespels to get into the fight with Camille and Xin Zhao. So I like this combo. Should be able to get into the backline rather easily.
And, you know, part of that being so good now into the Leon as the Viego gets locked in here, meaning we just might see that Graves actually run in the mid lane by Robbie Bob Kitsuo on the Viego. Very, very strong champion, and Kitsuo loves to play these super hyper aggressive junglers, getting as much damage as quickly as possible. We're looking at a hover on the Katarina for Get Back. Zoe is probably what I would rather see. We saw Zoe or Get Back play Zoe yesterday and just absolutely obliterate with this champion. So I'm liking both of these lineups, to be honest. You know, Maryville, I'm leaning a little towards Maryville because I like to play the champions better. That's now just how I kind of come to the conclusion. I'm like, yeah, I really like to play Camille, and I like the Jhin and the Rakan. So we're gonna go that way, but. Nova, Texas, of course, we'll constantly kind of go back and forth between that. So you guys are aware of who that is. Being the coach of this roster, though, and picking Ziggs, you mentioned that they've got a lot of attack damage. Ziggs absolutely provides some of that AP damage, but they're going to have to get an early game, early roam, early pushes in some of these other lanes because the AP damage is still quite minimal on the side of St. Thomas, even including that Ziggs.
Yeah, and overall, when we look at both game plans, I think that those last 2 picks for St. Thomas actually makes quite a bit of sense for me. The fact that you have upfront damage and crowd control now with the Ziggs, with the Leona. Zoe and Jhin are very long range and will now have trouble stepping forward. So when you have things like Ziggs, like Gangplank, you overextend in a fight and your backline is slowed up by the minefields, you aren't able to join the front line going in. That could provide some issues for Maryville, something they're going to have to be careful with when it comes to executing these team fights. But on the flip side, Maryville has Camille that's going to win sides as the game goes on. They have mid-jungle priority, so they should be able to go support that Camille in the early game. And if they are able to get Camille ahead, that could really shatter the plans that University of St. Thomas has for this game.
And as we know, both of these teams really, but Maryville has been known for a longer time of loving the side lanes. And who loves side lanes the most? Camille. Camille is, I think, in my opinion, people will talk about Ryze all the time, some of these other side laners. I think she's just the greatest because of the mobility that she also adds on to being able to side lane. If she does get collapsed on, she has the potential to hook shot through a wall, hook shot and get herself into the jungle, into a more safe position. But, on the other hand, at the same time, I expect we're going to be seeing a ton of St. Thomas roam. In particular, you were talking about that Leona moving up toward Robbie Bob to help him out in the early, after a few minutes once the game starts. We can anticipate seeing that. Shady, though, It's just going to be a roam game, and I feel like we're going to see a massive roam game here. Shady absolutely loves to head over to the jungle and help out Odd Orange, kind of assisting him in going and invading the enemy jungle very, very early in the game. So there's a lot of things up in the air, a lot of possibilities, but you got to anticipate that Maryville wanting to take back this title, take away another win off of University of St. Thomas. They're going to be going hard right off the bat, and we're getting right into it. No delays, no stalls, Cubby. Game number 1 in this best of 3 of the finals here.
Yeah, and immediately looking at Get Back Zoe, going for Ignite and Electrocute. Of course, Zoe, you have a lot of options. You can take Spellbook to try and cycle out some more summoner spells, which are very strong on Zoe. Gets a few extra buffs from using those, but will not be the case. And also, Jolly, I think the biggest surprise here is Evan RL and Shady, who is Align My Chakras, both taking Predator in the bot lane. So you talked about roaming and getting active.
Yep.
That's one way to get out onto the map and make a lot of impact in those other lanes by getting Shove and using Predator to go impact mid lane, impact a Herald fight a little bit quicker than the other team.
Oh, for sure. And, you've got the TP on Texas, so we can imagine that global is going to be, just the global ultimate, the global ability to really join into these fights is going to be huge. Another reason the Predator is going to come in handy, too, for if you do get some roaming here from Swid Style. Of course, we've got in the bottom lane there, so Roy for the side of University of St. Thomas. Just so you guys don't get confused there, we'll kind of go back and forth in between the names so y'all are aware of who we're calling out.
Yeah, just to clarify now, Texas is Nova, the coach of University of St. Thomas. Swid Style is Trevor, and then Align My Chakras is Shady, as we've already stated. Everything else should be pretty standard, but yeah, so any confusion there, that's why it's solo queue. If we don't have TR, that's A-okay. This is all we need to watch these teams brawl out today.
And we're going to see a lot of that. The general idea, too, of game number 1 that we've seen with these higher tier teams is moving forward with a bit of trepidation. It's the later it gets to game 3, the heavier hitting they tend to be. Evan RL, of course, and Shady, they decide they want to do a little bit of poke damage. So we're going to see, a lot of consistency here, a lot of damage being dealt, but an attempt at not being the first one to recall here, not being the first one to allow a little bit of pressure, because both of these junglers want to find an invade as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and already we see Odd Orange actually ahead on the clear compared to Kitsuo, as both are pathing up towards the top side. And depending on what Porsche does with these barrels, right now the wave is shoving towards him, but if he does use the barrels on the wave, that will start to shove out, which could leave him vulnerable to a play from Odd Orange if he wants to rotate and get back. Also securing lane priority, did crash the wave. Looks like both mid laners are going to be burning TP, and off cam, Robbie Bob actually had to burn Flash against Zoe, so Get Back already having a little bit of an early lead in this mid lane.
Yeah, the Ignite going down, and so Flash being utilized. If Ignite was also utilized, you got to at least feel grateful that you didn't lose all of your life on that one. Chippy's taking quite a bit of damage as these barrels are starting to stack up here. We're hitting level 3 on the top side and in the mid as well as the jungle. So yeah, Robbie Bob with the teleport. Of course, Zoe has the Ignite instead with the Flash. Kitsuo trying to look for something. Gets a little bit of a speed boost. In he goes, but there it is. The hook shot means one and done. Good attempt at a gank, but it's not going to be successful.
Should be able to get a TP advantage potentially in the top lane, or at least help Porsche get a clean reset, which isn't all gloom and doom. But Odd Orange is a level up and has mid lane priority. Kitsuo cannot take this crab. Maryville understand this, and already Kitsuo behind in this jungle matchup is trading in the bot lane. Uh-oh.
Ooh, that is a Sleepy Trouble Bubble. That is a Paddle Star, and Kitsuo will be the first one to go down. First blood going over to Odd Orange.
Yeah, Kitsuo, as I mentioned, not respecting the fact that Odd Orange has cleared a little bit faster. Did do an extra camp, but now 2 camps after he gets that crab, and it's going to be 2 crabs for Odd Orange, as well as Kitsuo going for that top lane gank, was not able to recover, not able to take one of the crabs. Odd Orange and Get Back punish and get the jungler Maryville very far ahead early.
We'll see who decides to actually make an invade into one of these lanes first, though. We can see Kitsuo down towards the bottom side. It was a good attempt towards the top, but you have to anticipate that Chippies has that hook shot available. This was a level 3 top lane, so when you initiate on something like that, at least the saving grace is that Kitsuo did not end up utilizing the flash to try to really fully engage on that one. There is no flash on Chippies though, so keep that in mind. The hookshot is really the only escape ability that Chippies has on this one, and while it is very, very, it's a very good escape. It's a good way to get in, get out. You still have to consider that teleport is down. Ignite is the only thing up on that top side, and now might be more of an opportunity to find a gate there.
Could be an opportunity to gank top, or it could just be an opportunity to pressure in the jungle as Trevor is in trouble.
That Sleepy Trouble Bubble is not going to hit on Orange. And Shady, though, want to get it. The Ignite comes out, the flash forward and away, and then Odd Orange following it up with one of their own. It's now Kitsuo and Robbie Bob versus Shady and Odd Orange. Get Back had to run out of there, taking a little too much damage. The Paddle Star is going to do a massive amount, though. Kitsuo will not go down. Yes, the Sleepy Trouble Bubble hits. Can Get Back get the Paddle Star? No, it's actually going to be. Oh, it will be Get Back. Doesn't need the Paddle Star right there. So a massive win in an invasive fight from Maryville.
And Maryville is doing such a good job of using their priority to snowball that into leads elsewhere. Odd Orange, every invade, every fight he's taken it with numbers. Shady, Get Back coming to support the jungler of Maryville, and he pays it back tenfold as Maryville now up 4 kills, up 2k gold 6 minutes in. A massive lead for them on the Rift, and it all sits on their jungler.
A little bit of back and forth. This is... The island lane has, adjusted as this game has gone on. Earlier on, I would say yesterday, we were having a lot of focus towards the top side. As of late, it's kind of gone back to the old days of an island in the top. We're going to try to get as much pressure as we can towards the bottom side. A lot of this having to do with Dragon priority and also just trying to get some real big pressure because of how hard these mid lane carries can, in fact, carry. I think that's where both of these teams really find a lot of success here. So trying to roam as much as possible around this mid lane is going to be the style they're going for. We can see right here, Shady, very, very aggressive. Ooh, the Blast Cone was used to get back into the red buff there, but still we can see that Roy is just taking so much damage here. Kitsuo trying to get in to help. Not going to happen because Odd Orange and Get Back are there, but that's going to be the Zenith Blade going through the W from FNRL. The flash away over the wall by Get Back, but ends up getting taken down anyway. It's going to be Kitsuo as the next target. A double kill for Odd Orange. Robbie Bob gets locked down, but is not going to be able to be engaged on further there, as there is a nice little Ziggs hiding in the bush. A good swipe from Odd Orange to keep him alive. Robbie Bob, though, is going to take out Shady. Finds yet another one right there. The double kill immediately goes down to Evan RL, but at least a few kills in response to MU making an aggressive play.
Not only kills, but shutdowns. Getting the shutdown on Odd Orange was huge for the side of University of St. Thomas. It actually allows Robbie Bob to pick up a mythic item. So actually getting ahead now of Get Back in the lane. So St. Thomas, when they took the initial fight, they were down members yet again. Evan RL with this Jhin, with that Predator, was able to impact the fight first, but a good recovery from St. Thomas as Maryville overextended for that red buff. Shutdowns end up going over, even though the kills are traded evenly. St. Thomas pick up gold on Maryville and at least get some form of footing on the map in Robbie Bob in that mid lane. But Maryville come back out of that reset, hungry for more, instantaneously goes for that Rift Herald, and with Porsche resetting, should be a free Shelly for them.
And this is exactly right here what I was talking about. Get Back trying to go back in, but a nice little smoke screen is going to prevent it. Robbie Bob is going to be able to stay alive, though, even through the Ignite that was thrown down there by Shady. This is what I was talking about before the game started. It's really just going to be a 1v1 for the most part in the bottom lane. I mean, there's no reason that both this Leona and especially this Predator Rakan should be staying in the lane. We can see exactly that. It's actually kind of been Shady, instead of following around Odd Orange like we've seen in the past, this is Shady making massive plays and hoping that the rest of the team can actually follow up. We saw it happen 2 times already in University of St. Thomas's lower side of the jungle.
I mean, it makes sense. This is something that Shady has been notorious for and really has made a name for himself on, which is roaming to impact other lanes. A support that really does it better than anyone else at this level of play. And it's been good to see Shady doing that early and really pressuring Leona in this matchup. As we do get to take a deep breath here, Jolly, and at least slow things down a little bit. As it seems like, it seems like the siege that Maryville has put upon St. Thomas early is at least coming to a little bit of a break, but you can still see Odd Orange in this mid lane. It feels like he's playing it out pretty much 1v3 with Get Back and Shady going up against Robbie Bob. He has been under pressure the entire game in the mid lane. As, oh boy.
Woo, that was a nice little satchel charge to get away. It's going to be the battle dance, though. That means that ultimate coming out of Texas is not going to hit. Once again, Texas being Nova here. And that means that Maryville now has another opportunity, and that's going to be bottom lane pressure. Granted, then the Ocean Soul, first dragon of the game at 10 minutes in. And oh my goodness, Hextech Ultimatum is all we need to see right there. As well as the Cannon Barrage coming down. But Chippies comes out ahead of the game on this one. And that's where you got to be scared of Chippies on this Camille.
And that's really big for Chippies, too, because once you hit that first mythic item on Camille, you become a big threat, in not only in the split push, but just a threat that your team can play around as Chippies picking up that solo kill on Porsche. Porsche on this gangplank will not be big until a few more items. And Auto Orange, they're going in, but he has the numbers.
Goes in, he's got the Crescent Guard. It is going to be a heavy lockdown onto this. Leona ends up getting taken down, and that one's going to go over to Evan RL. And that is the third death, a very unfortunate style for Swid Style right here on the bottom side. Trevor, Roy, we're going to be using both of those names for this champion. I tend to stick with Roy because that's, or I end up going back to King, which was the older username that was used by this guy. But it's great to see the attempts at roaming. It's just hard to roam when you're trying to counter someone like Shady and like Rakan here, who has so much dang mobility on top of the Predator.
It's also tough when, given the fact that Robbie Bob has spent most of the game under half HP in the mid lane, just due to the fact that Maryville sending so many members his way. Get Back able to play as far up in the lane as he wants and put down as much poke as he can to try and keep the mid laner of St. Thomas in the mid lane. And that has really helped Maryville make the proactive plays that they've wanted to make in this early game across the Rift.
Proactive plays is certainly something that Maryville goes for right off the bat. They've only got, it's about a 2K gold lead, so nothing too crazy. But Maryville has really set themselves up for continuing to kind of get the snowball building on itself, finding a way to send this thing downhill. And a lot of that has to do with Chippies winning that 1v1. There are still 3 assists that you got to consider onto Porsche. And while you've got a little bit of a setback in terms of the creep score for Odd Orange, it doesn't really make a difference because he's 5-1-3. He's finished up that Draker. He's gotten a ton of gold. He's laying down a lot of vision as well for the team. And this roam, with the amount that he's involved in the fights, he doesn't need to be in his jungle. And that's going to be a beautiful engage. Kids will try to follow up on a Chippies. The ultimate coming out from Robbie Bob. Odd Orange underneath the tower here. Going to have to fight off 4 members. And then flashing forward. Still gets locked down, though. And it's going to be Robbie Bob that picks up the kill.
Little bit of greed there from Auto Orange on the top lane defense, burning that flash, but looks like Maryville, they're sending Chippies back. They still want to fight. Can they find anyone?
The hook shot's going to go over the wall. Robbie Bob follows it up, though. Hextech Ultimatum is going to come out after that blast wasn't used, but no, there's 2 other members on the backside. You got to recognize Robbie Bob, and in the meantime, we have a little bit of a support off in that top tower, and Shady got to be the one to come ahead, putting another death onto Roy.
Yeah, Trevor went for a greedy base up in that top lane brush, and Shady was able to punish. But overall, still, St. Thomas, they're behind in this game, but that was a good play from them to try and get back in it. At least finding a kill onto Chippies, who we have put an emphasis on is, once you are able to get that first mythic item on Camille, you become a problem on the map, but it's hard to be a problem when you are outnumbered 2-4. So the fact that St. Thomas leaving the Ziggs to that island is you teased earlier in this game, Jolly, is something that we expected for them to do. That's big. It's helped St. Thomas get a little bit of footing in this game, especially with the overextensions from Odd. Oh. That's a tilter. Well played, Shady. That's the Shady special we like to see.
It really is, and that's the thing. Gosh, it's an incredibly mobile champion on a massive, well-known roaming player. It's one of those things where you might have taken the Thresh away. Yes, Shady is known for some incredible death sentences, some incredible initiation and some engages and getting some flays out so the rest of the team can actually get a hit. But once again, the style of gameplay here for Shady right now is just, I'm going to taunt everyone. I'm going to try to pull everyone in as quickly as possible so that the rest of my team can collapse on them as well. And again, get this snowball to continue rolling downhill.
And for Maryville, with, the snowball, kind of want to get back on track as St. Thomas is actually put up a little bit of a fight to try and slow it down. I think a key is still playing through mid, making sure that Get Back has that priority, is able to land the poke, and then trying to make plays in the side lanes from there, specifically around Chippy's trying to take down Porsche. As you can see, Get Back trying his damnness to put all the poke down as possible. Now Jin's joining. Do they take the fight?
A decent amount of damage. It is going to be the initiation, but a smoke screen. Out comes the curtain call, trying to get as much damage down, but it's not going to be Roy as the target. But it's a good attempt on to Nova, and that's going to be the ultimate as well, coming from Robbie Bog. The flash taken away from both Nova and Roy.
Actually, that ult from Robbie Bob might have taken enough HP to actually net this Dragon for University of St. Thomas. So I think Maryville, right idea once again, but they're going in on Leona. Honestly, if the Jin bullets connect, I think that play goes their way. They didn't, so instead it's just going to be a trade of neutral objectives. So St. Thomas still trying their hardest to fight back, trying to get a footing back in this game, and slowly doing so successfully.
Yeah, they're not too far behind, you know. In gold, it's barely over 1,000 in favor here of Maryville. Of course, as they get closer to these towers, things are going to change a little bit, but the plates have been down for the last 2 minutes almost. So not a massive amount of gold they're going to be going for, but so much damage from Chippies right there. Out comes the Hextech Ultimatum. But look who's in the wings. It's the savior of Roy. Not going to make it out alive, but Porsche is, in the meantime, we're going to have to see if Odd Orange can kind of recover this one off of that nice initiation from Switch Style. And that was the Ignite that went down. It also was Roy who picked up the kill. So, you know, while Porsche got out, they didn't secure the elimination.
They don't have a wave, though, and that Rift does fail to take the turret, so Trevor can't clean that one up as Kitsuo. Ooh, he almost goes down, but does burn the ult to get out.
That was almost a heartbreaker, but he uses the heartbreaker to avoid the heartbreak.
Wow. She had that one planned all game, Jolly?
No.
Okay.
No, they'll be. If I had planned, it would be better. Okay, Gubby, come on, give me a little bit of credit. Odd Orange might be caught out alone here, though. We do have Shady in the wings. We got to Get Back as well. Maybe looking for something with a Sleepy Trouble bubble. There is vision here set down by Maryville, but it's going to be quickly cleared out by University of St. Thomas after they pick up their own buffs.
And I think for Maryville, it still is about returning to that game plan we talked about, getting mid lane priority and snowballing it into the other side lanes. It has gotten more difficult, though, and a big part of the reason is because of those skirmishes. Some of them have gone St. Thomas ways, and look where all the gold is. It is all on Graves, as Kitsuo going to find the Imperial Mandate.
So many ultimates just popped. That was the Ziggs ultimate.
He dances his way out.
Robbie Bob used the teleport to try to get in to help with that. Throws out his ultimate, and still Shady escapes unscathed.
He manages to, you know, battle dance his way out of there. That was actually pretty cool. The quickness to the double dash to the grand entrance away. Not bad, as Shady's able to dodge out on everything. And I mean, we are joking the fact that, you know, he got out. It's no gold for St. Thomas, but still, that overextension from Shady, that does cost Maryville some time. It does cost them some priority. And Shady is happy to take those risks to try and find a lot of the big plays that he is able to do so often successfully. But St. Thomas, once again, fighting back. They're clawing control back on this map and continue to give Maryville a run for their money on the Rift.
They have swapped a few lanes around. We can see that now Porsche is responding to the fact that Chippies has moved towards the bottom side of the map. You have Zoe Get Back having moved upwards because the majority of MU is doing exactly what you've been saying this whole time, Cubby. Continue to pressure the mid lane. Out comes the Solar Flare, though. It's going to be followed with the Cannon Barrage. Odd Orange tries to throw out the Crescent Guard, and he gets it, but it's not quite enough because the Heartbreaker also comes through from Kitsuo.
Good punish there from University of St. Thomas. Odd Orange. The last couple minutes on the map, Maryville has been really focused around the top lane, trying to get vision up there, trying to take down that top outer turret and maybe set up a kill for Chippies. Odd Orange caught on the bot side of the map where University of St. Thomas was trading out. We're not able to find that as, wow, Chippies actually has to burn teleport to get out of the map. And shall we look at that gold? University of St. Thomas sit with a gold lead as we are going into the next dragon fight. A minute 14 away. It is Cloud Soul. Gonna have to see if they can survive the poke from the Ziggs. Oh, they're going in.
Flash forward. Evan Arella has to flash himself, but it's going to be enough, and it's actually going to be the Viego that picks up the kill with a little bit of burn damage on there, even though Nova had a very good one, the Red Smite. Nice little sleepy trouble bubble. Get Back has kind of been struggling with landing these trouble bubbles and these paddle stars, to be honest. It's been a really, really good responsive recognition by University of St. Thomas that you got to watch out for those. You have to expect that Get Back is going to be throwing something over the wall. You need eyes on them. So they've been prioritizing trying to get down some of that defensive vision around this Zoe's mid lane.
St. Thomas does go for the slightly late reset, which will enable Maryville to pick up control back over this bot side river before this dragon. Chippies is fixing the lanes as well. That top lane is still pushing out for them. So we'll put University of St. Thomas on a little bit of a timer and force them to maybe drop some waves if they do want to contest this dragon, which it looks like they do. And honestly, they should. I mean, they've gotten to the point where they're rather strong. Look at Robbie Bob. Already has 2 completed items on this Graves. And with that Seraldas and some bonus lethality on top of that, he has the opportunity where if he's able to get in range of the carries in Maryville, this fight could do some serious damage.
It might be Shady who tries to go in first. The Sleepy Trouble Bubble misses once more. It's going to be a battle dance as Shady tries to get out. The Solar Flare to come down as well as Zenith. So much on to Get Back. It's going to be Nova that picks that one up. And even though the quickness was burned, this Rakana has to get out of there as Odd Orange and Evan RL both take a split. It's going to be Odd Orange as the target. Evan RL on the other side throws out the curtain call, manages to pick up one. Will Porsche go down too? Here is Shady. This is a big opportunity, but the Cannon Barrage comes out for response. And oh my goodness, Porsche stays alive, but that did include a big help from Roy.
But it was a huge double barrel from Porsche that enabled him to turn that fight around, take the 1v2, and clean up the ace for University of St. Thomas as, oh man, if we have replays, that engage onto Zoe, that one shot to start the fight, a great game plan from St. Thomas. They were able to get around all the poke by just taking the fight immediately, blowing up a big carry for Maryville, and they played the fight out beautifully from there.
And we do have a replay because we have the best producers ever, so I'll let you take this one, Cubby.
I mean, there really isn't much else to say besides the fact that Trevor has the chance to go on Rakan there and the choke, but he's waiting. He has his eyes on Get Back, and it is the flash Q into the Ziggs bomb. Zoe isn't able to move, isn't able to use the multiple flashes that she had at her fingertips because she is just locked down for the entirety of the fight. And from there, everything split from Maryville. It is a bunch of skirmishes on the side where Kitsuo, because of the shutdowns, because of the overextensions, he now has a 2-level lead. And then Porsche, we saw him land that beautiful double barrel to win the fight on the bot side. Everything turning up. St. Thomas says they might be missing potentially the best player that we have in collegiate at the moment in Array, who has been performing incredibly in this early season. Their coach stepping into play. But St. Thomas looks like they haven't dropped a step. They're playing very well in this game and now have themselves a 4K gold lead.
4K gold lead. They got 2 dragons now. They've got 1 tower up. They have more kills now, and they were behind a pretty big deficit in that previously. So Maryville not able to find themselves exactly what they needed in the early part of the game. And now you've got Kitsuo kind of running away with it. We have bounties on 4 members of University of St. Thomas here. The only one that doesn't is Robbie Bob, who ended up just going down there to Evan RL with the curtain call at that last fight. Otherwise, it would be all 5 members. And that is including Roy here, who's sitting at 2, 4, and 6. Now, this member, I don't know if you guys remember, was 0, 4, and 1 earlier on. It's going to be another initiation right here as Odd Orange gets jumped on by 3 members. Kitsuo will pick that one up. And these guys should be able to get out just fine.
Oh,
gonna continue the initiation. Kitsuo wants more. Get Back is the next target. Can he do it? He goes golden. The timing is perfect. The Cannon Barrage comes out in response. Will Get Back make it out? No, it ends up turning into what is eventually a 1-for-1 at the end.
I mean, it feels like it's just a continued trend, though. St. Thomas, now, we didn't really touch on the scaling of this game, but they scale nicely. I mean, Zig scales into an Oblivion, and yes, Chippies should always be able to win the side lane, but Diego's ahead of Xin Zhao significantly. Zoe isn't able to get mid lane in priority for free anymore, and Graves, given the fact that he has a lot of items and now levels under his belt, can actually contest and live through a lot of the siege that Maryville is putting down. And as long as St. Thomas is able to close the gap in these fights, and as long as they aren't getting poked out significantly at the start, they now have the map control where they can get into these rivers to protect the objectives first. And that it makes it very difficult for Maryville to play out the game from there, as getting through Zig's minefields, Zig's bouncing bombs, and all the damage that he brings to these objective setups is very difficult for the side of Maryville.
And I do have to point out how spectacular his satchel charges have been as well here for Nova. On these initiations, immediately sets one down on himself to really throw the enemy team away from him or throw the enemy team towards his own team. And now University of St. Thomas, they're the ones that are going to be doing the majority of invading as they have a lot of pressure. And even though these towers are evened up, it is 4-4 right now. Just like you said, Cubby, it's kind of been that snowball was pushed in the opposite direction. The tug of war did not go as heavily in favor of Maryville as they really wanted to at the start of this. And so St. Thomas is going to go ahead and start this one up. The curtain call comes out as a response. It's going to be Shady who tries to go in and helps out, but on the backside, there's so much damage. The solar flare comes out. Get back is the target. Goes golden. Perfect timing. Down goes Shady. In goes Get Back. Will he be able to get out alive? Yes, manages to pick up a kill and stays alive, but ends up going down right there to Kitsuo. The shutdown going over to Chippies. And out comes Exec Ultimatum. Manages to get the one, but a triple kill over to Nova means another almost ace over to University of St. Thomas.
And we talked about how hard it is to walk into a Ziggs. What about Ziggs plus Gangplank? As Porsche, once again, pumping out massive damage in that fight. These barrels are now critting with Infinity Edge buffed crits, doing so much damage over to Maryville, who keep on finding themselves in a tough scenario to win these 5v5s. It really feels like the only way they can set themselves up for success at this point is playing the sides with Chippies. But I like the fact that St. Thomas continue to force these 5v5s, force Maryville to come to them, and they keep on coming out on top.
Yep, they keep anticipating it, and a lot of that has to do with the really good placement of these barrels. You know, predicting exactly where members are going to come through, especially if you have Roy Swid style again. For those of you that might be joining now, Roy is Swid style, Nova is Texas. Robbie Bob's going to get jumped on here. So much damage on Evan RL, and it's going to be enough to pick up the kill. No way, Robbie Bob stays alive, gets that red buff as well. Evan RL does not feel good about that one.
Pointed Steel Caps doing a little bit of overtime work there for Robbie Bob, keeping him alive, going up against the Jhin. That kill does enable them to take this Dragon for free, putting them on Soul Point, and they're going to TP mid, potentially look to start Baron quickly. They still have a numbers advantage on the Rift.
They do. Evan RL has to face that gray screen for another 20 seconds. We'll have to see if Shady tries an initiation. He is on the deep side of the jungle there, but it's going to be Chippies that gets jumped on here. The solar flare that comes out from Roy. The rest of the team is here, but the Hextech Ultimatum is going to be used onto Kitsuo. Can they pick up the kill? Not with so much damage, and Kitsuo is the one that turns around and grabs that kill in response. It's going to be a Sleepy Trouble bubble on one side. In the meantime, it is Swid style Roy running away from Odd Orange. Probably not going to be able to make it out of this one. Has those boots, but it won't be enough. And now the curtain call comes down. Down goes Shady. Get Back has to escape. Has to end up using gold, going gold one more time. And in the meantime, the rest of the team follows up, and Evan RL finds the Q before that last cone was actually hit.
And that big flank from Shady, it was setting up to try and pressure them at Baron. It ends up paying off in that fight as credit to Get Back. Him surviving there. A beautiful Zhonya's to dodge out on, once again, St. Thomas going all in on him. Able to live, able to pump out damage. They will not start the Baron, but are able to shove out their waves, take some of the jungle creeps away from St. Thomas, and close this gold deficit as Maryville. All right, not going down without a fight, Charlie. We got ourselves a good game one.
Yeah, we do. It's still 5 towers. You know, you have Soul Point for University of St. Thomas now. It's been really, really risky for Maryville to even navigate through their own jungle, though, and I think that's the big struggle. They're trying to throw down vision. St. Thomas continues to invade, find successful fights, maybe get an objective or push something, and then clear out as much vision as possible, throwing down some of their own. So they're trying to just get that one up over Maryville, and it has been working out very, very well for them. A lot of that being Swid style here, Roy navigating around, just getting into some dangerous situations because the response time and the speed and the initiation of St. Thomas being able to follow that up, whether it's the Ziggs bomb, whether it's the ultimate from Porsche, whether it's the actual initiation of Kitsuo, it's all right there.
And Baron continues to be started here by the University of St. Thomas, but this time they're letting Camille take the side lane. And they're churning for a fight as,
so much damage. The ultimate comes out as well from Robbie Bob. It's going to be near-sided lockdown on 2 right there. Odd Orange is going to be the first one to go down. The curtain call comes out. Shady trying to look
down.
for an initiation, but ends up going a little too close. Kitsuo trying to
That's
find
two.
that one. It's going to be 2.
Chippy's his bot.
From Evan RL. Picks it up thanks to that curtain call. A recall, though, because that Baron was snagged. It's going to be a nice, quick recall. In the meantime, look at Chippies.
I actually like
Chippies does best.
Yeah, I actually like Chippy's used his blue trinket at on the base to see exactly when they get back against the Baron style recall. So gives him all the knowledge he needs to stick around, take that inhibitor, and a big trade on the Rift. St. Thomas, they lose the fight, but they take Baron, and they also drop an inhibitor turret and inhibitor to Chippies in the bot lane. So Maryville returning to the side lane focus. Seems like they have kind of figured out the fact that, hey, I don't think these 5v5s are ones that we can win against the comp that University of St. Thomas has thrown at us in this game 1.
There's plenty of scaling for both, so it gets tougher and tougher.
Yeah, it is plenty of scaling, but it's in different aspects, right?
Yes,
Maryville,
exactly.
always going to have that poke. Jhin does do a lot of damage as the game goes on, but in the straight-up 5v5s, the zone control that GP and Ziggs are going to bring to the table, and Robbie Bob able to play cleanup on the back half, it's too much for the side of Maryville to deal with.
And I feel like Viego just infinitely scales. Like, I feel like there's no point where Viego...
Take over champs.
He's absolutely insane. And Kitsuo, of course, is an absolutely insane jungler. And so that's going to be really one of the big ones. It just gets to the point where the speed on his attacks is insane. He has now finished the Guardian Angel as well. So has Odd Orange. So keep that in mind. There's going to be a revive for both of these members here.
Push.
And Camille is going to be looking for the lifesteal. But in the meantime, I mean, somebody has got to respond to this, trying to regroup here for Maryville University. They do not want this to go down. The Solar Flare comes out. So much damage on the Chippies, who gets immediately taken down. Auto Wars is going to get hit by the Zenith at max range. Uses the cleave to get everybody away from him here. And that's going to be one inhibitor. The initiation trying to be continued. Evan RL on the backside using that curtain call. A nice little drowsy, but will they be able to even get a sleepy trouble bubble? And it's on the Leona. That's not who they want, but down with a massive block. Robbie Bob Porsche doing so much dang damage. That's going to be a pop on both of those Guardian Angels. But will it matter? Only 3 members left alive. Evan RL manages to find out one. Porsche very, very low. Evan RL trying to find another initiation onto this backside. But in the meantime, the Nexus is going down. You can't stay alive if your team, or if your Nexus is dead. And that's how it's going to go through quite dominantly in the second half of the game. University of St. Thomas takes that one.
And a lot of props to St. Thomas because it was a long road back. But they did so, first off, punishing some of the overextensions coming out from Maryville in their bot side jungle, and then just slowly kept on creeping back into the game and really sticking to their identity of that composition, which was how we saw them win that last team fight. Leona CC into Ziggs bomb into a Viego reset, right? And that was the big key for St. Thomas throughout that game. I like the fact how they rounded out their draft with the Ziggs and the Viego. I think that gave them a very sound win condition, and their ability to play around that as a team, it was better than Maryville's ability to play around their win condition in that first game. They end up coming out on top, which I think, considering the sub, a little bit surprising for our fans at home, maybe, Jolly.
Yeah, a little bit surprising, but at the same time, this is the coach. In Nova coming here. I guess we got, and Roy has, I think they were talking about it. Mazel and Rebel Fox were talking about Roy in the last matchup and just how insane this player has been, how consistent. And we saw it right there. While a lot of people don't give so much credit, over to the supports, things like that. I got to mention it again. The very beginning of the game, this Leona was 0-4-1. And then by the time we get later in, you have so many fewer deaths, but so much more involvement. All you have to do is just kind of build yourself up to actually get to the point where you're tanky enough to start these initiations and do what Rakana has been doing since the start of the game. And Roy's going to be able to commit and pull that stuff off. So really, really well done. Of course, this is a best of 3 in the finals here, so we're going to get at least one more game. And the side selection for this one was Maryville already. So Maryville, being the losers on this, will once again get side selection. Probably going to stay on the red side, even though it wasn't as successful. I guess it depends on how high of a priority they want to put on certain champions for themselves. They did get the Camille. They did get some really big picks for themselves, and they still got outplayed in certain aspects and areas by University of St. Thomas. So we're going to have to see. But until then, if I'm not mistaken, I do believe we are going to have a very quick break here before we get into game number 2 here between University of St. Thomas and Maryville University. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more of the Midwest Esports Conference. ciao. We're back at it. It's us. It's your boys and girl. It's Jolly and Cubby. We're here. I'm super excited. All right, Cubby, you know what? Maybe you should take over for a minute.
Interesting. I was not expecting that that start to our game 2. But hey, glad to see that you have some tea. I think this is the real strategy, Charlie, just throwing it towards me so she can enjoy.
Strategy.
Yeah, strategery, you know. As if you did miss game 1, you would have missed University of St. Thomas actually putting together a nice comeback victory. Maryville indexed more towards their early game with their draft. Were able to find some leads, able to utilize that mid-lane priority they had with the get back Zoe to go find themselves an early lead, but they overextended a little bit. And University of St. Thomas took those shutdowns and ran with it, slowly mounting themselves a comeback victory, as it was a hard-fought game 1, honestly, a very close game, and kind of much more excited for game 2 now, if we're being frank, after that one.
Oh, especially with Maryville deciding to pick the blue side as well. Being losers that, they initially picked the red side. They've swapped over, want to pick the blue side now. And I think a big thing for me, too, is I didn't get to see Chippy's do his split pushing very much. It was at the very, very end that we saw him pushing down towards the bottom side, being able to break into the base, get some of the towers and the inhibitors. But generally, as soon as the team kind of converges towards the mid side, you really anticipate that split to happen. But instead, it ended up being kind of lane swap. So we saw the Camille go down to the bottom side, but it was immediately responded to by the Gangplank also going down to the bottom side. So, Maryville, they started out on a good run, but I feel like St. Thomas knew exactly what they were going to try to go for with the composition, and they just stopped them at every possible moment.
I think that the big issue for Maryville just ended up being the fact that once they realized they had to do that, it was like almost too late, right?
Yeah.
Because with this new Gangplank, after the changes he had and taking Fleet and building Crit, when you get to 3 items, you are absurdly powerful on the Rift. And Porsche did a good job of showing that. And his ability, he did get solo killed once, but he got to 3 items pretty sound, right?
Yep.
He was able to kind of hang with Chippies, hang with some of that pressure, and make sure that he was picking up the farm that he needs to be that big late game carry that this new Crit Gangplank really is. And Porsche proved that. He stepped up huge to that one dragon fight that finally got University of St. Thomas the gold lead. And from there, it's difficult for Chippies to actually hang in that side lane unless he has help. And when you're losing the rest of the map, it's tough to get help.
It's absolutely true. It's just too little too late. And again, I think a lot of that has to do with UST saying, okay, they're going to try to do split pushing. They're going to try to do side lanes. Let's just respond to them. We're just going to reflect and parallel their side lanes, and we're not going to allow them to find side lanes. It's constantly going to be a fight instead. And so that definitely takes a lot of the wind out of Maryville's sails. We'll have to see exactly, though, what they decide to do with the blue side pick here, because they wanted to try to get the counter picks. They wanted to try to get the red side to start things off. They have, after losing that one, decided to go with blue. So maybe recognition that there are a few too many powerful potentials on there, because it wasn't just Porsche. It was Kitsuo, too, who was doing so much damage on the Viego. Once you get a couple items on him, it's the same kind of deal. He just attacks way too quickly and way too ferociously for you to be able to really respond to. So we'll have to see if Maryville maybe opts to go for something like a heavy hitter, try to take away something like the Leona as well from Roy, because that was another big one that was really impactful.
Yeah, what I expect from Maryville to do in this early stage of draft is, last time, University of St. Thomas threw out 3 bans at Chippies and Get Back, the Australians. It was LeBlanc, Twisted Fate, and Aurelia. But Maryville banned Lee Sin on red side. I think that Maryville, they're not going to ban Lee Sin here on blue. They're going to take away something else, going to leave Lee Sin open and force University of St. Thomas to make a choice. Do you give up Aurelia to both of our solo laners, or do you give Odd Orange his Lee Sin?
Yep. That's a tough one to decide between. Definitely what they're going for here. As you can see, the Ziggs is going to be the ban. So they don't want to allow that to be picked up here once again by University of St. Thomas because it was so impactful. And interestingly enough, it's actually going to be the Graves.
Wow. So a little bit of a different strategy here.
Yeah.
Just leaving everything up, as maybe they feel like they have a good answer into Aurelia in the solo lane if they are going to take it early. And overall, I honestly expect the Lee Sin here for Maryville. Yeah. It is a go-to for Odd Orange. It's an easy blind pick, B1.
Yep. No pun intended there,
everything. Right? Yeah.
Blind pick.
Maryville returning to some comfort, as this would set up potentially if Kitsua wants to run another Viego comp. Viego does pretty well in the Lee Sin, so that could be an option for Kitsua here.
I'm kind of surprised that they ended up actually banning out the Ziggs instead of the Viego. I would have said that yes, while Ziggs is very, very good, there are absolutely ways to play around him and shut him down. Whereas once it gets into the late game, even if Viego's behind, he can still recover. Again, he just needs a couple of items and he's going to be doing a massive amount of damage. So he can still play from behind. Plus, just like you said, Cubby, he is a good selection into Lee Sin. Hey.
Yeah, you mentioned the Leona being so important. I was kind of curious. So University of St. Thomas, there are a few things that they could do with that third pick. One, I'm looking at Ryze now for both teams. I think Ryze is kind of tough to pilot into Viego and Leona, but if you have Lee Sin Ryze, the mid-jungle duo, it's pretty easy to get lane priority mid and go support Lee Sin. It's a very deadly combo in mid and jungle. So I would not be surprised if Ryze is locked in here for Get Back. We also saw the set being banned away from Shady after Leona was locked in. That is his preferred choice to counter. And it will be the pick here for Maryville, so that also will act as a flex pick for Chippies going into the top lane.
Heavy initiation, and that's a nice little wombo combo too. It's so unfortunate to be knocked around and kicked around and punched around by these two, by Lee Sin and the set. You get dragon kicked one way, you get showstopper the other way. It's too much. It's almost too much.
Complements each other well, yeah.
It
RKO's
hurts.
coming in soon as... Oh, wow. Okay, so no solo laners being taken here for the side of Maryville. They want to guarantee the fact they get at least one counter pick in the solo lane, so they are going to take Xayah. And honestly, I feel like University of St. Thomas, if they take Ryze here, they could just flex it between mid and bot. We have seen their bot laner, their coach, Nova, going by Texas. We've seen him play it in this tournament. Instead, it's going to be the Camille blind. So I fully expect for Maryville to call out the fact that this is probably going to be a set bot. Maybe they throw a Rakan ban at Shady just because they took Xayah as well. But from there, they should ban out 2 counters to Camille. So would it be surprised we see a Renekton ban and potentially a Fiora or an Aurelia ban coming through here?
And Chippies,
Set doesn't do well in the Camille, so this is probably going to be set support, yeah.
Not at all. And I would say that Chippies, would probably be more apt to something like the Fiora. I think I've seen him on a little bit more as of recently, but it's kind of hard to decide between those two because he also plays an absolutely nasty Aurelia. I have to give Odd Orange some crap. I do have to give Odd Orange some crap though.
Okay.
I love Odd Orange. When we were at Hugh, we had a little bit of back and forth about Xayah. And I love Xayah, as you know, Cubby. I adore Xayah. Odd Orange did not think that Xayah was doing very well. Funny enough, it was actually a Ray on St. Thomas that we were watching, and he was popping off, and every single time I was like, oh man, too bad Xayah sucks though, huh? Did you see that triple kill, Nathan? Oh, Odd Orange, man, you're right. And they're picking the Xayah. That's something that clearly I think maybe he recognized a little bit, that she's pretty OP and she offers really a lot to this style of play, including the set being down there as well. You got the Haymaker, you've got the Blade Caller potentially, the Feather Storm. So there's a lot of really good cohesion between these two in the bottom lane.
I love how the fact that you're just going to completely ignore the fact that Xayah got buffs and now has a new build. She
got nerfed. She got micro nerfed. Hold on. She got micro nerfed. She got fixed day of. It's not really though. So not really though. That's the funny part, is it wasn't really a buff overall. Like she's been buffed consistently, and she's been really, really strong and really powerful for a long time. Yes, people are still really building the lethality one because it is still effective, but they did nerf it a considerable amount. And it means that the regular build with her, Gale Force should be the regular build with her, by the way, is not as effective because of the lengthened cooldown on her Q. So it's still more worthwhile to run Airy, to go with lethality, build the Eclipse. But still, I just love to see it. And I'm appreciative of this red-purple theme that we kind of got going on over on the MU side. Very fitting for Maryville being the black and red.
All right. Well, I'm glad you feel so passionately about your favorite champion here, Jolly.
I do.
We do have to catch back up on the picks and bans.
Psh, whatever.
Jhin being taken.
Is that what I'm being paid for? I don't know about that.
Yeah. Jhin being taken here by the University of St. Thomas. So going to continue that theme of range. And Maryville, They are full committing to the dive. It looks like it is going to be in a Kali mid and a Poppy top into the Camille, as Chippies might have been putting a little bit more time into the Poppy. Feels like he can take this one in that top lane matchup.
I do like the Jax ban as well. Jax is another one that is great into the Camille. And the Malzahar is going to be very quickly locked in here. So we're going to have Robbie Bob on a Robbie Bob Classic. Not one that we see very, very often. If we do see it, it's probably going to be on this player here for University of St. Thomas. You can pop off on just about anybody. So I'm very excited to see how Maryville, with such an aggressive composition, decides to go forward on this one, because they're going to have to hit the ground running.
Overall, Lee Sin Akali, ton of damage packed in those two champions, and Pre-6 can really pressure Robbie Bob in the mid lane. I think that that's going to be the goal, trying to get some setups going on there. The one thing I like is that one of the issues that Maryville ran into with Viego is the fact that Viego was able to easily get resets with all the upfront damage and CC that Leona and Ziggs packed in the last game. This time around, St. Thomas isn't able to emulate that, and there's a lot more tankiness and beefiness on the side of Maryville. So Poppy, Lee Sin, Set, even Akali all going to pick up some health items if Get Back does decide to go for the Riftmaker. Going to be really tanky. Unfortunately, this means that Leandries on Malzahar going to be insanely efficient. So if St. Thomas is able to slow down these fights, kind of stretch it out, and force Maryville to overextend into them and then get the one reset from there, that's going to be where the Viego gets success. But Maryville identifying the issue that Viego getting the early reset was a problem in the last game, so taking a lot more tankiness to try and deal with that this game.
That was, okay, that threw me off for half a second. That was a Renekton ban. I was like, Rengar? Why would they be banning out the Rengar? No, sorry. That was, I don't mean to call you out. I don't mean to call you out, production. I don't mean to call you out. But yes, that was the Renekton. Because it's a very... Sorry, because it's a very, very effective counter into that one. So I'm really excited to see what Chippies also has to offer here on the Poppy, because I haven't really seen a lot of this matchup, and I haven't seen a lot of it really go as much in favor of Poppy, to be honest, because of the mobility that Camille is able to have here. But honestly, I think Chippies, this is his favorite champion, or at least Camille is his favorite champion from what we've seen, or one of the most well-performed that he does. So hopefully, you got to imagine, if you know your favorite champion, you also know what works really, really well into them.
Yeah, so this matchup, and kind of the good part about Poppy in this one, is that the dashes that Poppy can shut down is going to be from Camille, Viego, and Leona, with that Zenith Blade, of course. And in these fights, it will force St. Thomas to either burn flashes to kind of make it through that steadfast presence field, or it's going to force the side of St. Thomas to maybe kick off a fight with something like Camille ultimate or Leona ultimate from range, which is a little bit tougher to hit, tougher to guarantee. So playing defense for Chippies, expect him to go for the Divine Sunder build to try and match that spike from Porsche and actually challenge him in the 1v1, but we're spun into the game too. St. Thomas have taken game one, and already a sprint towards the bot lane. Don't think they're going to find anything, though, as just going to guarantee the fact that they have vision priority. But that ward being snuck in, they do not spot that.
They don't spot it. MNRL is going to stop all of his backs, all of these recalls. No additional Q for Evan here. It's going to be an immediate flash away and a cleanse, actually. So both of the summoner spells right there from MNRL already gone.
Very greedy from Evan RL. Does get punished by the side of St. Thomas. And that means that if the side of St. Thomas, if Kitsuo wants to path top to bot, they already have someone they can punish. The fact that Evan RL will not have flash, might have cleanse up by that time, but they want to focus him down. Could be an early area for them to look, and it seems like St. Thomas is aligned in that, with Kitsuo starting on the top side and Odd Orange matching.
No big surprise. They're going to start it a little bit slower. However, I do really like the fact that University of St. Thomas, when they do win the first game in these best of threes, they do try to make some sort of cheeky play. They try to see if they can maybe catch somebody out. And hey, they didn't get a kill, but they got two pretty massive summoner spells, and that means that it's going to be a lot on Shady to try to keep this Leona off of Evan, because not having a flash now, being, below level 6, obviously at level 1, you have very, very little opportunity to be able to escape any sort of heavy initiation from St. Thomas.
Yeah, and the good thing I like about Maryville's draft as well, this is something that's a little bit more player-focused, is the fact that they got Nova on something like Jhin. Texas, of course, being Nova. And,
Oh!
Nice. Whoa!
Okay, so
The
that's
coach.
a flash down 2 now. That is 3 summoners down on the side of Maryville in the bottom lane, and he didn't even hit the face breaker.
I mean, that was a beautiful flash from the coach. He's making all coaches proud with his reactions on that one. That was well done by Nova. All right. I'd love to see that.
Not incredibly low health, so it was an interesting decision right there, but clearly Nova was waiting for something like that, was trying to stand a little far forward, maybe to try to bait something out. And we can see right there that the Ignite has actually gone down as well from Shady. And so no summoners. No summoners in the bottom lane for MU.
Nova did burn heal, but also did go with the boots and 4 pots, so should be able to slowly sustain himself back up. And I mean, I do like this from Maryville because it does put Nova on, you know, a traditional marksman, one where he's not as strong as a player. You know, he's played a lot of roles in his time, so playing stuff like Karthus Rise definitely does benefit him. But as we go on, engage.
It's going to be a Zenith blade followed up by a Q. It's going to have to be a flash away by Roy, and now Shady's trying to go in and get as much damage out. The Haymaker is going to allow for a first blood flash over the wall by Kitsuo, followed up by Odd Orange. Both of these members have double buffs, and that's going to be refreshed for the Odd Orange.
And so all the heavy trading from Maryville, you can't punish the Sums being down if you're getting invaded upon. They are able to split up the side of St. Thomas, isolate them, utilize their early damage, and win out on the early skirmish, and might actually be looking for a dive bot. They could go for it as they are shoving out that wave. Will not be the call.
Chippies and Porsche. That's a little bit of a mind game right there. Throwing Buckler, getting a lot of damage. Porsche has to back out of this one now, but wants to stay along because Kitsuo is in the wings, and that's going to be at the initiation. Already so much damage coming from this champion. Chippies does have a flash available and manages to get the stun up, and that means Chippies will make it away with his life.
Well done. Porsche will probably have to TP back to the lane, but Chippies at least able to buy some more time and spot Kitsuo as Odd Orange not opting to try and contest this top crab. Already did secure the bot crab. Instead, just going to return to his camps where he is already ahead and is already on his second respawn quicker. So Maryville, once again, early lead in this one. We somewhat expected this with the comp. We think that this favors the side of Maryville, but the fact they are able to execute it and execute it very cleanly, good sign from them in the early game.
Very good sign for them. Hey, you know what? They didn't let losing a lot deter them, and that alone is very solid. That's to be expected from a team like Maryville, though, who has come back from some major deficits, who has been able to snowball way ahead of the competition. So, you know, you have to have the adaptability from playing from behind and playing ahead. And in the last game, Maryville absolutely started out the game by playing ahead. So we're going to have to see how University of St. Thomas kind of recovers into this game, and if they're as capable of doing it as they were in that game number 1.
And overall, University of St. Thomas investing in this Camille, making sure that Porsche, without the TP, is able to shove out this lane safely. So Kitsuo giving up. He could be on his Raptors, could be on his Wolves right now. Instead, he's making sure that Porsche is able to get this wave in, but Chippy's intelligently holding that as Robbie Bob, barely able to avoid the face breaker.
Hex Flash used on that one, but Robbie Bob played it pretty safe on that. Very, very good call. Staying alive. Still only the 2 kills, which I say only 2 kills. You know, we're only about 6 minutes in, but in the last game, I think we were at around 6 minutes in. We were at like 9 or 10 kills. So a little bit less aggressive than what we're used to, but that's because University of St. Thomas is on match point. So while Maryville's playing aggressively, they still at the same time have to be safe. It's going to be another Hex Flash over the wall as Shady really wants to try to pop off early on this set.
And for the side of St. Thomas, it's going to be a long time before they're actually able to find some footing on this map. As Robbie Bob going for the tier build. This is a later spiking Malzahar build. You can go Rylai's second, something like that. As
ooh, what a blade caller right there. Evan RL manages to get the root down. You followed up the Haymaker, and that's why this is such a great combination at the bottom.
Well done by the side of Maryville's bot lane, as Evan RL looking comfortable on the new build here for Xayah. But for the side of University of St. Thomas, Robbie Bob going for the tier. That means that he's not going to have utility items on this Malzahar until his third. If he does decide to finish that Seraph second, should likely rush the Leandries. Porsche is behind early in this lane, thanks to some nice landing from Shippies. And this bot lane, we've seen it under pressure consistently. So it's really going to be another 10, 15 minutes before St. Thomas, the composition they've selected, can start to rival the likes of Maryville. And the fact that Maryville's taken this early lead and isn't tripping over themselves, running too fast, trying to snowball it in this game, very beneficial for them in the early game.
Absolutely. And I mean, you got to watch out now, just based on these hex flashes over the wall. You got to watch out for where Shady is at all times, to be honest. Chippy's able to at least maintain this, get the pressure like you were saying. Now they've got the help from Roy here, so Maryville is looking to try to get a little bit of a reinforcement. No vision placed down aggressively by University of St. Thomas. Maryville recognizes they have to take this one pretty slowly. So honestly, it's just Shady kind of bouncing around saying, all right, where do I need to be? Zaya, where do you want to be? And who needs me where? He's going to continue to navigate the field. Yes, it minimizes the amount of experience he can get, but it allows for things like this. He doesn't end up using the face breaker right away, and it's a very smart call because there were 2 more members of University of St. Thomas right there in the wings waiting for a start.
And I think St. Thomas is happy to back off, as I think importantly, Shady has already dinged level 6 before this Herald fight. It's level 4 for Trevor. If they even think about taking this fight, the fact that Shady has ult's huge, and here we go.
There it is. That's the initiation from Shady with the showstopper. A double root as well on top of it. It's going to be a flash forward. The Hextech ultimatum. Evan RL is going to go down. And it's a beautiful Zenith plate as well in the meantime on the backside. Kitsuo is trying to take down Get Back. Ends up changing the pace of the game by swapping over to the Odd Orange swap Odd Orange's champion, I suppose, if you will. And they're going to be able to lock down Shelly NP.
Yeah, a big mistake coming out on the side of Maryville, as if you want to have Odd Orange and Get Back take down Robbie Bob, I think that's a good call. But if you're Shady and Evan RL, you have to play the rest of the fight slow. They were engaging at the same time on 2 different parts of the fight. So in the 4v4, the 3 members of St. Thomas hold strong. Kitsuo gets the reset, and that's what enables them to take the fight, take the Herald, and take some footing back in this game once again.
Mm-hmm. And it's still less than 10 minutes in, and we've already got 2 of those objectives down. We've already got 6 kills now on the board. A minimal gold lead in favor of Maryville, even though they have picked up both of those. Or, sorry, the Dragon, not the Rift Herald there. That's definitely going to help out with Kitsuo. And once again, Kitsuo doesn't really care about losing out on the extra experience, on clearing out these jungles. Seriously, Kitsuo is all about trying to get some invades, trying to get some sneaky plays, and trying to be as aggressive as possible. And St. Thomas, I think, has the recognition too, that as this game goes on, like you talked about before the game started, Cubby, the longer it goes, the better off they are. So he's going to be a little bit less aggressive, a little bit less invasive here, still willing to take these trades, though, as he is behind a pretty considerable amount in his own jungle.
Still going for that Boy to the Ruin King rush as well.
Mm-hmm.
Something that he prefers on this champion. Personally, not a huge fan, but you know, he's going up against more tanks this time, so if Kitsuo thinks this is best, the early trading patterns, the upfront damage, once again, it does help get the reset. So if he's able to combine that with Leona, should be good. As Get Back continues to farm okay in this lane, he's going to be just fine going up against the Malzahar until Melz is able to get a couple more items, and be really annoying for Akali in the team fights. And it's a Malzahar game, so we have to be on the lookout for when and where those QSSs are coming in. Right now, there are none on the side of Maryville, so any ultimate that Robbie Bob casts, if that is not canceled, it will be a full duration. That does set up very well for Viego to get resets.
Not a lot of pressure that we've seen in the mid lane here, though, so far. The majority of it having been towards the top side, towards the bottom side, really on the actual objectives themselves. Not really hovering in the mid like we have kind of come to know from these teams. And I think that's just based on the consistency and how level-headed both Get Back and Robbie Bob have been. Also, how aggressive they can turn if the time comes. The communication cohesion between both of these teams is really something to marvel at. And there's a reason these 2 teams are both here in the finals. Let's see now, though, if Odd Orange is going to be able to find something onto Kitsuo. There it is. The Sonic Wave does hit. Going to continue with the fight. Out comes the curtain call on the backside. This is a teleport as well coming in by Porsche. Gets a lot of damage here on to Get Back. Out comes the Shroud as well, though. Can Get Back? Absolutely not. Not when Kitsuo's there. Now Kitsuo has a few new abilities stolen from Get Back there. The Hextech on the backside taken out
Resets.
As Kitsuo finds yet another one. Gonna go in as the Poppy here. Find another kill. That's another big pickup right there for Kitsuo. And now it is MNRL having to burn the Featherstorm in the ultimate just to get the heck out of there.
This fight was really well played from Kitsuo, as he flashed to make sure that Akali goes down so he gets the reset, and then he also used his ultimate to reposition to get over the Haymaker from Set, not take that true damage, able to pick up that reset as well. And off the back of Kitsuo's play in this fight, St. Thomas once again able to stick together, able to utilize these resets to win the fight despite Kitsuo being down a level in the jungle matchup. And a lot of the start, look at Trevor buying space in the choke, protecting his 2 carries. And Chippy's, yeah, he's flanking from behind, but the full commit from Kitsuo on the back half of the fight, splitting up the fight as well. They're able to isolate, get back, they clean him up. Then they isolate Chippies while Robbie Bob kind of buys time in the choke, sacrificing himself. And taking these fights one by one for St. Thomas, playing off these Viego resets, it's been the recipe for success in game 1, and now finding them success once again in game 2.
And I gotta commend Porsche as well on that one. Coming in through the backside, actually setting Get Back way far. And while Porsche was able to get out with just a sliver of health, it allowed Kitsuo to immediately come in, pick up that first kill or the second kill of that fight, and then get the reset immediately without really losing a lot of his health. So really, really well played. And again, the communication, you can tell, is very on point right now. University of St. Thomas finding so many small successes that add up to these really, really big plays. Oof, so close on that Sonic Wave. Almost finding out this Leona. Not necessarily the one that you're going to want to go on in one of these instances, but hey, you know what? If you can chase somebody down, you might as well go for it.
It's still Maryville returning their bread and butter, right?
Yep.
It's play through mid and then make something happen, right? So they're going to take down Leona here.
Ooh, will they take down Leona? Yes, they will. Get back
Can
to
they
the
get
field.
more?
Can he get Texas? But no, Texas manages to spot him out for just half a second, getting the auto attack down, so it turns into just a 1-for-1, but it's a mid for support.
And St. Thomas, they win out on the play overall. They're going to take that mid tower. They can now pressure Chippies off this wave and pressure the top tower, getting both solo lanes ahead. Very valuable here for the side of St. Thomas. And I like the fact that Maryville is returning their bread and butter, but it's an overcommit. It's not playing for the objectives. It's trying to go for the kills. And St. Thomas able to hold strong, able to slow down time, able to deter them. And now even Evan might be caught out as, okay, nice root landing there to protect themselves against the Viego. Should see the map reset a little bit as this top turret will be cleaned up. And St. Thomas, once again, come out on the play that Maryville started.
Yeah. It's this exceptional reactive play, and generally a lot of these teams try to go for the proactive play. You know, they want to have the one up on the enemy team, but I'll keep talking about it. The cohesion and the communication is so good from St. Thomas that they actually are trying to get these reactive plays, or they're setting up plays in a way where they kind of throw MU off to think, oh, this is a proactive play, they're going to go in, and then they don't. But MU is a little too far ahead to change the traction at that point. So gotta commend this St. Thomas team, already finding so much more success. They have managed to also gain themselves the gold lead. While it is very, very minimal, it's now back in their hands.
Here is a crab. They're still going to take the Rift Herald as Robbie Bob. That shield will prevent any more damage from going upon the Malzahar, as Trevor buying time in the choke for the team to take the Rift Herald. It is finished. And now maybe looking for an engage. The Solar Flare burned.
Solar Flare was burned. The Zenith Blade was also just
Trevor
burned.
is
So those are
way
long
far up.
cooldowns. Those are very long cooldowns. He's really far up, trying to look for something, some more pressure for the team. But MU does not even want a part of it. They do not want to try to go in on that fight. They recognize, all right, we don't know exactly where the rest of the team is. We do not have eyes on Kitsuo. We cannot risk this.
Just Trevor asserting dominance, I guess. As throwing down everything he can, as Porsche now going to be a little bit scared of the fact that he sees Shady zoning him off the way, but Shady bluffing, has no other help. Get back will be here soon. So Porsche should be able to clean up this wave. But overall, once again, another map reset, and St. Thomas coming on top. They get the Rift Herald for free. They're going to get back, try and make a play on the map first. And that next objective, it's going to be the Dragon. So I think for Maryville, threat overload, try to get on top of the Malzahar, try and take him down, and try and isolate people one by one. The best target you can find is Kitsuo. But if you aren't able to find that, I think taking Robbie Bob's good. And for St. Thomas, just keep on doing what you're doing. Make sure Viego gets a reset. Use that upfront damage. Pick the same target and go from there.
Very close one there too, and really well recognized, I think, by Porsche to say,
They're
okay,
stacking the dragon.
they're stacking dragon. They're allowing this top to push. They have a little bit of recognition. All right, we just saw Porsche recall. We know the teleport is up and available, but we can at least take the tower, get the pressure here towards the Rift Herald side of things. Shelly, that's not going to be a second charge from Kelly, Shirley, whatever her name is.
I like this from St. Thomas, right?
Yeah, I love it. It's
they're
Kelly.
taking
Don't
the trade.
don't production. Don't get on my bad side.
They're taking the trade, but they're faster on it because they have this Rift Herald, right? So get back. Not even able to get through half of that top lane inner turret. Has to back off. They escort Kelly to get the charge off on the inhibitor turret as well. And now St. Thomas can retreat and just take the dragon. So really good team map movements coming out from St. Thomas. And now curious to see if we have Maryville push to take more as Porsche. Good flash from him.
Good flash. Still has the Hextech ultimatum up and available. And that is a lot of damage now onto Shady there. Gonna get taken down very, very quickly. And that was an initiation and an engage once again that University of St. Thomas finds success on off of a forward play by Maryville.
Maryville really feel like they're reaching in this one, understanding the fact that they are down 2k gold and they get outscaled, right? Their only way to win is to try and win a side lane for Akali. They have tried to funnel a lot of gold on the get back, but keep in mind at any point, if that side lane gets out of control, they can just teleport Robbie Bob there with the ultimate and shut him down because, once again, no one has QSSs yet for the side of Maryville. So they've really missed their window to make sure that they had a big enough lead to pressure St. Thomas in this game. And while St. Thomas are only up 1.5k gold, it feels like they're up a lot more just based on the team comps that both teams have picked.
Yeah, it's not even, funny enough, you mentioned the fact that they don't really have the Quicksilver Sash yet, the QSS, but at this point, it hasn't even really been Robbie Bob as the initiation. He comes in at the back, and so how much help would that have really provided, given the fact that it's been a lot of Roy, and it's been a lot of Porsche with these first initiations. So, it makes sense, but you're absolutely right. We talked about before the game even started how the scaling is looking really, really good on the side of St. Thomas. Right now, they might have the ability to find out Porsche. The showstopper is almost back up, but not quite available. Chippies does have his ultimate there. It's going to be the Hextech ultimatum, though, that tries to get him out, and it will not happen. Chippies finally finds the shutdown onto Porsche.
Good play coming out from Maryville. We talked about how they can play through these side lanes. Mentioned the Akali. It's going to be funneling Chippies in that one as Porsche does fall. And they're going to stick around. So this bot inner will fall in favor of Maryville. But look at the response from St. Thomas. Taking the mid inner turret themselves. That's them still trading up in terms of map position. This is more gold going over to Maryville. But still a trade that St. Thomas at this point are very comfortable to take.
At least a responding tower. It's still 3-5.
No
Still
way.
a little bit rough. And in the meantime, oh my goodness, University of St. Thomas is trying to sneak this one. There is no vision.
They see
it.
Yeah.
There are pings coming out. They know it's happening. They did not have vision.
Leon,
That's already
Mal's does this
so
fast.
much damage down
Mal's
on the
does this
Baron.
very fast.
Can they complete this before the steal? And they do. They get it in. Out comes the curtain call on top of the solar flare. The jump over the wall there by Robbie Bob, who gets taken down by Chippies.
Good for Maryville.
That's one down. That's a second
Kitsuo.
one down. Massive numbers of gold going over on the other side. Evan RL finds one yet again. It's going to be a nice little route, but can these two surviving members in the bottom lane from University of St. Thomas actually make it through? Not if Chippy still has an ultimate available. In comes the set. Beautifully played by Shady. It does appear that Roy is going to be the only survivor. No way! It's the double kill going through and a beautiful ace by Maryville.
The red buff was enough. Maryville remove all the Baron buffs from St. Thomas, and the risky play does not pay off. I respect it from St. Thomas, but I don't know why they're forcing that hard. They have this scaling. They're going to be fine as this game goes on. But trying to index into the fact that Malzahar does Baron so quickly. And that's exactly what we see from St. Thomas in this one, as between the minions, between the Leandries, between the dot and all the damage that Malzahar packs, they melt through this Baron, but the team fight is not good for them. They aren't able to set up Viego to get resets. Chippies in the back line with Shady, able to make so much happen. The Malzahar ult went down on the only member with QSS for the side of Maryville. And off the back of that fight, Maryville They're still behind in gold, but removing the Baron from St. Thomas and finding shutdowns, they at least have a point of power, and that point of power is Chippies on the Poppy.
Absolutely. 5, 1, and 2, sitting pretty. Just a couple hundred gold over the opposing laner in Porsche. But you can even see just how far ahead University of St. Thomas had pushed. That was a clean ace at 22 minutes in the game or 21 minutes of the game, and not a single tower was able to be picked up. In the meantime, we've already got Porsche down here in the bottom lane, pushing once again, trying to expose an inhibitor on the bottom side of this lane here. Gonna have to see as Chippies maybe tries to go in on this one. Leona is in the wings. We also have Kitsuo waiting for an opportunity to initiate as well.
This is really favorable for St. Thomas. They're going to dictate the game to play out 2 lanes instead of 3, and just having the Malzahar hover between both lanes to just threaten the fact that they could find an ult and a kill. Trevor can do the same. I think this is very beneficial for the side of St. Thomas in a much better map state, but you can see Shady trying to find a flank, trying to break this, trying to find the same chaos that they were able to find at the Baron fight. Take a win, but Porsche is going in. They want this.
It's going to be the ultimate nether grasp onto Porsche, who goes down the very first one on the team right there. And University of St. Thomas find themselves a very good kill, or a very good fight. Out comes the Solar Flare. So much damage onto Squid Style, but on the backside, Get Back needs to escape from here. It's going to be the ultimate as well that comes out. The Feather Storm from MNRL. None of the Blade Caller actually picks things up, and Porsche finally goes down after flashing forward. A kill for MNRL. Only 2 remaining members left alive, though, for Maryville University.
Props to Get Back. Landing that Shuriken backflip actually did trade out a kill on the Porsche. Kept that from potentially being a game-ending push for St. Thomas, but St. Thomas still able to utilize the Malzahar ultimate. Finding that singular member. Guaranteeing the reset for Viego. We talked about how, yeah, there's going to be a little bit more beefiness on the side of Maryville. That makes it tough for Viego, but Malzahar rips through beefiness, especially with the build that Robbie Bob went for. Leandri's into Void Staff. His entire goal is to press R on the front line, get Viego that first reset. St. Thomas were able to execute that to perfection in that last fight, and that's why they wiped the fight for themselves.
Picking up the dragon puts him at soul point as well. So Maryville has taken the lead on these kills. The gold's still in favor of University of St. Thomas, though. And of course, Maryville now has to be quite careful moving forward. That could have potentially, like you said, Cubby, been the game-ending push for University of St. Thomas. And so one more big slip-up could spell the end of this tournament and the finals going over to St. Thomas. If Maryville is not careful about this, we can see right there, Get Back. The second they see Porsche, they are getting the heck out of dodge. It's not worth the risk, because now you're looking at gray screens that are 45 plus seconds.
I think something that St. Thomas is doing well too is like who is showing and who is not. So in that case, Robbie Bob actually wasn't showing yet in the top lane, even though he was there. So the fact that they can at least bluff that Robbie Bob could TP bot and support Porsche just in case. Once again, good map play from St. Thomas. A good idea of how to play things out as a team. So that said, not going to be the case. Still 3 lanes being farmed out at the moment for St. Thomas. I think that their goal is going to be to fix the top lane, or now that Baron's going to be the main objective, the bot lane, so that they can only play that 4-1 and just make sure they're still being grouped, they're still able to prevent flanks, and they're still able to cast that Malzahar ultimate on a good target to get Viego that first reset.
Got some pings now coming out towards the mid side. As we can see, Porsche is down on the bottom, probably going to try to find out Get Back right there, and that is absolutely the case. The pings now come out from Maryville University to go down to help out Get Back. They won't be able to, though. Out comes the showstopper on top of the curtain call.
Porsche got
Beautiful
a solo.
gold in there by Kitsuo, and Robbie Bob finding the nether grasp. That's another kill, a double kill. The ultimate coming out of Chippy's in a defensive manner. A dragon kick as well is going to come out in a defensive manner, and now it's Odd Orange who will be the target here. 2 very low members, still 25 seconds left, and Robbie Bob is able to pick up the kill. That's enough damage with the E to be able to ensure that, and Chippies, now the lone member, has to fight off all 5 members of University of St. Thomas from taking the base.
And I don't think he can do it. Porsche, he's going to base, he's going to TP back. University of St. Thomas going for the 2-0, going for the win in the weekend tournament. Looks like they've got it.
Absolutely do, especially when you try to send chippies in on the backside, immediately get the flash, gets cut down. It's going to be a beautiful route. Robbie Bob picks that one up. Give him the unstoppable, throwing out some of these minions so that they can pick up this tower. So much damage is coming out from Robbie Bob that they're able to just burn this thing down. In comes the face breaker, though, the haymaker on top of it, but you're going to get rooted down immediately, and it's going to be Texas Nova who picks up the kill right there. An attempt at the Blade Callers going in. The Heartbreaker does come through. Doesn't work out quite as well as they would have hoped. Porsche with the whole Hextech Ultimatum also on the follow-up right there. Now it's these three very low members of University of St. Thomas going gold for Robbie Bob. Get back, looking for the initiation right there. And they're going to be able to get the kill, but not without losing him in the process. The base has been saved, but at what cost?
I think St. Thomas wanted to get a few more kills on the scoreboard and maybe overreached. I think they could have ended the game, but not going to be the case. The death timers a little bit too quick, and Chippies burning that TP, just desperation mode, looking for any more kills, any more gold that they can find, trying to prevent a clean reset from St. Thomas. St. Thomas can return onto the map. Baron's up. Cloudsoul will still be up for them. And more QSSs are coming through, but it's still not enough, as this comp from St. Thomas and their ability to punish Maryville, overextending in the early game, both games, it felt like the game plan from them, and that game plan, it paid off, Charlie.
It certainly did. We're getting a little bit later on, you know? We talked about it. We can bring it up again. The longer this game goes on, the better and better it is looking for University of St. Thomas. So you're absolutely right. Maybe they wanted to pad their stats a little bit more. Maybe if Porsche hadn't actually done the recall and the teleport back in, there's the possibility that they could have had enough damage on the tower. So
you got a full
they could have further initiation.
You got to do that.
You got a full health bar, but the problem was the teleport went right into the middle of the fight, and it ended up that Porsche was taken down pretty quickly after reinitiating on it. So potentially just trying to get as much damage down and then recalling, teleport back in after those respawns, because it was pretty quick for the gray screens. But still, it's only a 5,000 gold lead. That is actually crazy considering how much pressure University of St. Thomas has. There's 6 towers up, including an inhibitor in the mid lane, as well as having an exposed inhibitor. And still, Maryville are holding really strong on this one. They're going to look for the initiation right here, though. No Solar Flare to come out just yet, but that is Robbie Bob's ultimate on top of the curtain call. It's going to be Hextech Ultimatum as well. Kitsuo finding one off of Robbie Bob. There's going to be the showstopper, and they bring out that Set himself to the other side. In the meantime, they'll get back. He's on the very back side of this, trying to take down Nova. Nova goes down. Get back escapes from the fight. In the meantime, Porsche has been holding off 2 separate members here of Maryville University. Gonna use the hook shot to re-engage onto that one. Porsche finding the kill. Beautiful Blade Caller. That is going to find one Feather Storm, but no Blade Caller to follow it up. And now University of St. Thomas just has to kill the Nexus. It's going to be Get Back trying to defend this, but can you do enough damage against Kitsuo as this Viego? The possibility is there. Here comes Robbie Bob and the rest of the team. They still survive, and they manage to take the game in a defiant fashion. University of St. Thomas 2-0 over Maryville. Wait. Okay,
good
right,
play
good.
from St. Thomas as they managed to take the weekend tournament without dropping a single game, with a sub missing, who many people believe, myself included, their best player in Array. What a statement game from St. Thomas, honestly. I mean, given the fact that they did have their coach playing, I know that Nova's a pretty talented player himself, but they showed up on this weekend. I like the strategy they had versus Maryville, and think that the fact that they were able to play these Viego comps very soundly. This is something that they've put time in, they've put thought into, they've practiced out. Their ability to focus the right members in team fights with this Viego, that's really what pushed them over the edge and just made them the better team on the day versus Maryville.
Really, really impressive. Very well played. And I mean, both times, University of St. Thomas kind of fell behind at the beginning of the game. So their ability to recover, the adaptability is huge. And as you mentioned, having Nova, the coach, in there, sometimes it really throws things off in terms of communication and cohesion between the team. That was not the case.
That's all I can say.
Doing you coaches proud. That's absolutely right. Stepping in to take the place of such a big player in Array. And I mean, doing it just perfectly. We saw kind of, throwing it off a little bit at the beginning with the Ziggs. You got to consider, all right, maybe that was just a comfort pick, but then bringing it home with the Jhin. And gotta once again commend Roy on being everywhere at once. Roy was the initiator of the majority of those fights. So many times Roy had stepped forward and been in a dangerous, potentially dangerous position, but the presence of a Leona is enough that you consider if you see a Leona, there's probably someone behind her. Even when there wasn't, it still allowed enough that the rest of the team was able to kind of, take advantage of the fact that Leona was scaring so many of these members away from the mid lane.
That's true. I think that Roy, pulling off the engages was good. I think it's easy to, kind of look at Kitsuo and have him be the standout player, given the fact that he had got Viego both games and comps that were built around Viego. But the one that really impressed me was actually Porsche, a very young player. I mean, this person that graduated high school early, now attending UST, really taking early strides in his play. He showed off why his Gangplank is feared and why he was drawing Gangplank bans throughout the tournament in game 1. But then game 2, he really showed up and had a great performance on the Camille, coming back after getting down early in lane, thanks to some good laning from Chippies. I like the fact that Porsche is proactively looking to go in, looking to really push the limits of Camille and how powerful that champion is at the moment. And thought he had a really good performance today. So props to him. Props to the rest of the University of St. Thomas on taking the win. And it was a pretty fun weekend tournament. Excited to see what the next one looks like.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what we've got next weekend. There is the Piltover portion of the bracket. I think I mentioned that a little bit earlier. This was the conclusion of the Demacian bracket. So we do have some more games here in the preseason next weekend. It's going to be Saturday and Sunday. Again, 16 teams across the board, so we're going to have a lot more action then. Hopefully we see you guys tune into that. As for us, Cubby, is there anything you want to say before we tune out?
No, it was a pleasure. Always fun covering collegiate games, and felt good. This is the first cast since the Proving Grounds finals. So
exactly,
cast on a camera. So it was a good time.
Oh, we still have an interview. We have an MVP interview. All right, nobody told me about this today. I don't check Discord chat production. Come on, what are you talking about? We do have an MVP, and who? I guess it's a pretty tough decision maker of who really on this team was the MVP. I know you had said Porsche was your personal favorite, though a lot of people would say Kitsuo on the Viego made such a big presence that would be considered, the MVP of this overall.
We're going to have production surprises. I think that's it. It was a good performance for St. Thomas. They didn't drop a game, and looking forward to talking with someone from St. Thomas here, as it's been a heck of a season for them. I mean, this is really a program where they're technically in their second year, but the only tournament they competed in before this season was Gateway Legends over the summer going into this season. And so for a school that, it's a weekend tournament, but they've already won a LAN. They're now winning this. They're playing well in UPL. They're really putting up good performances across the board. And one of the fun parts about Collegiate this year is that between them and St. Louis University, it's 2 second-year programs that are really pushing the traditional top dogs around in some early tournaments in the fall. We're going to have to see if they can keep up that form going into the spring.
Yeah, we used to kind of have this, honestly, even before the summer, really, we had this narrative of Winthrop Maryville, because for the last couple of years, that's what we've been seeing. For all of 2020, that's really what we've seen. So to see these two teams just, absolutely continue to obliterate. They've already won over $6,000 the last couple of months, $5,000 from first place and then $1,250 from the Gateway Legends. So, already making big bucks, hopefully making a name for their schools. But before we get into that interview with the surprise MVP, we are going to take a very quick break to allow us to get set up. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here with the interview, the MVP from University of St. Thomas here for the Midwest Esports Conference. And we are back, and no big surprise, our MVP here is the coach of this team for University of St. Thomas, Nova. Thank you so much for joining us here. First off, I just got to ask, pretty basic. How is it to step into the shoes of, having to step into the shoes of a player like Ray for today's tournament because of the fact that he's out at Proving Grounds?
Yeah, I mean, we've done it before. Like when it came to the last LAN, there was obviously like a lot of scheduling issues, and so I did have to step in at one point for that. There's also been like previous weekend tournaments we played in, so we kind of have the idea of like, all right, we're just probably weak siding me, right? Like if I'm playing ADC, like we're not going to strong side like we would normally would with Array. We're probably going to play more towards Porsche and things like that. So we always adjust really well. In fact, today I actually got a little bit of jungle attention, so I felt pretty good about that.
Yeah.
Always nice to get, a little bit of love from your players, but I know in both games, at least for the final, you guys are running Viego comps pretty much, where a lot of upfront damage in CC, trying to get that first reset, executed that to perfection. Viego's champion kind of saw it at Worlds, kind of did not. Is this something that you guys think is just powerful on this patch, as we are a few patches later? Is this something that Kitsuo is especially good at, so you just kind of index into that? What's kind of the thought behind the compositions you guys are pulling out today?
We've been trying to make the Viego work for a while, and just recently in solo queue, Kitsuo's had like just a ton of success with it. So we were just like, all right, if you feel super comfortable in this champion, like you're running those matchups really well, like let's just go ahead and pull it out. We definitely did see it played in Worlds, but I think just in terms of how we play, it really fits in with our comp, right? Like we're a very front to back team, right? So like if we can one shot people with Robbie's combos, if we can one shot people with like what Porsche does and what me and Trevor do, like it's just so hard to play the game once Viego gets one reset. So yeah, I mean, it just fits us so well, and obviously Kitsuo just smurfs.
So from the coach's perspective, as well as jumping in occasionally as a player, you guys are such a fresh team that has, kind of rampaged through this scene. You were the underdogs, really, I would say, at Harrisburg, and then you guys ended up taking first place, knocking out Maryville in the semifinals even. So how do you feel about the environment there? Do you feel like you got lucky with the players that you have on your team? Do you feel like you and them are very cohesive as a team? Or do you think that you have really helped support this team in its growth? Or do you think it's the individual players?
Yeah, it's definitely not luck. I mean, when you're going into like, because I've been in the amateur scene for so long, when I'm building amateur rosters, like you don't have to think about long-term commitments and relationships with players. Like obviously it's like a 2 or 3 month ordeal, but like when you're looking at collegiate, it's very different. Like you're talking a whole year, right? And so the first goal is never just like, let's just get the best players, like whatever we can find, right? Like it's just never just that. It's like, who can we get that are really good players, but still like their personalities mesh so well. And that's exactly what we ended up doing at UST. Like I was very happy with the roster I put together. Like everyone just gets along so well. And I think that is really what causes like a lot of our success is like, even if we, drop Array in certain tournaments or even in certain circumstances where like Kitsuo can't play, like nothing changes because like we're all just pretty close friends. And so we all just know how to communicate with each other. And it's the success is definitely because of that.
That's awesome.
It's been fun to see as you guys have found a lot of early success in your second year as a program. I know that, talking with your director, Justin, and you throughout the early year, you guys have a lot of, I guess, pushes or initiatives to kind of start growing things over at the University of St. Thomas. Wondering if you can kind of speak upon like any of those things that the school is doing that you might be helping out with as a coach to kind of educate some of the fans at home.
Yeah, I mean, we try and get involved with the students here as much as possible. In terms of like growth expansion plans going into next year, we don't really have anything. I think so. It's actually funny. The school has had an esports program for 2 years or, whatever, but this is the first year where they're really investing. Like we didn't have scholarships for esports players before this. Like, they had like a small conference team. And so in my eyes, it really is like our first year as a program. And so I think when like you're coming in with your first year, like you're just like, okay, these are the resources that I was given and we need to make the most happen with them. And so you don't really look too far ahead as much as it really is like exciting and you can kind of get caught up in that. For me, like I'm just looking, okay, what's the next tournament that we have? Like when is CLOL starting? Like all of those things matter way more to me than like, at least for right now, about like, okay, what are we going to be looking at a year or two now? And like, I'm grateful that I don't have that job. Like that's my director's job. Like, at least for now, until things slow down a little bit over here.
Yeah.
Okay, so then looking forward to just this upcoming season, to what you guys are going to be doing, do you feel like this is the roster that's going to continue to take the number one slot? Is there another team that you guys are even really scared of at all?
No. Sorry. I'm not. I mean, I think
Love it.
collegiate is definitely a space where like things can happen and teams can come in and, take upsets and things. But in terms of like, if we're talking steel, like I'm not worried. It would have to take like a pretty drastic change for me to feel differently about that.
Heck yeah, I love that.
Oh, strong words. Is we are, of course, in November now, so getting closer to that spring semester that is also important for qualifying for the League of Legends Collegiate Championship. But before we let you go, Noah, just want to give you the floor. Any thank you, shout outs you'd like to give before we wrap things up?
No, I love the fact that you guys casted. I'm huge fans. Definitely a huge shout out to my team, and obviously Lena. She does a whole bunch for the team. I mean, she is so busy, and she finds a way to make everything happen. Trevor,
We love
I'm
Lena.
appalled that guy is not, professional yet, by the way. Like, he is crazy, and you guys talk about him on cast. Like, if he doesn't get picked up next semester, I feel like, or season, I feel like a lot of teams are trolling. So definitely shout out to Trevor and and everyone watching. I mean, we have a pretty huge fan base at UST. Like, nothing like I expected coming in. Like, we walk down and like people who are just working at UST will like still know who we are and still shout us out when we're walking. So it's crazy. So thank you to everyone who supports us as a program.
That's so awesome. Well, thank you so much for chatting with us, and congratulations, obviously, on the 2-0 sweep to take down Maryville once again.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Oh well, we love to have these. We love to have these nice little interviews. We love to have something exciting at the end of a tournament, especially to hear so much confidence in somebody like Nova. But that should officially wrap things up for us for the Demacia portion of the bracket. Again, there's a lot more Collegiate League of Legends. You guys can tune in again for the Midwest Esports Conference next weekend, both Saturday and Sunday. Same kind of dealio that we were seeing here today. So certainly tune in if you want to watch some more amazing games of League of Legends. But in the meantime, my name is Jolly. I was joined here by the amazing Cubby today. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we hope to see you next time.